beautiful Komune Beach Club right here on the black sands of Keramis. We've got the pool behind us. We've got 6 to 8 foot pumping surf out the front, and it looks like there's a set hitting right now, so we're probably going to cross over to the action. This is heat 3 of the round of 32. In the water right now is Bali Pro is the surfer in red. Oni Anwar is in blue. Sheldon Simkus is in white, and Marlon Gerber, the local favourite, is the surfer in yellow. And Woody, run us through what the surf's doing out there today, mate.
Mate, it is absolutely pumping. Yeah, it's slowed up a little right now. It looks like it's probably the top of the tide. Does that sound right? I don't know. But yeah, there's some amazing waves, and the first sort of 3 or 4 heats, boys were going mad. It was good to see.
Yeah, we're just about on high tide right now. It's going to keep draining throughout the afternoon, so expect a full day of surfing. We're looking to get through the round of 32 and the round of 16. First 2 heats this morning, it was John Mark Takong, who's this crazy little Filipino kid who absolutely dares. It's 8 foot out there, and he's riding a 5 foot surfboard. He beat Teal Vanner in second. Teal got a massive 9 for a huge barrel the length of the reef. He did the same thing yesterday as well, so Teal's on fire. And they beat the 2 Deans, Bowen and Morrison, in possibly what you would call a bit of an upset. Dingo, of course, came second here the first ever year we ran, and you know, if there's tubes, then Dingo's in his element. Second heat, we just saw Jackson Baker and Manuel Selman from Chile account for Joe Van Dyke and Monty Tate, and now in the water. We're yet to have any scores come in. We've just kicked off the 3rd heat of the day, and it is cooking. Woody, tell us how you've been going in this event.
I'm still waiting for my heat. I actually got equal last in the trials, and still waiting to see if any spots are available. Anyone misses a heat, maybe I can just jump in and fill in. But so far, not so good for me, Vince.
Yeah, it's amazing that people haven't been turning up. You know, have all been turning up for their heats.
I know.
6 to 8 foot Keramis. Like, who'd want to surf that with 3 other people in the water?
3 other people, and they only run a round a day, and then you can hang by the pool, have a few beers, some lunch, do it all again the next day. It's, yeah, probably one of the better lifestyle comps you can go to, I guess, Vince.
Yeah, and it's not bad. And for those who've just tuned in and might have missed the first few days, Joel Parkinson has been going crazy. Taj Burrow's been surfing pretty handily as well. Zeke Lau from mine has been one of the most impressive surfers. It took him 2.5 days before he actually got in the water, because we had a full day of trials as well, and we saw him take to it last night. We've had a couple of expression sessions. We saw Joel, Bruce Irons and Taj towing in the other day. And
last night
as well, just getting some epic stand-up hits.
Yeah, Harry Bryant went out on his own, did some step-offs with Hazard at 8 o'clock last night in a fog, and yeah, he was just talking us through a couple of his barrels.
Speaking of barrels, this is Kalani Ball driving straight in off the takeoff, gets a mile out on the face, big grab rail cut, he hits the rebound, and another sensational wave in the books here at Keramis. Behind him, this is Marlon Gerber, the most stylish surfer in Bali. Woody.
Almost identical waves there, eh?
Yeah.
Take off, set up, come out, carve down.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple formula out there. You don't have to think too much.
A, B and C, Binzi, A, B and C.
And run us through some of the other standout performances you've seen at this event, both in the water and by the pool.
Well, by the pool, you're going to have to go. You have to look at the Harrington brothers by the pool. Who else? MJ. MJ's been a standout by the pool. Bennett's on the decks. He's been a bit of a standout. He's been standing, pretty much just checking his emails, but he was going pretty hard.
He's been working his way through some pretty impressive iTunes playlists.
Yeah, he has. Put on Ministry of Sound, Volume 4, 2001.
Was one of the great Ministry of Sound albums.
But yeah, there's been, I don't know, it's been every other has been pretty good. Everyone posts up about 2 o'clock, get the ski out and go all the way till dark. It's been good last few days.
Thoughts and prayers go out to Damon Nichols, and almost lost his arm the other day.
Yeah. Damo's Bridge, it's now called. Very unfortunate stack there, but he's doing better. He's had his surgery, and fingers crossed it's all going good.
Have you seen the sign that the locals have put up next to the bridge that says "Caution, bridge, do not fall off"?
Well, ahead. You know, it's good warning signs here in Bali.
Prevention is better than cure, and I'm sure if Damon had read that sign, he would have approached that span in a completely different fashion.
You'd probably say, you know, Bali is leading the way in safety and, you know, work cover and all that sort of stuff throughout the world, nearly.
Yeah, really progressive nation with their approach to hati.
Like a sort of a younger version of Switzerland or Sweden. So it's good to see with signs like that. I'm sure there's other signs around Bali, like, you know, do not walk in the middle of the road and
stop at red lights.
Yeah, if you know, don't walk off that cliff. Heaps of that sort of stuff. So it's good to see.
All right, we should have some scores in. Let's just see if the Wi-Fi's not loading up.
Here we go, Vince. Nice looking set. Maybe the number 2.
What's your call been? The second wave's been the wave?
I think so, yeah. Yes, most of the morning. Teal's won. Teal's really good one early was the second one. And I think, is it John Mark Tukong?
It is John Mark Tukong.
John Mark Tukong. He had a couple, so... These were both the second wave. Here we go. This is the third wave, so let's see what this one does. Wow.
This is Sheldon. Sheldon has been posting some big scores as well. Can he punch out of that one? It was never in doubt. And there's the formula out on the face and the carve down. Can he get a little bonus section down the inside?
Oh my goodness.
Whatever that was.
Wow. Is he in a cave right now, Benz? He just went...
I'd say he's going to be picking urchins out of himself, much like you.
Yeah, I actually was at the doctor this morning, back to safety. Went to the medical tent to get my couple of urchins out from my keyhole experience, and they just hit it with a pair of scissors. So
surgical scissors, no doubt.
Yeah, they just hit that for about 5 minutes, caused a lot of pain, and said you should be right. It'll probably be broken up. I just feel like it went another maybe 6 inches into my foot. So we'll wait and see on that one. So we're just waiting on scores out there in the webland, but Sheldon...
We just heard via the beach comm that Sheldon picked himself up an 8 for that, which wasn't bad. All for the tube, because the face work wasn't the greatest.
Yeah, he just the face work was pretty much an elbow in the wave and just pretty much underwater. Back
Here goes Lon. This is Marlon. He's going to kick out. No tube on offer there, so he decides, you know what, I'm not interested in this perfect 4-foot tapered wall. I'm going to make my way back out to take up 4th priority. Well, actually, he's beaten Sheldon back out, so he'll probably pick up 3rd. Talking about John Mark Tukong, he's been riding a 5.0 all week. Last night in the free surf, he pulled into a deep pit and came up. He'd lost about an extra 4 inches off the nose. I paddled past and said, what's your board doing now? He goes, 4.5.
Okay, so 4.5, 8-foot Karamis.
Yeah.
Good decision. It worked for him.
Kelly Slater's got nothing on John Mark Tukong. Anyone can ride a 5.10 at 10-foot cloud break, but can you ride a 4.5 out of 8-foot Karamis?
Very similar looking to, is it Carlos Munoz?
There is
big afro
reflection of Carlos Munoz. He's got
almost similar style too.
Very similar style, just limbs going everywhere. And seems to get the results too, because he's storming through the round. He's from the Philippines, and you can tell that he loves making a piglet of himself in rope barrels, because he is very comfortable in the tube. So Sheldon Simkis's opening wave was an 8. Kalani Ball, he opened up with a 6. Marlon has a pair of minor scores, so he's coming 3rd. And Oni Anwar being a bit more selective yet to open his account. And Oni's Indonesian, but of course he's from Sumbawa over at Lakey Peak. And there's a couple of decent right-hand barrels over that part of the world as well, Woody.
There is, mate. I'm just actually researching a bit of stuff on my laptop here. Yeah, some world-class waves. Sort of not very far away either, which is very convenient for him. Periscopes.
As long as you can get your boards on the plane, right?
Yeah, that's it. A little extra G up if there's, I think more than eight surfers, you're going to probably be rolling the dice bins on those wings. Even just getting on the plane again, it's probably rolling the dice. But
and I guess if you get over there, you just borrow a board off Honey.
Yeah, or even just body surf, one of the two, depending on what the waves are doing.
Yeah, Periscope's a very body surf friendly
Very
wave.
suitable wave for body surfing, Binsy. I actually went on a body surfing trip there late last year and got some great waves at Periscopes there. You actually have to wear a bulletproof vest. I just borrowed one off a mate's dad who's a police officer, and that'll save your chest and stomach region.
And incredibly buoyant too. They're great for swimming in.
They are. They're made out of carbon fibre now, which is technology used in surfboards.
And this looks like Kalani Ball having a bit of a recce at this one. Decides he's into it, deep and driving, and you just know that he's coming out. And here comes the formula, out on the face, grab rail, cut back. And does he get a little bonus section on the inside? He's standing there, he's looking for it. Kind of a semi-half check turn there, and that's
big
what he's looking for, big finish.
Comes out.
And he'll be happy with that.
Does the real compressed landing. Everyone's into those floaters with the compressed landing, like they've just sort of base jumped off a cliff.
Shades of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, it's a big thing at the moment on tour. QS and World Tour. It's really coming into the, I don't know, I guess it's part of your repertoire, isn't it? Even if it's a 1 foot wave,
And it's obviously trickled down to the QS 1000 tour as well. We saw a few of them on display last week.
Not that that wasn't a good photo.
Mentor-wise.
Yeah, right, yep. Well, that looked amazing. Were you up there and doing the announcing for that?
I was not, unfortunately. It's a sore point. Thanks for touching on that.
Sorry, mate.
Doesn't hit a nerve at all, but no, they did get very good waves. Chris Zaffis taking the win. And we actually saw Chris get knocked out yesterday by Taj Burrow and Reef Doig in Heat 9.
Tough heat. Very stacked, this field.
Is a tough heat.
You'd have to say probably the hardest 1,000 on the calendar, really, given the CT riders and highly rated sort of QS surfers.
And here goes Oni Anwar. He's sticking to the formula. Big barrel to get things going. Nice turn, and decided against hitting that end section, which is kind of wise. It's pretty shallow down there, and we've seen plenty of people eat dirt throughout the course of the week on that triangular end section where there's sort of three kinds of side waves coming at you at the same time.
Wave coming out the river as well, backwash and assorted. I suppose there's that rip right next to it too, causes a bit of a side chop. I feel like it's moved across to the sort of far corner of the reef. There's not many deep ones at the moment, Bins.
Oh, and let's hope the tide's not getting too much higher as we see waves starting to lap at the base of our camera.
Want to shout out to whoever supplied the camera. Just one of the biggest cameras I've ever seen. Is that one of the, like a newsreader sort of telecast camera?
Yeah, I think that's a Phantom of some description. It might be a Phantom that hasn't been released yet.
Yeah, right. Probably the Phantom Menace, maybe even.
It is definitely the Phantom Menace. Provided by the guys at FreshAir Broadcast. They've got a huge team in town for the week, so
yeah, right.
Shout out to those guys.
Thanks, guys, for coming on board. If this camera does get swept away, we do have backup cameras. I've got a camera. It's a GoPro, but still does the same stuff. I think they've used them
live streaming.
GoPro. Yeah. I've got a Session 4, which is of high quality. It doesn't have the screen on the back, but still shoots very good quality.
Baby steps.
1080 at 15 revs. So
you like to think you're more of a purist with your GoPro photos. You wait till you get home to check them out.
Yeah, I don't do them in the car park or even out in the water.
Oh, let's redo that selfie. I'm not happy with my hair in this one.
Yep. No, yeah, I'm one of the purest GoPro users there is. Only posted one photo so far with it this year, so gonna stick to that formula. Probably one photo a year.
It's only May, mate. Don't sell yourself short.
Yeah.
Okay, scores are in. Last wave for Oni Anwar was a 6.4. So I think he's sitting in second. Unbelievably, we're having a few issues with the Wi-Fi. So I can't bring it. Oh, we've got it. We've got some scores. All right, Kalani Ball has a 6 and a 7.57, so he's winning. Second, Sheldon Simkus, he has an 8. He needs a 5.57 for the lead. Oni Anwar opened up with a 6.43. He needs a 1.58 to jump up to second and keep on surfing. And Marlon Gerber has a 3.67 and a 1.4. He needs a 4.34 to move up into second. So currently it's the two Aussies, Kalani Ball and Sheldon Simkus, from the two Indonesians, Oni Anwar and Marlon Gerber. We're about halfway through this heat, 12 minutes 45 to go.
We've got 30-minute heats today, Binzi.
It is 30-minute heats.
Yep. Fantastic.
And up next, a couple of guys you might have heard of. Dede Suryana, he won the first edition of the Komune Bali Pro. He's taking on young Noosa Grommet Harry Bryant, who's been making some noise this week. Shane Holmes, well, he banged out a perfect 10 yesterday.
Great surfing yesterday for
event. It was incredible. And they've got some young, I guess, rookie grommet I've never heard of. Joel Parkinson. Know anything about that guy?
I don't, but as we see Marlon slowing down. Oh.
Wow. Hair was just flying there, wasn't it? That was beautiful. And behind him, here goes
Sheldon.
This is Sheldon Simkus.
Beautifully ridden. He might get it. He's going to go again here.
Oh my. Nice high and tight. You know he's coming out. Is he going to hit it one more time, or
where is he?
Take the safe option.
He got it
straight
out of
through
there.
the back. Well, wouldn't you? You've got a double pipe. You may as well. You're not going to do much more after that apart from donate a few more of Woody's urchins to your backside.
What an experience that was yesterday, Bint. Fantastic experience from hanging around in the keyhole in front of about 150 people eating lunch. Great experience, walk of shame. A few cameras on my head. Won't be using the keyhole, I don't think, ever again. What an exchange, but Sheldon and Marlon both getting really good waves back to back. Hard to say how they're going to score that, but
well, Sheldon's barrel was pretty good, and he got the bonus section. Lon's turn was awesome. He just had that rail held forever, and his hair was just perfect.
It's always looking good out there.
Oh,
always, even when he's underwater duck diving, still
not a drop out of place.
Not a drop out of place.
Hair out of place. Easily one of the most stylish surfers. Some might say in Bali, I'd say in the world.
Just gonna look up on our computer now, Bins, for the scores and give you that state-of-the-art score reading.
Yep, still waiting for the Wi-Fi to refresh here.
Yeah. Want a big shout out to Apple Mac for coming on board, doing the computer system here for us. It's all in the touchscreen, 3D.
Here goes Sheldon again. He's got no priority whatsoever, but he doesn't care. He just wants to get piped. And he's done that with, well, he hasn't. Ooh. He's got munched on the end.
It's a
and
tricky
have
section.
A look at this one, Woody.
Oni Anwar, I don't think they'll go. It's a bit short, that one. They're quite wide at the moment. I think maybe because the tide's so high.
Yep, speaking of high tide, we're about to get wet feet. And so Sheldon Simkus, his last wave was an 8.77, so he's put together a monster total already.
So if you could, I'm not sure if everyone could hear the beach announcer doing the update. We're gonna.
They definitely can't.
We're gonna do it as soon as we can. But a great exchange from Marlon and Sheldon.
Well, at least it's not hot.
Well, yeah, I was just going to ask you about the long sleeve shirt you brought down to do commentary.
Sun protection, mate. All right, we've got some scores in. Sheldon Simkus, an 8 and an 8.77. So that's a fairly comprehensive 16.77 two-wave total. So there's 7s and 3s in the scoreline today. We've gone from 4 judges to 5. So we're now averaging out 3 scores, not
Perfect.
2. So a lot more 7s and 3s in the totals and a lot less 0.5s,
Yep.
which makes things infinitely more complicated. Kalani Ball, he's sitting second. He's got a 6 and a 7.57. He needs a 9.2 for first. Marlon Gerber, his last wave was a 3.6, so Sheldon easily the better of that exchange. I don't know what we were comparing there. And Marlon needs a 9.9 to move up into second. And Oni Anwar, well, he's just got the one wave, a 6.43. He needs a 7.15 to move into second and progress. There's 8 minutes remaining and plenty more lines pouring into the site right now. And who's going to have first crack at this one? Looks like Oni's sneaking wide. And,
Oni, this
isn't a bad wave, would he?
Could hit that nice little corner section. Oh, he's done well.
Oh, hasn't he?
He's done really well. And huge carving grab rail cut back there.
Yeah, here goes Kalani Ball. He's currently sitting second. That one, well, he's pitting up the top, so he's going to have to take it to turns.
Was nice
It
first.
was a nice manoeuvre, but no tube. So we've seen the judges already have kind of been cooking guys for not pulling in. And that's not going to go into Kalani's top 2.
I'm going to throw it out there. I'm thinking could be pretty close for Oni there on that exchange. What was he chasing? A 7-point ride?
He is after a 7.15.
Marlon behind him now. Beautiful entry.
Oh, and Lon. There's the grab rail again. So the tube to grab rail is
a go-to. It's a go-to combination today. We see Harry's opted for the keyhole paddle out. Tide is quite a bit higher, so probably pretty safe at this point. Looks like Joel's going to do it as well in this upcoming next heat. What heat number is this? Is this heat 5?
This is heat 4 coming up next. We're in heat 3 right now, and up next is Harry Bryant, Dede Suriana, Shane Holmes, and Joel
This
Parkinson.
one is stacked.
So, yeah, Joel hasn't had the best run on the CT this year, so obviously he's decided to come to Bali and
get some points.
Get some points for the QS. It was smart surfing.
Steal some points off the one-star QS crew.
Yep.
I think this will go a long way for him re-qualifying.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. This is obviously the start of the year. He drew up his game plan, and the 1000s in Indonesia were top of his agenda.
I know him and Taj have signed on for another 8 years at this event, both committing heavily to the Komune Hotel and the Mad Hueys and this event, the WSL one-star.
And with Joel paddling out, that means that TB is in the next heat. Being the top seeds, they are the halfway mark. They can't meet until the final.
Perfect.
So Joel will always be going out and guinea pigging it for TB throughout the event. And I think everyone will be pretty excited if we can see these two square off in the final. TB, of course, the defending champion.
He is too. He'll want to get that golden shoe, one of the most coveted trophies in surfing. Almost like a green jacket in golf, or a Wimbledon symbol, or whatever it is.
Or a yellow jersey on a Jeep leaderboard.
A 100-metre gold medal at the Olympics, all very similar to the golden shoe.
The Ashes.
The urn.
All right, just while Woody and I are starting to get delirious in the sun, I think we're going to throw to a quick ad break. We'll be back with more of the Komune Bali Pro from right here at Karamas very soon. Young child lost. If anyone's lost to Harrington, can you come and collect him from reception?
He actually just signed in for 9 o'clock swimming lessons. He's got swimming lessons half an hour, so probably see him in the background. I think Brent Dorrington as well.
Yep.
So just starting to learn how to freestyle.
The Grant Hackett's of the surfing/swimming community.
They are, and did we get a score in for the last of Oni Anwar's?
Yep, just waiting on the Wi-Fi to update.
Thank you, thanks for that.
So I'll be able to bring you those scores in about 25 minutes.
We're going to update this situation in probably sometime this afternoon.
There's a bit too much Snapchatting and Instagramming going on around the pool, and just soaking up on my Wi-Fi.
Just while we're here, I was talking to Joel Parkinson about his preheat routine, and he was telling me he goes down to the river and skims rocks, does 5 rocks.
Yep.
And that gives him a bit of an idea of where the tide's at and how he's going to surf. Just gets him in that good headspace. So hopefully, he did the 5 rocks and it's all going to go to plan.
All right, here goes Oni Anwar, who just moved up to second on the strength of his last wave. And wow, he's just about competing with Marlon for best hair in the event, I reckon. He's really, he's let it grow the last few years.
Oh.
And look at that layback. There's shades of Carlos Munoz as well. And here goes Kalani Ball. He now needs a 7.3 for second.
Straight up.
Oni's last wave, second last wave,
first turn,
was an 8.43.
Oh,
there's the formula.
That was nice. Oh, he could have gone for that last manoeuvre. Kalani Ball there. Beautiful grab rail carve, but getting it all the way back.
The manoeuvre du jour. So the last wave for Oni Anwar, the second last, not the one he just took off on, was an 8.43.
Yeah, I could see that.
You called it, Woody?
I saw that coming.
And he is now up into second. Kalani Ball, well, he has been in the top 2 for like 28 of the 30 minutes, but he now needs a 7.3. And Marlon Gerber, his last wave was his best, a 6.37. He needs an 8.49 to advance. So currently it's Sheldon Simkus and Oni Anwar. We've got about 90 seconds left in this heat.
Oni Anwar pulling it out of the bag. 5 minutes to go. Back to back corner. Just those smaller corner ones that were really and held the wall for a couple of turns at the end as well.
And just, imagining that he was back home at Periscopes.
I'm thinking maybe the last ride as well could possibly go in the top 2. Binzi, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, well, he's only looking to replace the 6.43, so there it is, a 7.17. So things have got a little bit harder for Kalani Ball, now needing an 8.04. And Marlon Gerber might have to take solace in having awesome hair because he's looking for a 9.23 with under a minute remaining.
Maybe we can get him a golden hair tie. He's not going to get to the golden shoes, so best hair, maybe we...
I don't want to see that stuff tied back. Let it flow.
Let it fly, fair enough.
All right, here goes Kalani Ball. This is quite an important wave. He's chasing an 8.04.
Beautiful first turn.
And this heat is done right now. So this heat is over. Kalani Ball taking it to turns.
He does.
And he's made it. So he's looking for an 8.04 and he's asked the question of the judges.
A lot of clapping around the pool, a lot of energy from the crowd. And we are packed to the rafters here at the moment. I don't know where to go with this one with my predictions. My predictions so far have been, not that I've set a number, but that could be, what was he chasing?
He was looking for an 8.04. We're going to leave that one with the judges, and we'll be back right after this break to kick off the next heat. Joel Parkinson, the star attraction. Back at the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys, and we just saw Oni Anwar and Sheldon Simkus advance through to the round of 16. Unfortunately, Kalani Ball fell just short with his last wave. So Sheldon with that pair of 8s leading the way, and Oni Anwar with an 8.43 and a 7.17 through to the next round. In the water right now, Dede Suryana is in red, Harry Bryant is in blue, Shane Holmes is in white, and 2012 world champion in the yellow jersey, Joel Parkinson. You know Joel intimately. You starred in his movie all those years ago.
I did, yeah. Freeze the Dog. And yeah, it was some of my better acting I've ever done. I think I was just...
How old were you?
I was about 18 when I sort of opened up my acting career. Got a aria and a Logie as well.
Best newcomer?
Best newcomer and Rookie of the Year for acting. It won a string of awards.
And many critics suggested that maybe you were surfing better than Joel in that movie as well.
I think, yeah, there was a lot of talk of that, and I've still got all those articles on my wall at home in my room.
If anyone wants to check him out, get along to Woody's Pinterest page and go over.
It's actually, my profile picture on Facebook. So.
Derek Hyde gave you 5 stars.
Yeah.
Where'd you go for that movie? You went all over the place.
Yeah, we did. We travelled the world, Australia, NZ. I think that was it. So.
Did you go up north in West Oz?
Yeah, we did. We had a good trip up to Nauru, and yeah, it's a great experience. Good fun hanging with Jack and Ellis, and many years later, my acting's still spoken about.
So that was Free as a Dog, Parko's signature movie with Jack McCoy, featuring 2 young Groms, James Taipan Wood and Ellis Erickson. Haven't you guys gone separate paths?
Yeah, we have. We've taken different routes. He's actually in the board industry. I am as well, but yeah, probably not dressing the same.
Speaking of, here goes Porky on his opener, and he's making it look too easy, isn't he?
Very nice opening right there from Joel. Much the same in his strategy, barrel to carve. Probably see it on the next 4 waves ridden, I think. That's my prediction. Airs, probably not yet. Wait for that wind to spin around.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many aerials.
No airs in the barrel either, which...
Jay Davies threw out a couple. Lee Wilson went a couple, but they were both in the trials.
Yeah, they were. Tough draw.
Jay unfortunately didn't make it through to the main event, knocked out by his own team manager. A bit harsh. As the waves get a little bit closer to us, we might be commentating from the pool before too long.
I think we need to anyway, because it's starting to get pretty hot.
And I don't think the pool's going to help much. The water's fairly lukewarm in there as well.
They don't put any chemicals in there either. There's just...
What are you suggesting?
A lot of chlorine every morning, just to play it safe from everyone being in the pool all afternoon drinking. So you can put 2 and 2 together, I think, Bins.
There's no shortage of lifeguards here either. You've been a lifeguard in your day?
I have, yeah. I was actually lifeguarding over for the event at Todos Santos. One of the lifeguards over there. The event Kersey won.
Yeah, well, we've seen the Red Bull jet ski getting around all week with the world's greatest tow rope. One of the Harringtons just found a piece of twine on the beach, and
it was actually one of the ropes from the bridge. So that took one of the 4 ropes off the bridge, and using that as a tow rope. They've got I think an old ladder or something like that. One of the palings from an old ladder, and there it is.
It's one of the only tow ropes in the world you can get splinters from. But it's done the job. God, Bruce and Joel yesterday got some incredible stand-up barrels once the event was called off.
And that'll be coming to you in a highlight package from the Mad Hueys. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for your local social media outlet, Facebook or Instagram, I'd say, Vince.
opening score in for Joel Parkinson, it was a 5.3. So just a mid-ranger for Joel. He won't be worried. That was just a warm-up. And got what would be many people's greatest ever barrel.
I think they're just expecting probably a lot longer barrel from Joel. It was a beautiful clean one, but pretty short.
And here goes Day Suriana. He's deep, he's driving, and he pulls the pin on that one.
Maybe sold there by, is it Shane Holmes in the white? That was pretty good sail there. To me, didn't look like it was going to do much at all.
Day probably Indonesia's most successful ever competitor. He's racked up plenty of Indonesian and Asian surfing titles, and one of the few Indonesians who's really had a crack at the QS over the years.
Spent a bit of time with him and got some funny quirks before his heats. Some funny things he does to get pumped up. He likes to run on hot coals, and he'll do sort of a session of breath holds and tapering all the way off to 3 minutes.
I've heard he likes to pick up extremely heavy lava, like molten rocks, and then underwater run with them as they go solid. It's somewhere around those lines, I think, Vince. Oh, huge opening carve. So this is Shane Holmes. He has the only perfect 10 of the event so far. Massive double barrel effort yesterday. Just got piped for about 50 metres, came out and said g'day, and then tucked straight back in and scooted out doggy door right over the perilously shallow end section. And the judges, it was 10s across the board. Drop the high and the low 10, you average out the two middle 10s, and what do you get?
If my maths are correct, it's a low 7.
Correct.
Okay, it was 7-1.
In that area, yeah, not quite an excellent score, but very close.
Well, I don't know where they're going to go with that. Two beautiful calves. I mean, what I like about Shane, he's got just great timing with all his turns, and he really puts his back foot into everything he does.
You got a score prediction for us?
I'm going to go into two turns. Joel's one was a 5. I think somewhere in the mid 5, possibly low 5 range.
6.67.
There it is. 6.67.
So
very similar. Very similar to my prediction.
Has the 2012 world champ on the ropes. And Parker will no doubt be starting to sweat a little with 22 minutes remaining. Well, we're all starting to sweat a little. It's hot as Hades down here today.
I'm almost on fire, to be honest.
And
just slowly.
We got some action heading our way right now.
This could be
Parko's motoring, looking like he's not that interested. A bit deep. Day a little bit further inside, and he's going to tuck into this one. Talk us through it, Woody.
Looking for the pit. He's going to get that nice end section. Oh, a little 2 for 1. Is he going to go for the end section float? Oh, huge layback. And sort of flips head first off the layback into the reef, so hopefully he's okay. I'm not going to predict that score. Last of day. Here we go, Joel having a look.
Yeah, he's deep. He's got great shape on this wave. From the takeoff, just arm bars the wall and comes storming out, and watch this turn. Oh, surfing doesn't look much better than that. And Joel Parkinson, well, even world champs can get bobbled off on that end section, so it is pretty, it's pretty bubbly and foamy in there.
It is. It's like sort of stuck a few crew in the last couple of heats. No injuries, but the medical staff down there who is doing a great job on hand, right at the bottom of the river mouth.
Yeah, Scissors have been working overtime.
Hopefully they haven't been swept away with this high tide. Here we go, Harry Bryant, first
on
wave.
Backhand.
Slows it down on it. Stonker. He does, there he is. Nice carve there, so great opener. Shane Holmes on the corner, nice wide, thick one. He's going to go again, I think, here, Benzie. What an exchange, guys, in Webland. Hopefully they filmed both those waves. Harry Bryant on the first one, followed by Shane Holmes. Also waiting for Joel's second wave. And
I'm just rejigging the dial up to see if I can get some scores. Wait 1 second, please.
Flying Telstra over from Darwin to
Telkomsel are working overtime to
get the national broadband.
Set us up with our own satellite. Still waiting on those scores to come. I do know that Day Suryana's last wave was a 3.33. And so it's still Shane Holmes from Joel Parkinson, Day. Harry Bryant yet to lock in a score.
I'm going to go on a limb. Okay, my predictions were a little off so far this heat, but I'm thinking maybe Harry got the best of the exchange, followed by Shane, then Joel.
Absolutely.
We'll go. I'm going to give you scores, but
no, I think Harry is going to be looking at the best number, possibly of the morning. That was a doozy.
It was. Got in, just set it up really well early, slowed down, and sort of maximised the barrel. Which is what you're trying to do in competition surfing. Stay in there as long as you can. Shane Holmes' one was nice and thick, but he stood right up in it at the start.
And you're famous for surfing switchfoot out here at Karamas. What's the secret to good backside barrel riding out at Karamas Wood?
Just an early takeoff. I like to try and take off somewhere in the vicinity of 50 metres outside everyone else. And then, you've just got all the time in the world to sort of... I can... The switch, when I'm inside the barrel, I like to go to ski stance, like your water ski stance. And it just gives me just more room. I'm not touching any of the water, and get as deep as possible.
Not necessarily the most sturdy of positions, but thankfully you're a natural athlete.
Yeah.
And here he goes again, not quite ski stance, but still looking pretty good for Harry Bryant. And as soon as I've said that, he gets flipped. Clipped and flipped. All right, we're still waiting on those scores to come in.
We might get the flying pigeon to fly him over from the judging tower. If they've...
Wow, so Shane Holmes' last wave was an 8.17. Joel's last wave was a 7.9. Okay, so Harry Bryant's opening wave was an 8.07. So,
and there is a huge set coming
not
through.
Too much, and we are seeing some lines pouring in right now. 15 minutes and some remaining.
Someone's going to get on the corner here.
Joel Parkinson is
looks like Dede. Dede looks like he's got
Dede is in the slot. Talk us through it, Woody.
It was a high one. It didn't really open up, and I believe he's underwater right now.
I think we're about to go underwater as well. One of the biggest sets that's come through right on the peak of high tide.
But back to that exchange. What a great exchange for Harry, Shane, and Joel.
Yep. So it looks like we're being given some more device where we could possibly see the scores, which is very nice. But just while we're being updated with our technology and the Morse code system is being installed, we're going to throw to an ad break. So back for more from the Komune Bali Pro. welcome back to Karamas. This is the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. We've got a swimming pool behind us, and in front of us we have some of the best world. We just saw Joel Parkinson standing tall through a big 6-foot barrel. Now we're looking at Shane Holmes. Well, he's going crazy out there as well. Wow, the scores are continuing to pile up. So we got some more scores to drop in. Shane Holmes is currently leading. We're just going to have a quick look at the barrel of Joel Parkinson's that we missed while we were on that commercial break, and as you can see, he took off. It was a big wave.
Just looking at it on my screen now.
And just stood tall, drove through it, plenty of style. And
sort of milked it all the way through for the...
wasn't that the great finish just what you'd expected, would he?
We'll just slow down that last turn on the screen here. And yeah, beautiful finishing turn.
So yeah, there you go. The joys of technology. Look at this, live broadcasting, split screen replays. We've got live drone shots, you know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the split screen now. Unbelievable surfing there. Shane Holmes as well.
We'd bring you some scores, but the little man who came over with the technology has now run away. So we're back to Woody's imaginary computers.
I'm not dancing, I'm just looking at the computer screen.
Maybe I've got no pulsar left. Maybe that's the issue.
Do you want to just use the whistle like you get on your life jacket in the plane to get the scores?
Here we go. Okay, we got some scores. This is great. Shane Holmes, a 6.67 and an 8.17. He's winning. Second is Joel Parkinson, a 5.33, and then that beautiful barrel that we just watched that replay of, he got a 7.9 for that. He now needs a 6.95 for first. Third, Harry Bryant, he has an 8.07. He needs to back that up with a 5.16 to knock Parko out of the event. Suriana, well, he hasn't really had much luck on his 4 waves. Just a top score of a 3.33. He currently needs a 9.9 to move up into second, but there's 10 minutes remaining, and you would not imagine that the scores are done. But at this point, to see plenty more action, plenty more tubes from the boys in the water, because it's absolutely pumping out there this morning.
I was just informed then, Vinzi, from the Flying Pigeons that both the Harrington twins do some synchronised swimming in the pool later on. We're going to film that after the event, after the end of round of 16.
Oh, I can't wait.
And yeah, they've got a sort of about a 3-minute routine they're working on to sort of qualify for the Olympics. So spent a lot of time over the last few days in here working on it, and now that we're finally live.
Looking forward to seeing it. Their parents must be proud. You can say that about just life in general, really. All right, Porky, his last wave was a 7.7. He has moved into the lead. And once we patch through the Morse code, we'll be able to bring you the update once again. There it is, a 7.03 last wave of Joel Parkinson. So he is out in front. Second, Shane Holmes. He's looking for a 6.76 for the lead. Harry Bryant now needs a 6.78 to move up to second. Dede Suriana is in a combination position, so he needs 2 fresh scores over the remaining 10 minutes to get himself up to second or above and keep on surfing at the Komune Bali Pro. And it really is, the reward here is that you get to go out and get yourself another half an hour at Karamas with 3 other guys in the water.
Fantastic. Absolutely magical, Binzi.
And was that the driving behind your successful last place campaign in the trials?
That was pretty much it, and now I'm actually still waiting. I'm third on the alternate list, so we'll see what happens in these upcoming heats today. Possibly could get the call up.
Possibly Taj Burrow might decide it's a little big and pull the pin and sling Woody into the draw.
Hopefully, or
Taj out, Taipan in, you reckon?
He gets stuck in his capoeira class that he's doing at the moment right now. I mean, they're calling out for his rashi, but I believe he's in the gym. Johnny Gannon gave him capoeira routine as his warm-up for Bali.
Johnny Gannon, of course, Taj's long-time personal trainer. Taj flew Johnny around the world to go to the gym by himself for a number of years, while TB sat drinking cappuccinos. Oh, and that is the furthest a wave has come up the beach today. Thankfully they got the sandbags out in front of us, so we're safe for at least another 2 minutes.
They've placed a lot of woodwork and stuff like that in front of us. We got the what's the local fauna?
These are plants, mate. Yep. Some people might think that that's just a loose array of driftwood, but we know that there's all sorts of engineering that's gone into the construction of... We're basically in a big kid's fort right now.
Yeah.
I've never felt safer. We do have snorkels on hand in case a big set comes up. There's not one chance of us getting electrocuted whatsoever.
At all, with the bag of wires just sort of sitting under the tripod.
Yeah, more electronics than a KISS concert right in front of us, between us and the high tide waterline, so that's great.
I feel like if that got wet,
We're
I
cooked.
think most of the commune would get electrocuted. Maybe there'd be a power outage on the east side of Bali. So what year were you...
This will be good.
What year were you...
Just while Woody's losing it,
Yeah.
Shane Holmes' last wave was a 7.7, a 747. So that's put him into the lead. Him and Parko going toe for toe. Joel's last wave is 7.03. He now needs a 7.75 to move up into first. Harry Bryant still holding steady in third, but that's not where you want to be. He needs a 6.85 to jump up to second and bounce Parko from the competition. And Dede Suriana's combination just got a little bit steeper. He's now looking for a 4.94 out of 10. So that's going to be a pretty snazzy wave, or he could go the long way and do it in 2 waves. But he's currently languishing in fourth. The first ever winner of the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. And Dede, of course, is a Muslim. He comes from Java. And the first shoey I've ever seen where he just poured it on his head on the at the Prezzo.
You got a fine for that, $300 fine by Mad Hueys and WSL. It's a must drink out of the Golden Chew.
You got to win it to drink it.
Yeah, that's it.
Winner, trophy tinea, as the expression goes. And speaking of former winner, Dede Suriana, here he goes. This is a nice looking wave. What's he got for us? He can't find the tube. Goes the big punt instead and cannot ride out of that one. And, there's a surprise. The scores have gone down. Well-oiled machine here this morning at Karamis. Black sands are steaming hot. This is really looking like the place to be. We just need to remember to take off all this electrical gear we're wearing before we jump on in, or it might be good night. Here goes Shane Holmes having a look, deciding he's not interested.
You can see this next exchange. Binty's going to be quite critical. Harry Bryant with the number one priority, chasing a small score of a, what is it, a
686.
686.
So yeah, in your regular QS, that'd be a tough task, but
not at the Komune Bali Pro.
If you take off on a wave out here and get less than a 686, you've done something wrong.
You've probably done an air. It's probably what's happened.
I ain't got no time. Shout out to the Loke dogs cruising past. Hey guys. As obviously these are all Taj Burrow fans who've made their way down to nice and early to see the 11-time runner-up to the world title.
They're actually just doing the local prayer and morning good vibes to help TB get out the keyhole.
Yeah, they're blessing Taj before he takes on the keyhole. We saw you donate a bit of skin and collect a few urchins in there yesterday.
Yeah, it was interesting to get an in-depth look into Taj's warm-up routine. He gets up for every event at first light and spend half an hour stretching and then into half an hour of like a really strong, powerful capoeira movement session.
Yeah, he's also got, Johnny Gannon has recorded a whole series of Pilates videos, and I know that you'll see Taj often secreting himself away in a little hidden corner, and he's got Johnny Gannon on his iPad and he sits there going through all the stretches and really works the pelvic floor and the abdominal muscles and all those sorts of things. So, you know, true professionalism from...
Never stops working.
The veteran of 9 years on the tour, and much like Joel Parkinson wasn't happy when he went in the first few events on the CT, so he's come to Bali to try and work on his seed points, see if he can't get into a few primes later on in the year.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, with him retiring, you know, he still wants to have a little bit of a seed. So why not do a few one-stars around the world?
I know Taj is really keen to get over to Saquarema later, maybe the Azores.
Pull a little further away. I think they're doing a few events in Alaska. There's a 500, like a lower version of a 1,000, and that's at...
Oh, thank you very much. Komune have gone all out and provided us with some water. So, big shout out to the sponsors.
We are loose this morning.
Oh, someone's getting a little tube
survival kit.
Car park. The world's greatest closeout, as you were describing it earlier, Woody.
Yeah.
This is going to be the greatest glass of water of my life. Oh. Even the tap water at Komune is delightful. And here goes Shane Holmes again. He is having the greatest half hour of his life. All right. The waves have officially come over our break wall.
1 minute. Harry's still chasing a score.
1 minute, and Harry Bryant is still
6.93. You have to take off. Him and Joel.
8.6.
Tit for tat. Obviously, right now, Joel hoping his warm-up of skimming rocks in the Karamis River. Hopefully it went well enough for him to progress.
Definitely a contrasting techniques. Joel skimming rocks, Taj watching Johnny Gannon Pilates videos.
It's whatever works for the individual. You know, everyone's different.
And, well, it's looking like time might be the enemy for Harry Bryant. Still needing a 6.86. Shane Holmes has been the real surprise packet in the draw. Here goes Dede Suriana. He needs this to be a 14.94. He's probably going to fall just short. I reckon that wave was about a 12. So, yeah, that might be the end of it for Dede Suriana and Harry Bryant. In the water next, Taj Burrow, Mitch Parkinson, Jack Murray and Kelly Norris. And I think we're just about ready to throw a quick commercial break. So Harry Bryant kneeboarding his way into the beach. And as Harry whips one off the top on the two knees, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. Back with more Komune Bali Pro in just a second. Selamat Pagi and welcome back to Karamas on the east side of Bali. We're at the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. I've got one of the maddest Hueys alongside me, James Wood. Talk to us about that last heat. We just saw Joel Parkinson get through second place to Shane Holmes.
Shane Holmes continuing his run on fire. Just choosing the right waves to get the nice barrel, but his turn selection after the barrel, state of the art.
And we saw Shane yesterday lock in a perfect 10, and he just went and beat a guy who locked in 2 perfect 10s when the Oakley Pro was held here in 2013. Joel Parkinson had that 20 against John that will go down as a heat that people remember for a long, long time. John almost stuck a backflip that would have had to have been a 15. The scale was, they didn't have much room to go after that.
They didn't. Here we go. Looks like TB. Maybe I like the look of this one, Binzi.
Oh, Taj Burrow is very deep, stands tall. That is how you do it, and sticks to the formula, gets way out on the face, redirects, and now he's going to eye off a section down the line. A little floater, he'll look to blast out one last turn. No, pulls the pin, kicks out. Wisely so, he knows that all the points were out for that pretty epic tube ride from TB.
Here come the Hazard twins walking down the beach to do their blessings for the morning's comp, morning's ritual. Ready to go. And what's your prediction with that charges, mate? What do you think that one's heading?
I'm going 8 on the dot.
Did you just read that off your phone? Because they just called out an 8, I think.
Oh, that was an 8.00? No, I hadn't actually looked at it. But there you go. Yep, 8.00. You know you've watched far too many heats of surfing in a year when that's how it goes. And a few more TB fans flocking down to the beach in traditional dress. Mark of respect for the 1999 runner-up to the world title. Also came second in 2007 to Mick Fanning. One of the Pipe Masters, J-Bay, Trestles.
He's done it.
Bells.
Coke Classic in 1991 maybe, or 86.
Yep, surfed pretty well at the Stubbies at Burley. I think he's knocked out by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew in the round of 16. I think may have been dusted by Tom Carroll in the semis in the Allentown Wave Pool comp in 1984.
Looks like they're maybe taking Allentown back on board for 2017. I heard rumours, possible wave pool event.
Well, it's the only event that Kelly Slater's never won, so he's that's really bugging him. So he's gone out and built his own wave pool to host the comp. He'll be building the judges, and everyone has to ride his surfboards. It's like the old Maury Boogie World Championships of boogie boarding back in the day, where you had to ride a Maury Boogie. To compete in the Slater Designs Invitational, you'll have to ride a Slater Designs in the Slater Wave.
Wearing an outer-known beanie.
Yeah, and he's also seeded through to the final. And they're having 1,200 competitors on board. So 1,199 people will duke it out for the right to make the final against
everyone that's a member of the WSL, male and female.
So let's talk Shane Holmes. He locked a perfect 10 at Karamas yesterday, and he's just beaten Joel Parkinson in a heat. You reckon this has been the best hour of surfing of his life?
It'd be right up there for competition conditions, I would have to say.
Here goes TB sniffing around on the inside. He's going to take it to turns instead. And just a ruthless competitor. He knows he doesn't have any form of priority.
I'm getting attacked by something here.
He's going to get to the inside and start building a villa, just laying down the foundation, and that's a concrete pad on TB's villa, and he'll probably be looking at building some bamboo walls and maybe putting on a thatched roof as the heat goes on. Knowing TB, he'll want to pool with his villa at some stage as well. Maybe a Kelly Slater wave pool.
Oh, that was exactly what I was about to say, Vince. Exactly what I was about to say, and just got some stats of your bodyboarding career. 5th overall in the Queensland state titles. You won the South Straddie surfer bout for bodyboarding.
You've done your research. That computer you've got in your hands really generates some trivia.
Must have been a good time of your life.
Yeah, it was the old cadets days back in the South Straddie sliders. Clearly the zenith of my competitive wave riding career.
The Iluka Wanderers, that event must have been fun.
Yes, quite. I wonder where my Rio Pipo is these days. Kelly Norris, his last wave was a 4.67, so it's still TV out in front. Taj Burrow, he loves this wave, doesn't he? Didn't have the greatest result when the CT was here, but of course he is the defending champion at this event, and as anyone who's been around surfing will tell you, a QS 1000, well, you can't compare winning a QS 1000 to taking out a CT. Millions of people have won CTs. There's only 2 guys who've ever won here at Karamas on the QS 1000 leg, and Taj is one of them. TV's little insider picked up a 4.73, so yep, just himself some breathing space. He's comfortably out in front. Kelly Norris is sitting second. The big burly, powerful, heavy-footed Sunshine Coaster's throwing some heat this week. 4.67. Jack Murray a 1.27, and Mitch Parkinson is hanging back with priority, biding his time. We saw Mitch yesterday just pick the eyes out of his heat, jagged himself a 9.1, the second highest score of the day for a long barrel. It was just the one barrel, but it got through that section where normally people come out, and he got spat out way down the end of the line. I believe he had his hands behind his back, unlike Mitch, to be cheeky or cocky about these sorts of things. So that was a little out of character, but it paid off because he got that 9.1 and sailed comfortably through to the next round. He creased the board at one point, ran in, and cousin Joel was on the beach waiting with a backup craft, and no doubt a few words of advice. Stop catching those bad ones, start catching the good ones. And it was really the turning point. Yeah, don't break your board. Up there with the great advice of the bridge over there that says please don't fall off. It's just the common sense things. You know, common sense is not so common these days, and sometimes you just world champion your ear to go, hey look, stop catching bad waves, start catching good ones.
That's the formula he obviously used to get that 2012 world title, you know? He caught good waves. And, I mean, if you get a...
And he didn't bust his ankle. If someone had said to him in 2009, all right, you're winning the world title, don't hurt your ankle, and he hadn't hurt his ankle, he would be a 2-time world champion. But no one told him that. Happens, he hurt his ankle.
I wonder, Bins, if there's a stat on anyone that's won a contest catching bad waves.
Well, there are contests where there's only bad waves available.
Okay.
And I think you'd find in 100% of those contests, they've been won by guys catching bad waves. But the QS 1000 doesn't deal in bad waves. We've just seen waves at HTs in the Mentawais last week, and now we're stuck. You know, this is all right, I guess. 6 to 8 foot Karamas, 3 other guys in the water. We've only got a round after this where it is 4-man surfing, and then thankfully it's down to man on man, just in case these guys haven't been catching enough perfect waves.
Yeah, haven't getting long enough barrels. Looks like a bit of movement out of off the outer bommy. Could be seeing a very nice exchange.
Oh, you don't want to be paddling out through
The keyhole.
James Wood Memorial keyhole right now, or you would be looking like somewhat of a pin cushion. A few Taj Burrow fans leaving the beach. They obviously think he's got it in the bag. They're trying to beat the rush.
Wow, look at this wide one off
get out
the
of the
corner of
traffic
the
jam.
reef. Taj having a good look. This one's going to square right up.
Oh, he's flying.
Oh, he did well there. I think he just
He might have
bounced
got
him.
clipped early on. It wasn't the easiest of entries into that wave.
Gee, right now, isn't it? It's right on the corner of the reef. Is that due to the high tide, would you think?
Yeah, I reckon it's shifted down the reef a little with the high tide. And the swell's still sort of sorting itself out as well. It's picked up a lot overnight. And if this is it on high, we're going to be looking at some scary stuff as the tide starts to run out through the day.
Could get really hollow. A bit, probably taken off a little more up the reef. Right out at the keyhole. I like Taj's tactic in this one. Catch a lot of waves. It's been quite slow. Lucky enough to get that first wave under everyone. Has anyone else got anything to sort of talk about? Any scores to talk about? I don't think there has been, really.
Not really. Kelly Norris has got a 4.
Quick up and down for Jackie Muzzer.
Yeah, that's been about it.
Jackie Muzzer, a local Lennox boy.
Look at some of these waves that are going unridden, Woody. It's an amazing comp when, if all else failed, you could go to the inside and sniff around and just pick up a few little crappy inside 4-foot drainers.
Yeah, there's still, I mean, that second bit, still reeling off down the reef. Anyone having a look at this one? TB might spin around. Nah, bit flat that one.
And Joel Parkinson's going crazy in the background, so obviously
Jackie Murray.
he wants his little cousin
Jackie
Mitch to
Murray.
get into it, but he can't. This is Jack Murray storming
out.
through. And yeah, we're underwater again. Whoa.
What a wave. Jack Muzzer, all the way from Lennox Head.
He needs a 3.41 to move into second.
Fell into that one, Benzie.
Reckon that's in the neighbourhood.
I'm going to go out on a limb and predict this one to be above a 3.
So wise, Woody.
I feel like I can use a lot of my knowledge in surfing to say that one is going to be above a 3.0. Jackie Murray, another guy with an interesting warm-up. Very interesting warm-up.
Tell me more.
He'll come down and he just wrestles driftwood. Rolls around with it. He'll rub it on himself, hit himself in the legs, just warming up for any sort of reef hits. And you can tell by that late drop he wasn't afraid. So obviously the warm-up working really well. He uses a lot of different types of wood, like your cedar, your ply. 9-point ride. There it is.
So you were right, Woody. Clearly above a 3.
Clearly above a 3.
So you've seen some heats in your time, and there it is, a 9-point ride. TV parking it yet again. He's deep, he's driving. It's only a small wave, but it's got great shape. Is he still going? Gets clamps, and that was a little high and tight effort from Taj.
So the situation is, Bins, after that, before that last one, where are we? Situation right now?
Mate, I'm just on the
dial up.
I've had to turn the modem on and off, and hopefully can bring you some scores very shortly.
I feel like the internet's quite similar to the sort of the way the crew enter the Matrix. It'll clip in, connect almost with your mind, and then the telephone rings. Bang, you might get some scores. It's a tricky Wi-Fi down at the pool, isn't it?
It's currently telling me I have 1G. I've never seen 1G on my phone before. That's new. Okay, just while we try and patch through to the call centre to get some scores Morse coded to us, we're going to throw to another ad. We'll be right back with more action from the Komune Bali Pro in just a second. Welcome back to Karamas. This is the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. Taj Burrow is spinning. He is not going. Why would you bother? It was only a 3-foot barrel. We've got perfect waves here at Komune Beach Club, the black sand beaches of Karamas, and the waves are fire. Give us some highlights. What's going on out there, mate?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a battle on our hands. Mitty Parko with priorities. I don't know if he's caught a wave yet. Bit of a slow start. Jackie Muzza fell out of the sky. Got that 9-point ride. Beautiful barrel. TB, I think, is in the lead. Maybe an 8 and a 5 or a 4. And is it Kelly Norris in the yellow?
Yeah, I imagine he's coming third.
He's coming third with a pretty small score of a 4. So we've got a couple of big lines sort of look like they're making their way through to the corner of the reef. Wondering whether Mitty Parker will pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we will still be here once the set has stormed up the beach. All right, there it is. No, Jack Murray is actually our heat leader. He's got and a 4.17. But watch out, here goes Taj on a beauty.
Huge pit.
Oh, he comes out with some style. That's a 10.
Yeah, that's a 10.
And now here goes Mitch Parkinson finally using his priority to get going. And this one's just as good as TB's.
Got that too.
Well, he wasn't quite as deep, but he's going to back it up with some turns. Uh-oh. And, well, that's shallow there, so huge exchange.
Here we go.
Maybe we were a bit excited with the 10 call, but it was pretty good. Best wave of the morning.
Oh, it has to be a point better than Jackie Murray's. Jackie Murray's a 9. It's going to be close to that, surely. We're not qualified judges, but
Taj needs a 5.18 to take. I reckon he's done that.
I think he's done that, probably in a little more.
Mitch Parkinson needs a 12.73.
Well,
he'll go close.
He's on his way.
Yeah.
He's definitely not going to get a 12.
There it is, perfect 10 for TB. So the 10 of the event, and
that was a thick one.
That was a drainer, and you know when TB comes out throwing some body language that he's pretty happy with it too. And when you've surfed as many heats in your career as Taj,
I think
it takes a lot to get you that jazzed up.
I think when you come out behind the spit on a wave like that, Binzi, it's got to go very close.
Yeah.
And 18 points already for Taj in this one. The exchange for Mitch is going to be interesting. There's going to be a battle here for second place.
So there it is, Mitch Parkinson at 8.97, so yep, not
Kelly
quite as deep as TB's. Here goes Kelly Norris tucking up high and tight. And watch for this turn to throw plenty of water He reminds me a lot of Wade Carmichael, just heavy-footed,
Big back
throws,
Shane
buckets. Shane Holmes. So here we go, scores. Taj Burrow a 10 and an 8.
Here we go, more to come.
Jack Murray a 9 and a 4.17. Kelly Norris has a 4.67. Still waiting on the score to drop in for Mitch Parker. I think it was an 8-9 something.
Look at this one, Vince. This one drawing off the reef.
Oh, wow.
No takers. It's gone underneath him, but you can see that one on the end section. Is it going to square up? Going unridden. Bit tricky. Maybe number 2. Hold on to the camera, someone.
The second wave. Is this Mitch Parkinson again? Well, it's
got
White
Jackie Murray getting moving.
Jack Murray with priority.
He's going to get through this, I think.
Just got clipped and flipped on the end.
So Mitch Parko doing a bit of a salesman job there. Next exchange going to be huge. What do we got time-wise on this one, Benzie?
8.5 minutes remaining.
Okay.
So tell us about Jack Murray.
Jack Murray, I think he's around the 17 to 18 mark. Lettingshead, raised surfer. His mum, Mada, is actually Indonesian, so he spends a lot of time over here. Their family's up in, I think, up from the Ulus area, so comes over a couple months a year. So I dare say he's had a few surfs out here. So great surfer. Don't know. I don't know what the situation is now. Is it still the same? It is. Still is in second, so could be pretty interesting last sort of 5 or 6 minutes, Binzi.
Our last score is coming in for Kelly Norris. It's going to be around about a 5, which will put him up into third, but no third, it's all about first and second, so he'll probably be needing about an 8-point ride. Mitch Parkinson is he doesn't need too much. He's sitting on a big score, an 8.97.
Look at this next one, Binzi.
And now we're seeing some stats.
Looks like one of those nice wide
through again.
Ones.
And here goes Mitch Parkinson, TB's deep. Talk us through it, Woody.
He's going to get it good.
He's done it again.
Is it going to clamp him or can he go again? Perfect heat?
Oh.
Maybe not.
As we see local legend Reef Doig making his way down to the water. He's looking to dust Dama Putra, Johnny Keefe and Pepin Hendrick. And Reef wasn't sure if he was going to surf today. He said it wasn't big enough, and he doesn't like to paddle out in anything under sort of 6 to 8 foot. But obviously his coaches have got in his ear and said, look mate, it's not going to damage your brand too much if you go surf this.
We may as well get you out there.
Yeah.
May as well throw on the red rashi.
So this is a grovel for Reef, but you know, at the QS 1000 level, you do what it takes.
Okay, ball's in Mitch Parko's court right now, with priority, chasing, I think if my maths are right, around the 6, possibly 6.
Mitch Parko needs a 4.21 for second.
So my maths are off a bit.
Kelly Norris needs a 7.35.
So there's not much in it for either third and fourth. Okay.
Well, Mitch Parkinson's holding on to an 8.97. He's only taken off on one wave. If he gets another 8.97, he'll be winning.
And Jackie Muzza looking to improve on, what's his backup?
Actually, no, he won't. He'll be coming second.
Jackie Muzza looking to improve on a 4?
Yep, Jack Murray has a 9 and a 4, so he wants to ditch the low score. Kelly Norris, he's got 2 low scores, a 5.83 to 4.67. He needs a 7.35. And there's just under 5 minutes remaining in this one.
Okay. Doigy looking maybe like he's going to pull the trigger on the keyhole paddle. I probably wouldn't go yet, Doigy. I think there's some bumps. The anticipation for this next exchange, I think 1 and 2 priority is the two guys battling for second place right now, Mitch Parko, Jackie Muzza.
Which means TB can just sniff around on the inside and pick up the smaller 6-foot runners.
Yeah.
That have been turning into 6-foot drainers.
So Jackie Murray maybe having a look at this first one.
It's a good looking wave, great shape.
Yeah, great looking wave.
He's going to park it straight off the takeoff. Stance tall. Is he still going or has he been dusted?
It looked like he fell then on the exit.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why it looked like he fell.
It's because he did. Oh, Mitch Parko maybe could have pulled the trigger. No.
Jack Murray would like to have consolidated his second place right there. Only needed more than a 4 to upgrade, and if he'd made that, he'd have been going back into the excellent range.
I think so as well, Binzi, but still 4 on the clock, around the 4-minute mark, a lot of time.
Would you like another water, Woody?
We're just rationing. We're on our last water. We're just rationing our water. Probably have to turn straight behind us and start drinking from the pool. Okay. Where do we go now? Does Mitch Parker wait it out for another barrel?
Here goes Kelly Norris taking off. He was hoping for a barrel. Doesn't cooperate, so he pulls out of that one.
Or do you, only chasing a small score of a 4, when do you start looking for those inside waves to get some turns off? We know Mitch Parker's got a...
Yeah, I mean, a 4 is not a hard score to get. You don't want to sneak inside, catch a small one, get that 4 and then turn around and see a set come through and see Jack Murray drop another excellent score and boot you from the comp. All right, 90 seconds remaining in this one.
90 seconds. I think he's going to have to pull the trigger on a small one here.
Yes.
It's not much.
Battle stations for Mitch Parkinson.
He's going to have to get some turns off.
1 minute remaining.
There it is, 60 seconds. So Mitch still looking for a 4.21. It's nothing but a throwaway on a day like today, but he's been in the water for 29 minutes and he's only caught one wave, and that comes back to those tactics we were talking about earlier, catch waves.
He's having a look at this one. It's a smaller inside one, but got a nice looking wall on it.
Yep. He's going to tuck in, get himself a little tube. Very well done from Mitch Parkinson. He knows he's going to have to bash out a couple of turns.
Beautiful.
Wraps that one, and he's going to give this one everything he's got through to the inside. Another nice wrap. He'll do a little old backwash and then blast the ends. And even gives it a little fist pump, so he was happy with that. Cousin Joel was happy with that back next to the pool.
He threw a kid into the pool then while he's clapping.
And, well, hang on, what do we got here?
Yeah, Jackie. Oh, no, TV.
Taj Burrow, no. He pulls out like a kid on schoolies, decides not to go. And that heat is done and dusted.
Where are we going to go with the prediction? Are you going to make a prediction?
Well, it's only a small wave. Here's a prediction. Taj is going to go left and get barreled coming in, if you don't mind. Oh! And then he's gone and found himself some James Taipan wood urchins. Probably to the face. Let's hope Beck Jobson back poolside didn't see her bow do that. And we're going to get this next heat underway in a couple of seconds. We're waiting on that score to come in for Mitch Parkinson.
I think they just read it out.
And in this next heat, Reef Doig is the surfer in red.
Here we go.
Dama
Blue up and
Putra is
running.
in blue. Johnny
Oh.
Keith is in white, and Pepin Hendrick is in yellow. And there it is, Mitch Parkinson. His last wave was a 5.5, so he is through to the next round. Sad to see Jack Murray go because he had a great wave that opening 9. But it is Mitch Parkinson with an 8.97 and a 5.5, who sneaks through in second place right behind the mighty Taj Burrow with a 10 and an 8. So we'll be seeing TB again in the round of 16. So Parkinson and Burrow through, but it's not the Parker you'd think of. It's Mitch who's doing it with TB in style in the round
Joel's son, Mitch Parkinson.
32.
So well done. Sure Jack might be a little disappointed, but
Shall we get Mitch over here to have a chat?
we could, yeah, for sure. He could talk us through that last ride. What should we get?
Mitty!
Okay, guys, we're just waiting for that small for the opening ride for Blue. No one else is yet to take off. Still waiting for sets.
I think we're going to get Mitch to come and have a chat with us.
Talk us through the heat. It was an exciting heat.
He might need to share a headset with you, would he?
That's fine. He can chuck mine on. I'll go hop in the fridge for about 5 minutes. Prepare the next hour or so in the sun.
All right, so Burrow and Parkinson through to the next round. It's not what not two names you'd expect to see going through the rounds together in the round of 32 of the QS 1000, but that's the attraction of this fantastic wave out in front of us.
I think, you know, you can sort of see why Taj and Joel and those guys are coming over. Taj just had a 10 and an 8, so generally if you're getting 10s, it's usually pretty pumping. So you can see why they're keen to get in the mix.
I thought it was very Taj as well. He took off on another time after that was definitely going to be another 10 if he'd made that, and he went, you know what, I can't be greedy, let's leave some 10s for the rest of the guys.
Yeah.
And he very graciously fell off.
Okay, here we go, Mitchy Parker. Headset, welcome him into the booth.
All right, thanks Woody, and this is Mitchell Parkinson posting up next to us, and Mitty, talk us through that heat, mate.
I think I waited for like 20 minutes to catch my first wave. I waited for about 20 minutes to catch my first wave, and I was just, I was so happy to get one finally. But
Tell us about that opening. You got an 8.97 or something?
Yeah, I got that. I actually let White get his first 9, and I had priority. I looked at it, I thought it wasn't that good of a wave. It was just perfect. I was like, oh my god. But yeah, I don't know. I got pretty lucky there. Someone sent me one.
And you got the wave after Taj's 10. When Taj paddled into that wave, did you know it was a good one? Were you kind of bummed that he had priority?
No, I actually had priority. I was sitting too far out because I was waiting for the next. I thought the next time was going to be the one. I saw it double it up. I was like, oh my gosh, I think he's going to go square. I saw him get spit out. I was just like, oh, this is perfect.
And did that give you a bit of inspiration to do the same thing on the wave behind?
Yeah, for sure. Taj just like ruined me out there.
And were you a bit nervous towards the end? You needed like a minor score of 4.5, which is pretty easy to get on a day like this, but you sat and waited.
It's almost like the worst curse you can have is needing a 4 out here because you just want to get 9s and get barreled and enjoy it. But yeah, I was stoked. I don't know, there was like a minute to go and I saw nothing in the lineup. I was just like, oh, here we go. It's going to happen. I'm going to get one wave in this heat. But yeah, I guess I got a little one. I was stoked.
And did you know you had the score after you kicked out that wave?
Yeah, well, I thought in my head, it's a 5, I needed a 4, so I was just hoping maybe the boys might like me.
Fair enough. And was the hardest part of surfing that heat the fact that you got half your breakfast still stuck in your teeth?
Right here.
You. Cheers, Mitch. Well done, mate. All right, that was Mitch Parkinson. And we'll be seeing him again in the round of 32, or 16, beg your pardon. This is the round of 32. And in the water right now is Reef Doig, Dama Putra, Johnny Keith and Pepin Hendrick. And no real scores of significance so far, just Dharma Putra only up with a 1 point ride. And last wave for Pep and Hendrick was a 4. And Reef Doig, he's just got a bomb as well. It's going to be a medium score as well as the water comes up the beach once again. Okay, this looks like Johnny Keith taking off on a bomb. Doesn't cooperate with the barrel, so he's taking it to turns instead. And he's linking this one together through to the inside. Gets munched down the end. But a 3.87 for Johnny Keith's opener, and that will throw him up into the lead. Very early days. Reef Doig's opener was a 4.83. Pep and Hendrick kicking things off with a 4. Johnny Keith, just the 1 score so far, a 3.87, and whatever he got for that last wave. Dharma Putra has a 1 and a 1.43. So Johnny Keith, a 2.33 for his last wave. That puts him up into first, but it is very early days. All right, here goes Pep and Hendrick. This guy rules out here on the free surfs, and he knows this wave as well as anyone. This wave's not going to barrel, so he's going to back it up with some turns, and he's linking this one through to the inside. He is a very savvy competitor, Pepin. He will be doing all that it takes to eke every last point out of every wave he catches. And he's only looking for a minor score to move back into the lead. That's going to go very close.
Last of zero is a 3.07. Put you in the lead. There's White in second with a 3 and a 2. Third in red with the highest score wave in the beat so far, a 4.83. And Roy with a 1. Just below full serve at the start of the heat with 21 minutes on the clock.
Okay, a bit of a minor lull in the action right now. It's probably the first lull we've had this up to the 6th heat of the day, and it is Johnny Keith from Australia, the surfer in white, who's out in front with a 3.87 and a 2.33. Reef Doig, who is an Aussie but grew up here in Bali, is sitting in second. He's got the best wave of this heat so far, a 4.83. He only needs a minor score for the lead. Pepin Hendrick is currently sitting in third. He has a 4, but he's got one more score to drop in, which will probably see him go up to first. And here goes Reef Doig. He's taking off deep. He's looking to tack in. This wave doesn't barrel, so he's going to go for turns instead. And he's really beefed up over the last couple of years, Reef, and he throws some serious water around the place. That first turn was a beautiful blast, and he's linking it together through to the inside. He competes on the junior series in Australia and goes to school at Palm Beach. Currumbin is part of their high performance surfing program, and it's really paying off with results in his surfing. He's looking very strong these days, and nicely put together wave there for young Doigi, currently sitting in. We've got some scores to come in still. Last wave for Pepin Hendrick was a 3. That puts him up into the lead. Johnny Keith now sitting second. He needs a 3.14 to move back into the lead. Reef Doig needs a 1.37 to move up to second. And Dharmaputra with just a 1 and a 1.43. He's looking for a 4.77. So you'd imagine that Reef, there it is, a 5.63. So that's put him up into first. Pepin Hendrick slips down to second. Johnny Keith in third, and Dharmaputra is sitting in fourth. But yeah, not too much time gone in this heat, and plenty of action still to come on the scoreboard over the remaining 18 and a half minutes in this one. Up next, Heitor Alves, another World Championship Tour competitor from Brazil. He was on the CT for probably about 5 years. He's coming up against Ethan Ewing, who made the final last year, lost narrowly to Taj Burrow. Ethan Ewing has been on fire this year in Australia, winning a string of events, and he really has the hot hand in the Aussie junior surfing scene at the moment. They're coming up against the Kiwi, Elliot Parada-Reid, and another Aussie, Joe Sear, who surfed pretty well yesterday to knock out Nathan Webster and Corbin Hutchings when he progressed through the last heat of the day alongside Ezekiel Lau. And that was the furthest that the ocean has come up into our commentary box, and it's brought with us a couple of water bottles and a thong. So I'll keep them because Woody always seems to be thongless, so I'll grab one of them for him. Pepin Hendrick tying off on the inside, another nice wave for Pepin. And here goes Dharmaputra. It goes vert and hard on that first section. So we are exactly on the peak of high tide right now, 9:30, which hopefully means we'll be seeing less water in the commentary box, because we have all sorts of electrical cables wrapped around our feet, and the ocean is advancing rapidly. But yeah, we're on the peak of the high tide right now, so hopefully we're safe. Stuck between a swimming pool and a rapidly advancing ocean, strapped into a whole bunch of electricity. This is great. Okay, we've got a few more scores in. The last wave for the surfer in yellow, Pepin Hendrick, was a 3.17. So that consolidates his hold on second place. This has been a bit of a slow heat so far. Yet to see any really big barrels. It's Reef Doig out in front. And he's got all his points for turns. Johnny Keefe is sitting third. He needs a 3.31. And Dharma Putra, his last wave was a 3.31. But he's looking to advance his score a lot more. With this one goes the big layback. That was wild. Drove his board around a big turn there. And that will be where the majority of his points are found on that one. 13 and a half minutes remaining. This is the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. The surf is absolutely cooking today. It's 6 foot, it's offshore. There's tubes galore. We just saw Taj Bro in the last heat drop a perfect 10. Mitch Parkinson wasn't too far behind him with an 8.97. And here goes Pepin Hendrick, seeing if he can't do some damage of his own. That trademark pink board of his has been flying around the place all week long. And again, he's surfing a smart heat, deciding if all the points are for turns, I'm going to get inside and join the party. And he blasts this one as well. So nicely surfed wave there for Pepin Hendrick. 13 minutes remaining. And it looks like we might have some lines advancing in towards the contest area. You can look down the beach at car parks, and that's generally a pretty good indicator of when waves are about to start hitting Paramus.
After blue was a 3.47. You now need a 4.46 for second. You're in first spot. Black, you need a 4.06 for second. You're in fourth spot. Yellow, your last wave was a 3.93.
All right, here goes Dharma Putra. Quick in and out.
So how's the action been since I've been away?
It's firing. It's actually no, not a lot's happened, to be honest. It's been quite a slow heat. You haven't missed a thing.
I actually just went over to the Paramus fire station and got the guys to put me out. I was on fire for better part of the morning. Back, ready to go, ready to give you some strange updates and assorted announcements via the web feed. I feel like maybe the wind's starting to play a little part in this one. So you see, red up and riding, wasn't feeling it, and he's out of there. What we got here? White having a look, maybe blue as well. Blue. Oh, that one going thick on the inside. Can he get out the front? He definitely can. Who do we have in blue, Binzi?
That is Dharma Putra.
Dharma Putra on a thick inside section.
Tonjo. So a little lull in the waves, and
Yeah, we're just waiting for that last score of blue to be updated, and we'll give you a situation. It's currently, with the time remaining, where are we time-wise, do you know?
I'm just waiting on my dial-up to...
Okay, sorry, the dial-up again. The NBN, National Broadband.
8 minutes, 25 seconds, 8:25. FreshAir steering fast with a 523 and a 483. Kevin Hendrick in yellow in second with a 4 and a 3.93. Yellow, blue, blue is in third with a 3.3 and a 3.43. You need a 4.46 blue, 4.46. And white, guaranteed, you set a 30.07 and a 2. You need a 4.06 in second. 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay, here we go, yellow up and riding. Lovely first carve, big steep section, huge float.
Oh, that was insane.
I think he's coming out of this.
Oh, well.
Blasted off the end. Who we got in yellow?
That is Pepin Hendrick.
Ah, Pepin Hendrick.
It's fairly turbulent on the inside there. You just sort of get swallowed. Someone opens a trapdoor, pulls a lever, and bang, you're gone. You can still be perfectly balanced over your surfboard. You're just standing on the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Or in like a small
urchin-infested cave.
Yeah.
Alongside a collection of teeth and FCS2s.
So still waiting on the situation. We're just sending out our flying pigeons, and they should be back within the next 5 minutes. We'll update that situation as soon as we can.
We really didn't think that through going for smoke signals originally because there's fires everywhere. And
there is. And
with the morning haze, it's actually hard to tell what's going on.
Everyone doing their blessings with the incense. It is really hard to pick up on the smoke signals we're sending.
Whether it's a 6.87 or just a Salamat Pagi.
Yeah.
The smoke signals are getting very lost in translation. All right, I think we've managed to get some through. Reef Doig is still in the lead. He has a 4.83 and a 5.23. Pepin Hendrick is sitting second. He got a 3.97 for that floater to disappearing down the trapdoor urchin-infested FCS hole on that last wave. He's now chasing... can't see because my little refresh buttons come up over exactly where I need to be reading. Dharma Putra is sitting third. He needs a 4.5. Johnny Keith needs a 4.1. 6 minutes to go in this one. And it's been a bit of a slow heat. We yet to see any really monster pits, but that just means we're a little bit closer to the next big set, and you don't want to take your eyes off the action this morning because we're here at Karamas, one of the best right-hand points in the world, and it is firing. And here goes Reef Doig. Well, all that for...
wasn't really feeling that one.
No.
Bit of a wobble in it as well.
Reef got through his heat yesterday with Taj. So there's one for the resume to surf a four-man heat with Taj Burrow out here at Karamas.
Would have been a good one to be involved with.
Taj actually thought it was pretty memorable too because he has a dog called Reef.
Okay, so there you go. Look, there's always connections within surfing, and that just shows how small the surfing world really is.
Every year at Taj Burrow's Small Fries event down in Yallingup, there seems to be more and more kids in the draw called Taj. There were 4 or 5 last year and a couple of reefs. He was in it a half dozen times and his pet was in it 2 or 3 times as well.
What a fantastic stat, Vince.
It is a great stat.
Yeah, just, you know, as the years pass by, you know, more people giving birth, more ladies giving birth, heading in the direction of Taj for male and female as a name, which is exciting, I think.
You'd be seeing a lot more kids around Lennox these days called Taipan.
Yeah, there is. We've actually got our own community where we're Amish, or is it Amish? We live out on some land out the back of Lennox.
I think it's Amish. Have you built furniture without using electricity?
That's it. Still using those wooden drills and the pulley systems. And yeah, we run a sheep station out the back of Lennox. Here we go.
This is Dharmaputra Tonjo. Big first turn to get things going. Goes vert there.
That was a good combo there, Binzi.
And here comes the backwash section. Everyone loves ollieing off that little sidewinder.
Yeah, his money's worth. What's the 10-4 in the situation?
Well, there's 3 minutes and some left. There's a wave washing up through our commentary box. May have brought back that croc that you lost earlier.
Ah, perfect. My missing croc from the last full moon.
And yeah, it's still Reef Doig out in front. Pepin Hendricks looking for 6.06 for the lead. Here goes Reef looking to consolidate his lead. He's flying. He's got a nice section in front. Hammers a turn, holds his rail for an age through that one. And that's going to be just one and done for Doigy. And just horrible scenes behind us in the swimming pool.
Looks like the swimming lessons are in full swing.
Yeah.
Got MJ and Breno just working on their breaststroke.
Survival backstroke and all the rest. I mean, you read about the QS grind and just the battlers having to slog it out around the world. And there's no greater personification of that than what we're seeing right here. All these guys struggling. Girls wearing very few clothes, swimming around, and you're trying to concentrate for a heat. I mean, these guys, it's testament to what pure athletes these QS 1000 surfers are, that they can block out all of this,
just constantly
put all these hardships behind them and just focus on their next heat.
You know, a lot of time Skyping with your sports psychiatrist and your dietitian, spending numerous hours with doing your degree.
Here goes Johnny Keefe, hammers out that first turn, a little puff of onshore perhaps.
Oh, that was a lovely carve. And finishes it off pretty much inside the river.
Yep.
Johnny Keefe, great surfing there to start him off. I think that was his first ride, I believe. Maybe his second ride. He hasn't caught many this.
Yeah, I believe you're wrong. I believe that was his third wave.
Okay, there you go. Wave number 3. Looks like a pretty solid set, maybe approaching the lineup.
And here goes Pepin Hendrick. He's down to third. Dharmaputra's last wave is a 4.9, so Pepin needs a 4.38 here. And this wave's not really cooperating with him, just the one turn. And looks like Reef Doig, this might be a victory lap. Well, he decides he's not interested. So unofficially, Reef Doig and Dharmaputra Tonjo through to the next round. Up next, Heitor Alves, Ethan Ewing, Elliot Pirata-Reed and Joe Sear. And this is Reef Doig making his way in victorious through to the round of 16. So nice work, Doigy. And it looks like we're ready to throw to a commercial break. So this is the Komune Bali Pro. We're going to cut to a quick commercial. I'm coming back with plenty more action in a very short amount of time. We'll see you soon.
back to the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. We're here at Karamis and the surf is firing. I'm Will Hayden Smith. I'm here with Woody. How are ya?
Good, mate. Very well. Been exciting sort of last 5 heats.
Oh man, Taj's 10 has been the highlight for my day. I was up watching next to the judges and everyone just lost it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's legal to call scores, but we both said 10 as soon as he came out of the barrel.
You can do what you want.
Okay.
This is a pretty easy-going contest. Everyone's happy. Look at the vibes in the pool. Everyone's having fun.
I made some predictions for scores, Will. They've been pretty wrong. That one on the money. It's the only one I got right so far, but good exchange there for a great way for White.
Yeah, we saw a couple of good waves come through at the start of this heat while we were on hold, on ad break. So it's going to be, I'm sure we'll get some replays going and I'll wait for the scores. I'm just going to load up the scores and we'll update you very soon. So the next round's looking really stacked, but we're going to go straight into it. It's the round of 16. That means we'll decide all the quarterfinalists for tomorrow, and we'll only have 7 heats to go until we have a winner tomorrow.
What a horrible place to run a contest, hey? Tough times here in Bali, Will.
Taj came up and he said, it's been a while since I scored a 10-point ride. Does he look like someone who's ready to retire to you?
Not at all. Well, surely he's going to commit to this one for a few years.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can keep your seed from the CT for like 5 years. I don't know if that's legal or not, but
I'm sure if he asked for a wild card, WSL will be able to look after him.
Why wouldn't you?
So this heat, we've got another former CT surfer, Heitor Alves. I love his surfing. He's always been one of the most progressive and exciting Brazilian guys when I was starting to grow up and get into the tour. And he's still seeing him surf the last couple of heats the other day, and even in the free surf, he's still got it. He's ripping.
Oh, his backhand is very deadly, and type of surfer that just attacks any section. So here he goes now.
Man, here he goes.
Beautiful first turn.
Vertical attack.
Oh, just gets bounced.
Yeah, there's a bit of backwash coming through. With this high tide, there's a bit of backwash coming back at the wave, so you've got to be careful on those finishing manoeuvres and make sure that you land strong to get the big scores. That last heat, there was quite a few low scores, but I think that was just one of the slow heats. Sometimes when you get to ride on high tide, it slows down a bit, and I think from what we've seen in this heat already,
it might start kicking.
Start to pulse again.
Here we go.
Ewing.
Last year's runner-up. Huge first turn.
Ethan's got a big future ahead of him. He just won the Australasia Pro Junior Series this year. And look at Lightning's sharp attack. He is so precise in his turn.
Yeah, it is great timing, eh? He's a big kid as well, you know. He's got some weight behind him, and this wave definitely suits his surfing.
And here's Elliot
Prader getting off to a great start.
The next Kiwis coming through behind guys like Billy Stearman and
Ricardo. Spends a lot of time at Lennox. Hangs out there with a few of the young kids coming through. Jackie Murray and Zachy Kondo and the boys.
Look at this empty one.
Wow, now we're seeing the swell starting to build, starting to kick in.
This really is
a big
location for a surf contest. You've got...
This one's thick.
Big barrels. You've got nice, clean walls. Look at this set.
Wow, here goes the camera equipment.
Oh, it's getting close.
There it goes.
Close to the camera bag. Thanks to FreshAir Broadcast for broadcasting all the...
WSL.
For broadcasting this event. Thanks for Komune for hosting us here. Thanks to the Mad Hueys for providing all the fun. From this angle, it's hard to see what happened on that wave, but I think that he just got smoked. Yeah, I think Parko saw how much fun Taj had at this event last year and said, I can't miss out on that.
I've got to be involved.
Yeah.
I've got to come and get in the mix. I think after watching this one on the web now, I think a few more people might pull the trigger.
And here goes Heitor on a bigger wave. But it's a bit soupy on the face, so he pulls it.
You'd probably call this, for any competitor, the holiday with a semi-contest.
And there's other waves around. When the contest was running, you can surf up here at car parks, you can surf down there at a few spots, or you can just cruise in the pool like everyone is behind us. It's a pretty dreamy contest spot, and thanks very much to Komune and the Mad Hueys and WSL and ASC key for making it happen.
Yeah, making this one hopefully for a long period of time.
Yeah, I don't think this comp's going anywhere. It's pretty sad.
Too good of a venue, perfect venue for it. It's got the structure, got the pool, got the restaurant, and most importantly, got the wave.
They're even talking about doing a night surfing session tonight. Have you heard much about that?
Yeah, I have. They're pretty keen to get the ski out. They've been doing it every afternoon, but had a little go of it. Harry Bryan and Hazem were out there last night having a crack. There was a fog, so it was pretty interesting. But Harry got a few waves and actually one really nice barrel. So I'm guessing if the swell sticks around and the wind's good, I'm sure they'll have a go.
Oh, I'd love to see some of these guys going mad in the night, getting barreled at night time.
Yeah, Brucey Irons last night, or late yesterday afternoon, got a few toe ones, and one very similar to Taj's 10.
Yeah, wow.
Crazy one.
So Komune have put in a couple massive floodlight towers which are behind the pool over there, and they also put this bubble balloon out the back that's got a light in it so you can see the sets coming.
Yeah.
So without those things it'd be pretty scary to surf this place at night, but I'm sure it makes it a lot more manageable.
Crashing up the river, I'd say, on one, or just probably not even making it out.
And how good is it to have Bruce around the event as well? He's just been surfing so well.
Yeah.
He was unlucky in his heat yesterday, but
It was a bit of one of those slow morning heats, wasn't it? Love to see him out here this morning. Wow, I'm sure he would have put on a show. He was definitely going pretty mad yesterday, Arvo, in the toe sesh. Here we go, yellow.
He didn't seem to mind getting knocked because he just went to go and free surf all afternoon. Here we go, we've got Joe Sear. Just such a powerful young Australian. He's just got always seems so solid on his feet.
Great backhand surfing there.
Yeah. So the scores.
We got some scores there, Will?
Some scores. Elliot Pereira-Reid's got a 5.5, and that's the only one showing on my screen at the moment. I'm sure the judges are deliberating what's going on. Maybe
it's Telstra or Telecom not sort of updating the internet very quickly at our table, but we have sent out the flying pigeons.
Oh, here we go. Ethan Ewing's first wave was a 7. Like we said about Ethan surfing, he's just so sharp and so... I don't know, there's nothing wrong. You can't fault any of his
bit of a cross probably between Andy and Taj, I think.
Yeah, that's a good call. A lot of people say Andy when they talk about him, but I like the Taj mix though.
Yeah, he's very whippy.
Here goes Hato. Is he going to pull in?
Oh, look at that. Nice little corner.
That's a dreamy little tube.
He's out of there.
He's out.
Great little corner on that one for Hato Alves. A couple of calves after. Here we go, Ethan in the blue. See this big first turn. Oh, beautiful calf.
See, when Ethan finished runner-up at this event last year, no one had really heard much from him, so it was kind of a breakthrough event for him. So this has got to be a pretty special place for him to come back and compete at.
I think probably just to get all that confidence too, getting through that open field when he was so young and
he almost beat Taj.
Yeah, he gave him a run for his money. I think it was 17 to 16 or something like that at the end. So.
And I think Ethan was winning for the majority of the heat, and Taj got the wave just right at the end.
Yeah, in the last sort of 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I announced the final. I've seen him sort of come through the ranks. We have that junior event at Lennox, the Skull Candy contest, and he won it maybe the under 14s division or the under 12 divisions a few years ago, and you could kind of see that style and his ability even then. I was like, wow, this kid's, if he keeps going on the right direction.
That event's always been a great barometer for who's coming through the ranks in Australia for like the last 25 years.
Yeah, he had a lot of great history there for that contest, and he's filled out now. His dad's a big boy, and his brothers are as well. They're both really good surfers, and he's kicking ass this year, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he won the junior series quite easily. He won like 4 out of 8 events, and his next result was like a quarterfinal, and he won the QS at Burleigh.
Wow, yeah, so he's had a good run.
Breakthrough, yeah. I'm sure that he wants to win this one though.
Oh, he'd be keen to go one better. He's been a standout in the free surfs and in the early rounds this event so far. I'm guessing he's probably holding a small lead right now, maybe.
Yeah, so he's got a 7, he's got a 3.3. He's currently in the lead. I just want to see what Hator's last wave comes in at.
That's right. He did. He started well.
Yeah.
Got that little barrel.
It's hard to tell from this angle how deep they are, but from here it looked pretty nice. There's a 617 in there, so I'm wondering if that's Haytor's last wave. It's currently got him in third. These heats are so cutthroat. 4-man, when you've surfed through 2 rounds of competition already, everyone out here can surf this wave really well. So it's just a matter of picking the right waves. Like we saw Mitty Parkinson. He's got nearly a 9-point drive on his first wave and then waited another 20 minutes to catch his second one, and it was enough. Here goes Haytor again.
Haytor Alves. Just attacking that lip. Yeah. Oh, huge finish. Just comes unstuck again, unfortunately, getting bounced on that last section a couple times now. But probably still a pretty good score, Will, with those first two turns.
The first 2 turns, it was one of the bigger waves of the last few sets, so I think he's going to be doing all right. He's one of the few Brazilians in this field. There's not too many of them, which is surprising. It's mostly Australians and Indonesians with a few Americans in there as well. Elliot in the barrel.
Gets out of there.
What's he got on the outside?
Beautiful carve there from Elliot.
One more turn.
Can he get out of that one? He certainly can.
Well done. That was a great rhythm wave.
Great surfing there.
You love to see the barrel to carve to float combo.
It's pretty much everyone's sort of go-to repertoire for out here, and
I'm loving how clean the conditions still are for this time. You can feel a little bit of onshore wind, but the conditions are still, the wave faces are still really clean. As Elliot's wave, there's still barrels.
It's on its way for sure, but I don't know. My prediction here, Will, I'm thinking maybe a high 7.
Yeah.
I'll throw it right out there.
That was really good surfing.
Haytor Alves possibly even in the mid-range 5. We don't have any scores right now. We don't have a computer. We have a small iPhone 6 with some pretty dodgy poor Wi-Fi. So we're getting the scores to you as quick as we can.
So Elliot was in second before that with just a 4 and a 5. But yeah, I think he's going to go in the 6 to 7 point range and shore up that second spot. And the next heat, where are we? We got Harrison Mann from Torquay, Taylor Clark from the USA, Masatoshi Ono from Japan. Wow. He almost qualified one year. He's probably one of Japan's most
one of the all-time greats for sure, from all the way from Japan.
And Ezekiel Lau.
Wow, that's a stacked heat.
I've seen Zeke in these free surfs, and he's got to be one of the favourites to take this thing out. He knows that much water. So that's going to be a good heat to watch for sure. So tell the viewers at home, you've probably surfed this place a fair bit. How hard is it to stay, when there's only 4 people out there, is it harder to find your marker? When you're free surfing, you kind of just, everyone's catching a lot of waves, so it might be a bit easier to find where to sit, but when there's only 4 people out, can you get a bit lost in the lineup?
Yeah, probably right now with the tide being high, it kind of moves a little wider, and it's sort of hard to predict which ones are going to barrel, especially at the moment. But Elliot's one, as we see, is surfing yellow.
Joe Sear
just going absolutely.
See, that was a greatly surfed wave, but it was a smaller wave and it was a manoeuvre wave. I think the judges really want to see the barrels while they're available.
But I think it's going to change probably soon with this wind getting up. They're going to probably have to
switch to the manoeuvre.
Yeah, I reckon for sure. But yeah, it can be tricky. I reckon the trickiest time to surf it in a heat is probably high tide, just because it can be slow and it's sort of, it's not really barreling that good. But we have seen a few good pits so far with Haytor and Elliot.
Haytor takes off with the lip.
They were the smaller insider ones, but those ones they got earlier on in the heat. And we're looking for some scores. We're just waiting for this iPhone 6 to refresh. State-of-the-art equipment here at the web booth.
Yeah, so you were pretty on the money. Elliot's last wave was a 6.9, you called a 7. So get him up there, get him on the panel.
Get me on the panel. No, that's probably one of about 10 predictions I've got right, so they're doing a great job.
And we've got Ethan Ewing in second with a 7 and a 3.33. He'll want to get rid of that 3.33 because Haytor's staying busy. Haytor could easily overtake him. Oh, and you know what? Joe Sear's overtaken him. Joe Sear's got a pair of 5s, and that beats out Ethan's 7 and 3. So It's going to be a tight finish to this event, to this heat. We've got a bunch of surfers with medium to low range scores, and you kind of can't leave the door open at this point in the contest. You got to like stamp your authority on your waves, make the most of your opportunities.
Just with the sets, I think if you do get that right set, you know, you can get a. There still is some good barrels. There's a good opportunity to still get up into the excellent range, and that can take right now get you from fourth to first.
Yeah, and even if you take off and it doesn't barrel, you can't really safety surf on the
No, not at all. Look at it. Even Elliot's won some great surfing. Hato's won some great surfing. They're still got to go mad to get a big score. So
yeah, if you want a manoeuvre wave to go up near a barrel wave, you've got to go 100% at it. So it's going to be interesting to see Zeke Lau out there, because he can do barrels, he can do airs, he can do the biggest carves you've ever seen.
Great repertoire. Strong too, big, strong boy. I have a feeling everyone now is probably starting to change their tactics and look for those open faces.
So what's the trophy for this event? I heard it's a golden shoey.
A golden shoe, yeah. They got a hand built in Zurich, over in Germany at the Rolex factory. So they got that custom designed. I think it's probably one of the most coveted trophies in surfing, probably in sport.
I don't doubt it. It's right up there with Wimbledon.
Yeah. Green jacket.
Get to drink out of the cup. Get to drink out of the shoey.
A Super Bowl ring. You know, it's all really similar sort of.
Is it like the bell? You gotta win it to drink out of it, or does it get passed around at the after party?
No, I don't think so. I believe you get a fine from WSL if you don't drink out of it, and if you share it. So it's just you solo.
Well, thanks so much to Komune for hosting us at this Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. The Mad Hueys bring all the good times. They do a lot of the fancy camera work, and a lot of the team riders are out here going mad in the free surfs and in the event, and they got a hard-working AV crew behind the scenes, eh? They
do. State-of-the-art camera crew and camera equipment, all brought over from. They all reside. They're like built their own commune out the back of Brisbane, and they just train non-stop for this event. Big shout out to J3 and Nika. Those guys, first time they've seen the water since last year, so I'm sure they're stoked to be back near the ocean.
Yeah, keep them locked up and save the best for this event.
J3's only seen daylight, I think maybe 4 times this trip, so he's stoked with that.
Yeah, well, everyone's working hard behind the scenes, especially FreshAir broadcasting you live from Bali. It's what we want to do at WSL. We want to show the events live. We want the fans to be able to see. We want Heitor's fans in Brazil to be able to watch him, and we want to show you these waves. So thanks to everyone who made it possible.
We want to give you the cutting edge commentary that me and Will are bringing you.
Yeah, we're professionals.
Using pretty similar words for most of our describing action replays. I want to thank Thesaurus for sort of teaching me how to speak. Most of my English teachers, big shout out to them. One. Here we go.
And Ethan's got it.
Ethan, late takeoff.
Late takeoff. Can he make anything out of this wave? No. Pulls the pin.
Look at that end section. Wow, that was a great looking ride.
I think Heitor was probably in the spot for that one. He would have had a nice little roll in. Ethan kind of took off a bit
of a chess match, possibly.
Just a couple minutes left in this one. Yeah, this is a tight one. I didn't expect to see Ethan sitting in third. But like you said, high tide can be the trickiest conditions.
Yeah, it gets that wobble through it, the backwash coming out of the river. And
here he goes. Surfing through the backwash, 2 really sharp turns.
Nice looking surfing there.
So where do you paddle out when it's high tide? Do you jump out this side, or do you go out of the river?
I would probably, if you've got good timing, you could go at the keyhole straight in front of us, or if you've sort of rolled around in the keyhole like I did yesterday and you're pretty mentally scarred, you'd probably just go down to the river where you sort of just get sucked out the rip.
Nick Vasicek told me he got rolled in the keyhole.
I was with him, yeah. We had a good sort of 20-minute session.
And there was plenty of people in the pool having a good laugh.
Yeah, I had a drone above my head, probably a foot from my head, and about 150 people sort of pointing and laughing. I had to do the walk of shame down to the river. So I'm just going to avoid the keyhole probably forever. Still got an urchin in my foot. Yeah, just hoping that'll just fall out sooner or later. I don't know if it will.
Yeah, there's plenty of urchins. I've been lucky enough I haven't gotten any, but I hear there's plenty of them out there.
I'm just going to start surfing in shoes, I think. Probably just take out a pair of soccer boots or some spikes that you run in. Great grip on the reef and on your surfboard.
So this is heat 7, there's 7 minutes left. Then we go into heat 8, which is the last heat of the round of 32. We're then going to roll into 4 heats of the round of 16, which is going to decide our quarterfinalists. And then tomorrow, we're going to be back with the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals are man on man, which is a whole different game.
Yep.
And after 4 quarters, 2 semis and 1 final, we'll have a champion. And it's pretty exciting. This place is one of the best places to run the surf contest that I've been to. Just with the setup they've already got here, we don't have to build a tower, they've already got one. We don't need to build a spectator area, they've already got it. And we don't need a perfect wave because they've already got it. So thanks to Komune for having us.
Yeah, we just need people in the event, and then you've got a contest.
Yep.
Judges, that's pretty much it.
There's no shortage of people wanting to enter this event. We had so many entries, we just couldn't fit everyone in, so we had to run some trials on day 1.
Trials day. Here we go. Great looking set. This is getting tight too. I think red and yellow, Hato and Joe, both chasing small scores. Ethan's moved up into second position. We'll see if anyone takes this one.
Yeah, Ethan's last wave was only a 3.8, so he's in second, but is not safe by any means. And he
White having a look. Oh. Elliot on a big whitewashy one. Gets out of it. Wow. Huge turn there in the backwash. I think he's come unstuck, but I don't think it's going to matter, Will. That first barrel. Wow.
I think he's earning some new fans after this heat. He's playing the patient game, just picking the right ones. Sometimes when there's 4 people in a heat, a couple of people stay busy and a couple of people stay patient, and sometimes it works one way and sometimes it works another. And this is Elliot's just got all the rhythm in this one, just the best barrels. And he's doing the hard work on those waves. That wasn't an easy wave because he kind of drew out his bottom turn a little bit, so he slowed down enough to pull in. So that's going to be another great score.
7-5, there it is.
7-5.
7-5, beach announcer just called it. Best wave of the heat. White's in the lead, Elliot.
So yellow's chasing a 5.28 and blue is only chasing a 4.84 to knock Ethan out of that second advancing position. So
blue is Ethan, Will. Yep. So we're looking at possibly red. I think you're thinking he's in 4th, Hato.
Yep.
Hato's chasing a small score, so is Joe. They have the priority over Ethan. Ethan's in 3rd priority right now, so my guess is he's going to look for something maybe just to get to work on, a smaller bit of face.
And he's come and sat on the outside of them, so maybe he's going to try and sell them into some waves that aren't quite good enough. And if they're not going to go, he can just take the option and go and then try and improve on that 3.8 himself.
Look, Elliot again, off the end here, having the time of his life. Nice inside wall. Oh, great turn there. Straight up off the lip. Beautiful finner and comes out.
See, when you're in rhythm, you just can't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, great surfing there. He's just getting these... I think he's feeling pretty confident now. It feels like he's already gotten through, but you never know. There's some sets coming. 2 guys drop 9s. It could get weird. Here we go. Hato having a good paddle at this one. Big double up. Oh, that one underneath Hato, looking very thick, very square. Tricky barrel to ride. What's going to happen here? A lot of paddling movement. Joe having a good paddle at it. Hato having a good paddle at it. No takers as we see a big open pit.
That's interesting. No one took either of those two. Though, you know, you've got
Both chasing some mid-range scores.
Yeah.
I don't know what the time's left, Will. Where are we time-wise, mate?
It's got to be coming down to the crunch. I see the surfers in the next heat getting ready to paddle out. They're all in the channel. They're getting ready to come over. 3 minutes remaining. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. And that was a really nice set. And both yellow and red need scores, and they didn't take it. It's interesting.
Okay, this is where it'll get interesting now. What do we got time-wise?
Just under 3 minutes to go. We've got
2.5.
Hater and Joe Sear looking for scores. Ethan's holding on by his fingernails to that second advancing position. He wants to get to that round.
Yeah, he's got to look to score. He has got to look to score because you can. Hato and Joe both have priority. Here we go. This is a small little face one. Hato and Joe looking. Joe paddling. I don't know. He's deep. Oh no. Wow.
Yeah, he was too deep on that one.
Too deep on that one. So
on your backhand, you kind of
first priority red. Here we go. Hato having a look. I think he needs to pull the trigger. This one could allow for some backhand turns. Oh, huge float. Beautiful carve.
And this wave's just kind of dying out on him, which is unfortunate. He's going to be probably close to the score.
What is he chasing? What's red?
Chasing just a 4.84.
Wow. Great first turn. It's going to go close.
Yeah, it's going to go close. Ethan's last wave just scored a 3.8 for two really sharp turns, so it's going to be interesting to see whether judges put that one. I'd like to see Ethan not just try and protect him, get on the offense,
here he
and
goes.
improve on that 3.8.
90 seconds. This is a good little inside wall. If he can get to work early. Yeah, he's a big steep section for him. Oh, ditches the fins. Huge turn. Yeah, checkmate.
Yeah.
Checkmate, guys.
Well done, Ethan. That second turn
Game
was
over.
charged by OS.
It was big fin ditch. Joe's having a look now. He's going to need to do something pretty big. This is a good looking inside wave on the corner too. It's got a lot of wall. Big, looking for a big first turn. Huge first turn. Can he get another one? He can. Is he going to get out of that? He whizzed. Wow.
Backhand blast.
Well, where do we go here, Will?
I don't know.
Where do we go here?
I would be surprised if Hator, Ethan and Joe all improved their position on that last exchange.
It's going to be a throw up.
My scores are updating. The judges are thinking.
Roll up your dice.
25 seconds.
25 seconds. I don't know where they're going to go here. Two huge turns versus a combination of a couple. Ethan and Joe battling for second. I'm pretty sure Elliot's right. I'm pretty sure he's safe.
Yeah, we're going to be going on hold after this heat just while the judges deliberate those last couple of scores, and then we'll get...
Could go either way here.
Heat 8's going to be a fiery exchange. Harrison Mann from Torquay, he's been getting a lot of barrels in the free surf, so I watched him yesterday afternoon score a couple of solid ones. Sounds like Ethan improved on his score and Yellow improved on his as well. So had Ethan not got that wave, Joe would have been moving through, but it just wasn't enough.
All right, here we go. I'm just going to duck out, grab some breakfast from the world-class restaurant. Bring in, hopefully, Brenno if I can find him. Get Brent Dorrington. I think he's over there. He's looking a bit worried. I'm looking at him to get on the commentary booth. Or maybe Vinzy's coming to get in the mix.
Yeah, so we've got a change in the commentary, and we're counting in that next heat. What a fiery exchange to that! What a fiery finish to that last heat. It's Elliot Pereira-Reid and Ethan Ewing advancing to the next round. G'day, Binzy.
Hi, Will. That's delightful. Had a brekkie burrito.
Oh, no. Yeah, they're pretty good.
So what do we miss? What happened in that heat?
Elliot Pereira-Reid was miles ahead of the rest. surprisingly, Ethan Ewing was struggling to hold on to second, and everyone got an exchange right at the end. But it looked like Ethan Ewing was the one that was able to hold on by his fingernails to that second advancing position. That means Josiah and Heitor Alves were eliminated.
Heitor, no more Heitor.
No more Heitor.
Well, there's my favourite surfer in the event gone. We saw him throw a rodeo in the expression session the other day under the persistent nagging of the beach commentary.
Speaking of beach commentary, I've got to get back up in the booth because I've just got one heat off. So I'm going to get back up there and I'll join you guys a bit later. I'll leave you solo and try and get Breno in here for you soon.
Cheers, mates. Trying to keep up the scores on your phone, Welcome back to Keramis. This is the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. We're down here at the amazing Komune Beach Club and Resort, and the surf is firing. We've got a decent crowd filling in to the swimming pool behind us, and you know they're going to be spending the whole day enjoying the action, and it is coming thick and fast. We just saw Elliot Pereira Reid, and it looks like Ethan Ewing has gone through alongside him. In the water now, Harrison Mann, Taylor Clark, who's from the States, Masatoshi Ono Ma is Japanese, and Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii. And this is Zeke Lau right now. He's flying. Watch for him to get powerful off the top. He hammers his turns. He's been ripping all week. Airdrops out of that one, skips over another section. Big fan of Spain. You know he'll blast it one last time. And Zeke is definitely one to watch for in this event. Obviously, Joel Parkinson and Taj Burrow. Well, there's a world champ and the defending champ. They are the two headline acts this week. We've seen Bruce Irons in action, Jay Davies, who has surfed here a lot in the past, and Zeke Lau. Well, he's on the cusp of qualification, and you can tell this week. Right now, we're seeing Harrison Mann tucking into a nice high barrel. Can he pull out of this one? No, looks like he's been clipped on the way through. But conditions are perfect this morning at Keramis. This is the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. We'll get a couple of those lunatics to join us in the commentary box over the course of the day. Looks like we've just backed off, hit the peak of the high tide, which is quite a relief because all morning we've had water lapping around our feet, and as I say that, a big set pushes through. And we're sitting here with a lot of electrical and camera gear, but looks like we might be staying dry, touch wood. All right, we're waiting for some early scores to come in. I'd say Harrison Mann, well, Zeke Lau has probably got the best of that exchange. There it is, a 6.5 for Zeke Lau on his opening wave. All right, this is Harrison Mann tucking in. He's nice and high and tight, and he gets clipped. He pops up out the back of that one. And now this looks like the surfer in blue, the lone American in this heat, Taylor Clark. He's an explosive, goofy footer. He's a tall guy. He's kind of lanky in the Owen Wright sort of frame. But he has got game. I remember him surfing back here in 2012 when the World Juniors were in town. So he's no stranger to Keramas either. Opening score for the surf in yellow, Zeke Lau, that was a 6.5. He's our heat leader. Plenty of time remaining, just under 24 minutes to go in this one. Taylor Clark, his last wave was a 5.67, so the goofy footer vaults straight up to second. Harrison Mann, his last wave was a 0.7, pair that with a 1.2. He's sitting in third, and Masatoshi Ono, just a minor score, a 1. So this is the last heat of the round of 32 here at the Komune Bali Pro. Up next we are into the round of 16, which is the last 4-man round. After that we go to man-on-man action. So after the round of 16 we are straight into the quarterfinals. 8 surfers, 4 heats, and it's looking like we might be running quarters, semis and finals tomorrow. But, well, if conditions stay firing, there's no reason we're not going to keep running. There's just the 4 heats in the round of 16. So we've finished all of the round of 32. John Mark Takong and Teal Vanna getting through in Heat 1. Jackson Baker and Manuel progressing in Heat 2. Sheldon Simkus and Oni Anwar in Heat 3. Shane Holmes and Joel Parkinson, they were the standouts in Heat 4 before Taj Burrow dropped the first perfect 10 for the day. He progressed alongside Mitch Parkinson, Joel's cousin. Reef Doig and Dharmaputra Tonjo were through from Heat 6. And Heat 7, the heat we just saw, Elliot Pirata-Reid and Ethan Ewing, the 2 guys to advance. So we're getting it done here at Komune. We've had incredible waves all week, and then when the low hits in the afternoon and the onshore starts to ruffle up, we've called it off. Everyone's kind of got lunch, and then we've had just some amazing free surfing performances on Sunset as well. So everyone is surfed out. We've seen the boys get the ski out, and yesterday we saw Joel and Bruce Irons getting towed into a couple of just absolute bombs. I'm sure you'll see plenty of photos and video edits to come from all of that. And yeah, just a phenomenal week of surfing down here on the east coast of Bali. Komune, it's a wave that's, well, Keramas is a wave that's been sort of known about for a dozen years now. It was a secret for a long time, and then it's really been opened up, and there's a lot less development over on the east coast. It's allowed for a place like Komune to be built. The original Wurrung is right next to us. Komune have incorporated that into their fold. They've got a great agreement with the Ida boys who run that Wurrung, and it's still pretty cool to go and post up in the old Wurrung rather than keep it. You don't always have to keep it Hollywood by the pool like all the people behind us. But yeah, one of the truly great locations for a surf contest. I mean, you can't really, if your child had to daydream on his school books and draw the perfect setup for a surf comp, it'd look a lot like this. Now we're seeing Masatoshi Ono, the Japanese goofy footer. He was around the QS for a long, long time, huge profile in Japan, one of the real sort of pioneers on the QS for the Japanese, and his performance yesterday in the round of 64 was very, very polished. Behind him, who's storming through this one, is it the yellow jersey of Zeke Lau? Looks like he's just been clipped, but on the takeoff, that was a massive looking barrel. And yeah, unfortunately, Zeke couldn't make it out of that one. It's not going to stop him from spinning on the inside and tucking straight into another little tube. It's a white watery one, but he punches out the end. Big turn, throws a huge fan of spray, as he is known to do, and backs it up straight away with that rebound. So for a backup, for a little insider that he caught without any form of priority, Zeke's put another good score on the board, and he's showing his wealth of experience, and that was just a well-surfed pair of waves by Zeke Lau.
Lots of watts with a 5.27, a 5.27 watts. And lots of yellow with a 4.9. So the same situation is yellow is a loose with a 6.5 and a 4.9.
So Zeke Lau out in front of 4.9 for his last wave. Pair that with a 6.5. He is a heat leader. Ma Ono's second wave was a 5. And that sees him sitting in second. And Taylor Clark and Harrison Mann currently sitting in third and fourth. All right, here goes Ma Ono on his second wave. Very polished, goofy footer. Beautiful style. He spent plenty of time on the Gold Coast in Australia over the years. He's living back in Japan these days. He actually lives in Tokyo. He drives a couple of hours every day to surf. And now here goes Harrison Mann behind him. This wave's not going to barrel either, so he's going to throw it to turns and try and build up his score. We've seen the onshore, it sort of fluffs in and out throughout the course of the day. It definitely doesn't set in like some of the coastal onshores you'd find in Australia or the States. It will lightly puff up for a little while and then it'll back off, and it can come and go with the tide as well. So currently it's not the crispest of offshore conditions, but there's still going to be plenty of tubes on offer. It's so big this morning that it's going to keep barreling throughout the course of the day. All right, we've got those scores in. Zeke Lau has a 6.5 and a 4.9. He is our heat leader. Ma Ono has a 5.27. He'll add to that with his last wave. That's going to be about a medium range score as well. Taylor Clark has just the one wave, a 5.67. And Harrison Mann, well, he's waiting on a score 2. Currently, he just has the couple of minor scores. And there's just about 16 minutes remaining in this one. And Zeke Loud finds himself an insider. Huge end section, and he meets it with authority, slams that turn. So well done by Ezekiel Lau. He is our heat leader. He's only looking to get rid of a 4.5. I reckon he's gone very close on that one. There it is, 7.57 for Ezekiel Lau's last wave, so he has extended his lead. That's his best wave of the heat so far, so he got the barrel off the takeoff and then came out and slammed a couple of big turns, including a mammoth hit on the end section. So Zeke Lau has well and truly extended his lead. And at the halfway mark of this heat, 15 minutes down, 15 to go, it really looks like Ezekiel Lau is a long way out in front, Daylight second, and then the battles between Ma Ono, Taylor Clark and Harrison Mann. Okay, 13 minutes remaining, and it looks like Harrison Mann is having a look. He's too deep. Leaves it for Taylor Clark, the lone goofy footer in this heat. He's got a beautiful wall in front of him, hammers that first turn, throws a big bucket on the first hit, backs it up with another wrap out on the face, and squeezes out one last little jam on the end section. So that's going to be, well, Taylor's looking for a 2.77 to move into second, and I reckon he's done that pretty comfortably. Zeke Lau is out in front with a 6.5 and a 7.57. Ma Ono has a 5.27 and a 3.17 to sit in second. And Taylor Clark, the man hot on his heels, is looking for a 2.77 with that last wave to put him up into one of those two advancing positions and see him through to the round of 16. Harrison Mann is sitting in fourth with just a bunch of minor scores. He's currently looking for a 4.55. Plenty of time remaining, 11 and a half minutes to go in this heat. It is the last heat of the round of 32. And up next, it's looking like John Mark Takong. We'll take on Oni Anwar, Jackson Baker, and Joel Parkinson. No, can't be right.
Right, you're down to 5.38 to get second. yellow. Third party is red.
All right, there it is, the last wave for the surfer in blue, Taylor Clark. Was a 4.97, so that has moved him up into second place. Ma Ono is now looking for a 5.38, and the job gets a little bit harder for Harrison Mann. The Aussie in red is now chasing a 6.74, but plenty of time remaining, a little over 10 minutes to go in this one. This is the last heat of round 3 here at the Komune Bali Pro. Up next is the first heat of the round of 16. And here goes Taylor Clark looking to get himself, well, to consolidate second place. Out the back, here goes Harrison Mann. This wave's got plenty of shape. He tucks in off the takeoff and drives through this one. So great barrel there from Harrison Mann. Beautiful turn to back things up as well. Gets over that little rib that we've seen, that little sidewinder section, and he's going to jam out a few more turns through to the inside. So as the tide starts to turn, we're going to see water rushing out of the river, and we're seeing all these sort of side hop, chops and bumps, and they're going to be keeping all the surfers on their toes. Everyone's been having fun with those little side waves as well. We've seen plenty of ollie, chop hop, alley-oop type deals thrown off them, and it's not an unpleasant way to round out a wave. So that is going to be Harrison Mann's best score. Bring you your score when it comes in, but that's going to make the job a little bit less daunting for him as we get down under the 10-minute mark of this heat. Currently he needs a 6.74 to move up into second and advance. So we've got 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. We just saw Harrison Mann get his best wave, a 7, and that was Ma Ono with the wheels coming off. And a bit cheering from the pool because that is Joel Parkinson taking to the water. 2012 World Champ is up next in the first heat of the round of 16 against John Mark Takong, Oni Anwar, Jackson Baker and Joel Parkinson. So we're getting down to the business end. Woody, welcome back to the microphone, mate.
Great to be back. Yeah, just had a quick bite to eat at the world-class restaurant just over our right shoulder. Italian omelette.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. So, looks like Joel sort of knows his way around the keyhole there. Quite an easy paddle out.
He obviously took a few tips from you.
Yeah, just spent the last sort of 5 minutes giving him a few words of advice. Just aim for the channel, aim for the deeper part of the reef. And yeah, it seemed to pay off. how's the situation right now? Binzi, where are we at?
Well, we've got about 5 minutes and change remaining in this one. It's Zeke Lau out in front pretty comfortably. He's got a 7.57 and a 6.5. Taylor Clark is holding on to second, but only just. Harrison Mann needs a 4.47 to leap up into one of those two spots in advance. And Ma Ono is looking for a 6.2. And we've got 5 minutes remaining, which is plenty of time for a couple of sets to see if we can't really sort this one out in fine style. And then, 5 minutes time, Joel Parkinson, Jackson Baker, Oni Anwar and John Mark Takong. And here goes Zeke Lau, just in case he hasn't done enough this heat. He's going to take it to turns. Oh, and he hammered that section. What's he got for us on the end section? Blasts that as well. So just the two turns for Zeke. Gave it a little hair flick, which is weird because he doesn't have much hair. He's got the shaved head, but still he liked that one.
I like that one, Binzi. That was a huge first turn. It's
Harrison Mann taking off a long way back on this. He's still hunting the tube. The wave doesn't really cooperate, so he throws the Larry instead. And another nice turn. So Harrison's only looking for a minor score. He needs a 4.47. He would have loved to have got a little tube on the takeoff just to put that one beyond doubt. So, word from the officials, 35-minute heats
for the next round.
Yep.
Fantastic.
These guys just have not been catching enough perfect 6 to 8 foot barrels this week, so they've decided to extend the heats a little further.
A little bit more opportunity. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Zeke Lau, we're looking at around maybe an 8, I reckon it could be up in the excellent range. I know he didn't get barreled, but wind's going on shore, Binzi. I reckon they're going to have to start scoring the turns.
That was a pretty hefty turn. That first one was massive. The best bit was you saw it coming a mile away and you had time to grab your mate and go, hey, check this out. And then by the time he got to the lip, it was just game on.
Game on.
2 minutes remaining in this one.
Oh, great looking wave.
Yeah, a few more waves rolling through the area.
That was really strange, wasn't it? No one opted for that one. I know it went a bit flat, but you probably could have got 2 good turns.
Well, there you go. Last wave for the surfer in yellow, Zeke Lau, was a 7.23.
I'm not on. I'm not really on yet.
You weren't too far off. You're getting better. You're definitely improving. I think the Spanish omelette will have helped.
Yeah, it did. And the mango banana smoothie. So I feel like I'm a little locked in. I'm a lot more locked in now with my scores and my predictions.
So an omelette and a smoothie. That's one of the hallmarks of this event is the clean living and the healthy eating.
Yeah. Spanish, yeah. I'm on a sort of a paleo diet.
And it's amazing when you come down here, early 4 a.m. to check the surf. It's amazing just how many people are awake.
Yeah.
Obviously doing yoga and Pilates
and eating paleo meals.
Lots of fruit
and prepping their meals for the week that are also paleo.
All right, it sounds like we've got a minute to go. And it's Zeke Lau. Well, he got a 7.23 for his last wave, so he's got a pair of 7s. Taylor Clark is defending second. He's got a 5.8 and a 5.67. Harrison Mann is still looking for a 4.47, so he just got a 3 for his last wave. And Ma Ono is hunting a 6.2. In the noughties, Ma Ono was one of the most well-paid surfers in the world.
In the what?
In the world.
When?
In the noughties. He was Japan's highest profile surfer by a mile. And it's a huge...
How did he end up in that last heat? Where was he placed?
He came fourth.
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Here goes Zeke. Another big turn to sign off for this one. And here goes Ma Ono. He got down and stayed down, and he is scooting in almost a little bit of an Indo squat there on his last wave. So we're now resetting the clocks. We're going to be going 35-minute heats from this point on. And it is John Mark Takong, the Filipino surprise packet. He won an event last year on the ASC, and the kid's about 3 foot tall, but he can ride a tube with the best of them. He is a pit wrangler. He's coming up against Oni Anwar from Sumbawa, Jackson Baker from Newcastle, and Joel Parkinson, born on the Sunshine Coast, lives on the Gold Coast.
Here we go, Oni Anwar. I have a bit of an idea what I thought if he got a section.
It was a great section to kick out of, and he's executed that perfectly.
Yeah, was very well played. I don't know, like my vote for best name on the WSL,
John Mark Takong?
it's going to have to go to John Mark Takong.
It's up there. It's rare air up there. You've got.
I feel like it's almost like an artist, like a really high-end painter, like that sort of that painter feel, or a classical musician. I feel like it's one of those.
Pedro Scooby, there's another great name in surfing, the Brazilian big wave charger.
Is that seriously a guy's name?
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, better believe it. Tiago Plopper did the QS for a number of years. But John Mark Takong joining the ranks
just
of
runs
the
off
incredibly
the tongue. Very nice to the ears for me, anyway.
And he's riding a 5 foot surfboard. That's what
he looked sharp this morning. He was right in the mix.
Yeah, he beat Teal in the first heat of the day, and they both accounted for the two Deans, Morrison and Bowen.
They did.
And you know that the conditions were firing because Dean Morrison's a contest director. There's no way he would have put his heat out unless it was perfect.
Well, he's going to really deliberate. I think he probably spent about an hour time in the sets and realised the sets were at a premium.
Speaking of sets, here goes Joel Parkinson. Well, no, deciding...
No, but did he paddle enough to give himself fourth priority?
I don't know if there is any priority.
Oh, there isn't. Okay, no, waves are caught. Good call.
So that's the effect of the onshore. I think when it was offshore a little bit earlier, you would have seen Joel definitely go. Would have trusted that he could have driven through that one, but just with the light onshore, Joel goes, you know what, I'm just going to keep sitting here on the inside and see if I can't snag a gem. Now here goes Parko.
Parko having a good look at this one.
Have a look at this one. He's a long way back, so he goes left.
Oh, what a great opening ride. One of the best selected waves of the event.
Yep, I think he's obviously been taking some notes from me because that was a trademark late and straight.
That was unbelievable opening exchange for Joel Parkinson. Perfect.
Interesting to see what the judges make of that for the everyman, because that's a very common wave for the everyman surfer. And now Joel gets a set on his head for his troubles.
What a start. I don't know where they're going to go with that one, but it's probably going to be in the probably the low range.
I can't imagine it's going to go into the excellent range.
I'm going to predict I'm going to make a prediction. It's going to be a 1, possibly less.
You're doing well if you can stand up and get less than a 1.
He's going to be having a good think about his tactics, I think, and thinking, all right, at a right-hand reef, I've started with a left. That's probably not a great option.
Might be time for maybe Mitch Parkinson to call him into the beach.
Yeah,
for
call
a few
him in.
words of advice.
Let's whistle him in. We'll give him a few tips. Here we go. Oni having a good look at this one. He might be just a fraction deep.
Well, he's gone one better than Parko because he's trimming. He's got some face. And he'll kick out as the heat leader.
He got on the green face, so
yeah.
I mean, I feel like we can only go upwards in this heat. What's your thoughts on that, Vin?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Woody.
Scores should accelerate sort of above the 2 mark. eventually. We've got about an hour left in this heat. Where are we time-wise, mate?
Mate, I'm just having a few issues again with the dial-up.
The dial-up, okay. Thank you, Telecom.
Need to have a word with Telkomsel about maybe recharging our pulsar down here at Karamas. We can go old school and use our ears to listen to the beach commentary, perhaps.
There it is. I believe the flying pigeons we were using were actually hit by 3 drones, and they've all been lost at sea. So
yeah, I don't know if there've been enough drones up and about at the contest this week. As it is right now, I can only see 1. And frankly, for a QS 1000, that's just not enough drones.
Yeah, there should be at least 1 for every surfer. And even 1 for maybe 8 for the upcoming heat for the paddle out. A drone on each guy for paddling out.
There should be 1 looking into the barrel so the judges can pick up the intricacies of the barrel riding.
Yeah.
See whether anyone was wrangling the foam ball or the tube monster if Ross Williams happens to be listening out there.
Yep.
Anyway, there's our scores, a 0.5 for Oni and a 1.5. Joel Parkinson, well, you're right, it wasn't quite a 1. He's opened up with a 0.83 for the Leighton straight.
Yeah.
So that's nice to know that if I'm surfing in a heat out here, I can actually get a 0.83, because that is my go-to right there. And Joel is in second, so he'll be happy with that. He's currently advancing. And we've got 6 minutes down, 29 to go. And the local equestrian club is coming down for a visit as well.
Polo. I think they're going to start polo in about an hour down in front of the river mouth.
Or are they going to go in the water and play water polo?
And there it is. Oh no, they're doing a Huey. They're going to do some shows, trotting.
Yep, it's amazing. They're wearing helmets on these horses, and that's not in case they fall off the horse. That's in case they get hit by a drone. There are that many choppers up and about this week, and they are magnificent steeds. We should probably talk about the surfing because I'm sure the cameras aren't actually showing these horses.
Yeah, they probably aren't. And right now, not much action. Pretty flat. Tide's changing. It's getting a bit wobbly with the wind. The boys are going to have to change their tactics. Here we go. White having a paddle.
Yeah, this is Jacko Baker. He was one of the standout surfers yesterday.
Yeah, a little deep on that one. Had a great heat win this morning, I believe.
Yep. Jacko smashed out an 8, a 7 and a 9 yesterday on his way through.
I think Ollie maybe could have gone that one, but it's becoming a lot harder to pick the clean faces with this wind.
So just while the action goes flat, we're going to throw to a commercial break. We'll be back with more Komune Bali Pro from right here on the beach at Karamas very shortly. Back to the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. I've got one of them alongside me right now, James Taipan Wood. How you doing, bud?
How are we all? We're well. We're probably hotter than everyone else, unless someone's in the middle of the desert watching this.
Unless someone's having a steam bath in the Health and Wellness Centre here at Komune.
Here we go, Red, having a look.
This is John Mark Takong, the guy with the best name in the comp and one of the best barrel to layback styles in the game. Look at him go. Shades of Carlos Munoz, and you know he's got something snazzy coming up as well. Whoa! He double bounced himself.
What are we calling that manoeuvre at the end of that? Was that a layback snap floater?
I think it was a lay forward. He did all kinds of Pilates on that one.
He's cracking the whip almost, those turns. Like a young sheep wrangler or a cow wrangler, really gets the whip through those turns, and I don't know what they're going to score that one, to be honest. I can't make a prediction. Here we go. We've got a new sheet.
Just got the updated heat draw.
Just updated heat draw faxed into our telecentre.
Yep. Thank you to the WSL for providing faxes for us all to use this week. Big shout out to our sponsors Canon and Xerox. And I can actually run you through the round of 16 right now. So the first heat of which is in the water is John Mark Takong, Oni Anwar, Jackson Baker, and a young rookie you might have heard of called Joel Parkinson. Heat 2 coming right up is Sheldon Simkus, Teal Vanna, Shane Holmes, and Manuel Selman. That's going to be a doozy. We've seen Teal and Shane dropping huge numbers all week, and Sheldon got himself a 9 this morning as well. Heat 3, Taj Burrow and Ethan Ewing. So they're last year's finalists. They're squaring off, not even in the quarters this year. And they're paired up with Reef Doig and Taylor Clark. So it's TB and 3 guys who I'm sure if you added their ages up, they'd come in around about the same as Taj.
Yep.
So that's going to be exciting. And then Heat 4, Elliot Parada-Reid, Mitchell Parkinson, Ezekiel Lau, and Dharmaputra Tonjo. So that is going to be a doozy as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, Woody, but Dharmaputra Tonjo, what's the trivia about him and Karamas?
It was named... I'm not too sure. I don't know where I'm going to go with that one.
First Indonesian to ever win a World Championship Tour heat. Was the wild card here at the Oakley Pro a few years ago. And beat, you'll never guess who?
Kelly Slater?
Brett Simpson.
Brett Simpson. Oh, a huge combo there from Joel.
Yep, speaking of the Oakley Bali Pro, that was won by this guy, Joel Parkinson, who's slamming waves through to the inside.
That was nice.
Yeah, so Parko is building a villa. He's got the concrete pads down and he's getting to work here in the round of 16 at the Komune Bali Pro.
Prediction-wise, high 6, mid to high 6.
And we're seeing the Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski taking to the water here at Karamas. As we've seen, safety is paramount here in Bali. You can't afford to take risks
At all.
We mentioned the sign earlier on the bridge that says please do not fall off, and that's just good logic right there. Here goes John Mark Takong, beg your pardon, Oni Anwar.
Oni Anwar, bro.
And talk us through this one, Woody.
Big grab rail cutty to underwater, and he's out of there. Just sort of a grab rail submarine, I like to call those ones.
Or as Oni likes to call it, the Sumbawa Marine.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so condition update. Bins, it's onshore now.
It is onshore.
Barrels, unless you get some mystical wave, not on offer.
Yeah, no hap barrel.
We're going to see some stuff get pretty interesting here.
Problem, mister.
If my favourite name in surfing, John Mark Takong, get himself a nice little inside winder. We're going to see him punt. Does he like to get in the air? I don't really know too much about him, except that his name's awesome, like a 15th century artist.
Well, that looks like your dad has just turned up to the beach in his Speedos. Big shout out to Mr. Taipan. Actually, I'd like to think that guy's John Mark Takong's dad.
Can't quite see him, but yeah, it could possibly be my dad. He might have come over to try and get in the event, or maybe he was playing a set. He might be DJing later on. I'm not too sure. Speedo DJ.
Yeah, well, this is we're getting towards the finals, so you can't imagine Adam Dennis has booked accommodation out here for the last couple of days of the event. So maybe it is your dad who will be DJing tonight.
DJ Speedos. What about, tell us about your solo acoustic guitar career. How's that
Well,
going?
God, it's a hell of a story. Where do you start with that? Let's just look at the action in the water instead. Here goes Jacko Baker, one of the high scorers yesterday, and he's figured out pretty quickly that it's all about turns. That was a nice one. Got a long way out on the face. Drew plenty of rail through the wall just there. And he is currently sitting in fourth, so he wants that to be a 5.97 to jump up into second. Parko's last wave was a 7.17. That's the best one of this heat so far. Doesn't really have a backup. Oni Anwar has a 5.17 and a 1.5. He's in second. John Mark Takong, Woody's favourite, he has a one wave, a 4.5. He needs a 2.18 to move into second, and Jacko Baker's hoping his last wave checks in around about a 6 to put him up into one of those two advancing positions.
How was I with my opening prediction with Joel? I didn't...
He got a 7.17.
What did I say? High 6.
High 6. That's a very high 6.
It is. It's, yeah, it's a 7.
You can't get many higher 6s than a 7.
What awards can we win for best webcast? Can we win any awards for that?
Well, obviously there's the WSL banquet at the start of every year where they give out some minor trophies to world champs, and then all eyes turn towards the big screens for the best webcast. You'd imagine we'd be in the running there, probably alongside Fiji and Chopes.
You'd have to say so. Just with the committee. Here we go, Johnny boy.
Well, you asked if he could do punts. There's the answer.
Just galloped
Now
out.
we just need to know if he can land them.
Galloped out of the lip there, like a thoroughbred. Here we go, Jacko Baker. Good little inside wall. What's he got for us? Nice first section. Huge first snap. Can he finish it? Get out of that whitewash jungle. Loving the way Jacko's surfing. Good reading. Just read that one really well. Those smaller inside ones now on the corner there, Binzi, I think they're the option, just quietly. Got a good speed, a steep face, and you get that nice end section. I feel like a few of them are going unridden.
All right, words from the super coach. We just saw Joel Parkinson make his way out to the lineup seamlessly. No injuries, no urchins. And obviously that's on the back of you learning through trial and error yesterday and then passing that along.
Yeah.
And now the inside runners apparently are where the points are at in this heat.
What do you think old mate over there's doing, trying to surf over there? Is he trying to...
Well, I think he's taken inspiration from Parko's late and straight earlier and gone, if a world champ can do that, so can I.
Yeah,
he's gone out to the car park just to parallel park a few of his own.
Okay. Here we go, having a look now. Joel, is he going to pull the trigger? I think he should.
Parko's not interested, so Oni Anwar.
No, it's Johnny boy. John Mark
Takon. I really had to stop confusing those two. Oh! Now Parko on the wave behind.
John Mark
nice
Joel, big opening section.
Oh.
Can he get around it? Big float
that one.
Oh. Okay.
Parko falls off and you hear a glass get dropped in the beach resort. That's the surprise that comes with a world champ like Joel, who hasn't missed a beat all week.
Unexpected that.
Finally falls off.
Interesting heat for Joel. Started with a straight hander, followed up with a 7.
Yeah, he's really building his way into this one, isn't he?
It's topsy-turvy.
And how are the scenes behind us?
It's growing.
Things are really getting active in the pool. Plenty of inflatables, plenty of pre-midday beers being had, and you'd struggle to find a better vibe for a contest anywhere in the world. And we're just lucky to be the two idiots sitting in front of the camera telling the world about it.
Yeah. Just slowly gathering momentum for the webcast of the year, I believe.
Yep, well, we're building a house of our own. Did start off a little slow this morning, missing the first two heats. But
that wasn't on us. That was due to safety concerns. We just had to get a safety brief on sitting by the pool. And OH H&S. Had to do.
Yeah, the hoops you had to jump through with Indonesian on health and safety, especially if you're planning on broadcasting in a tiny little island between a swimming pool and the high tide mark.
That's it. Can be risky.
Things got edgy for a while there, but thankfully all the due diligence of the FreshAir broadcast team in association with Tony Cannon from Komune Beach Club were able to get all their right checks signed off on, and here we are, safely commentating from the swimming pool here at Komune Beach Resort.
Here we go, a lot of paddling. Joel having a look. This one could go. Swooping.
And Joel is currently coming second in this heat. Jackson Baker just dropped a 5.17 for his last wave to move into first.
I think what does he need? What's he chasing, Binzi?
I'm not sure. My dial-up's just crashed again. Big shout out to Telkomsel.
Big shout out to them, as well as Telstra Australia, and
might be time to switch over to Simpati.
They're at the forefront of Indonesian dial-up and Wi-Fi connection.
They've got a duopoly on the Indonesian telecom scene.
It's actually really good to see that Bali has the internet. I think that's a big up to them. I know they've had it for about a month or 2 months, so they are sort of.
And as much as we're giving him a hard time, we're out in, one of the remoter parts. And generally, when you're back in town in Seminyak, I get far better coverage than I do with my Telstra crap at home.
So good to see. It's just slowed down out the back, Binzi, and you wanted to tell us to get back into that solo acoustic career. You would travelling around, sort of playing with the circus, weren't you? Yeah, I was, James. I was a minstrel in the circus for a great amount of time. That computer of yours is just delivering you all sorts of wonderful information. All right, Joel Parkinson's last wave was a 6, so he has wrestled back the lead from Jackson Baker. Not gonna lie, Woody, looking forward to it, getting down to the one-on-one heats out here. As we see, Oni Amwa, big layback to open it.
And behind him, John Mark Takong having a look.
I think Joel
doesn't get into it. Here goes Joel Parkinson. He's flying, he's got speed to burn. What's he going to do with it? Pulls through the back. And that was one of the best pull-throughs we've seen this morning.
He's gone straight and he's pulled through the back. How does he come up with these combinations?
You can't teach that.
Like, who's giving him that, that criteria to go for that sort of stuff? The straight takeoff to open it up, the race down the line for 100 metres and pull through the back there. You can't teach that sort of stuff.
You're just born with it. Just innate knowledge and ability.
Looks like Jacko having a look.
Yeah, here goes Jackson Baker. He's just moved down to third because John Mark Takong has dropped some heat on the scoreboard. And here goes Jacko looking to strike straight back. He only needs a 3.2. If he can sit this one down, which he has done. Yeah. There's the little Ollie Air Rev off the backwash, which we all love. And he has, I reckon he's comfortably got himself that 3.2. Currently, John Mark Takong just dropped a 4.27 to move into second. But Jacko just looking for a 3.2 on that, and I reckon he's done it pretty comfortably comfortably. And that is going to leave Oni Anwar chasing a decent number. And quite possibly John Mark Takong as well.
My prediction, they head over towards the 7.5 mark.
Whoa!
Maybe the low 7.
Big number. I'm going 5.5 on that one.
For Jacko,
Yeah?
pretty similar to Joel's. Joel at a 7.
Joel's last wave?
Not Joel's last wave.
Okay. Okay.
He's one after his straight hander.
I like that you're using logic. One of the traits of the Mad Huey's team is to really think things through.
We're always thinking things through, always taking a moment before we make a decision.
You wouldn't just jump on a shark without the safety of a bird cage, would you?
That's it. Stuff like that. You know, and that's why those guys are renowned for their safety. Yeah.
That's why it's such a perfect fit with Indonesia.
Your last wave was a 6.37. You now need a 6.38 to take second. Red, 4. You need an 8.24.
I wonder how my predictions were. I have a feeling they were pretty off.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the dial-up to reload once more. Maybe we can get the judges to write the scores down on paper, make a paper aeroplane and throw them down to us.
Why didn't you tell them that in the brief for the scoring?
Yeah, we were too busy focusing on safety. And the actual technical aspects of the job went out the window, which is fair enough. You know, it's a risky business and we don't want anyone to get hurt. And, hey, paper planes are quite sharp at the nose.
Especially if you're in the pool, you don't see it coming bang in your eye. There's another compo claim.
And I believe they have a sign up that says don't throw a paper plane in someone's eye. So every aspect of safety has been covered down here at the Komune Bali Pro. And here goes Jacko Baker. I'm pretty sure he's sitting in second. Throws an air rev if you don't mind.
Makes it.
That was a nice little tail high whip.
Happy with that. Prediction-wise, am I close or?
Well, just looking at the scores, it said Safari could not open the page because the server stopped responding.
Is Joel in the lead?
I think so.
Oni Anwar on a little inside one. We know what's going to happen here.
Give us some flair. Give us something to go on with. Big air rev, grabs the rail, stomps that, and the pool goes wild. Whoa-hey.
How did he make that?
That woke up the poolside crowd, didn't it?
How did he come across that air out into the flats? He went through a lip. It's going to put some pressure on John Mark Jacong, Joel Parkinson, Jacko Baker. Okay, prediction. You want one for that one?
Hang on. Let's just have a look at the replay first of Oni Anwar's last wave. And you can see he really drives hard off the bottom. He eyed off that section. He didn't get quite the first hit to go at. And then bang, just launches beautifully. And we can see here, grabs the rail, plenty of style, and then lands backwards in the whitewash. Spins it around, no worries at all.
Should we slow him down and compare him to one he did last year? Can we just get some footage up from the year before last? What he got?
Well, I think we've got John's alley-oop from the 2013 Oakley Pro on hand.
Okay, wait a sec. I'm just splitting them up.
So if we split our screen, John's doing the alley-oop on your screen, Oni's doing his air reverse on my screen.
There it is.
And Oni's grabbing, and well, I think the major difference there was that Oni didn't claim.
Yeah.
John points the finger straight at the sky.
I think he was just pointing at a plane that he nearly hit when he did that air.
Okay, it sounds like Oni Anwar has gone into the lead. So that was a 7.03, which has given him the lead. So Joel Parkinson now sitting in second. Jackson Baker is down to third, and John Mark Takong goes into fourth. So Jacko needs a 6 something or other.
Here we go, Jackson Baker having a paddle, pull back.
What's quite funny is that there's people out there watching this webcast. They actually know the scores better than we do because it's on their screens.
So we're commentating, trying to get the update, and I'm sure everyone watching actually has the update. So
maybe we can get people to.
Can we get anyone to
send us some tweets with some scores?
Yeah, text us.
Just mention at James Taipan Lennox Head for Life, and that's you'll get Woody on Twitter.
Or James Woods Keyhole Association of Paddle Outs.
Yeah, yep. We could just hashtag Woody loves urchins. Yep. That'll get him.
That's another good one.
Maybe we could tag in our cameraman Winston Smushface. He's a minor celebrity on the internet. He's actually a cat, but he's done a great job operating the camera that we're working on today. And we thank his handler Nick Atkins for allowing Winston Smushface to come down and operate the camera that we're talking into right now. Bet you didn't know the Mad Hueys had a celebrity cat on their books.
The team and the committee and everyone, it just keeps growing.
The only issue the Mad Hueys have with Winston Smushface is he eats a lot of the bait. And so a cat around a fishing team, it's not always a great combination.
We give him his own set of lures without the hooks, and he just plays around with them.
Alright, just had some minor media commitments to deal with there, but being the true pros that we are, we're back. And situation hasn't changed. It's Oni Anwar out in front. Here's Joel Parkinson, he's in second. He won't be happy about that. He's a world champ, he's meant to win everything, so he strikes.
Here we go, Johnny boy's having a look at this deep one. Got a big hip in it. Is he going to pull in?
Oh, of course he is. Oh, he's deep, he's driving, he's in there. He needs a score. He's currently sitting in fourth. You know he's going to throw about 12 more laybacks through the inside of this thing. Don't take your eyes off the ocean because he's going to kick out right now.
I thought maybe...
I was expecting something big.
There's not much time on the board. He needed an 8 something.
Obviously felt like he had the score and didn't need those extra points on the end. Which is an interesting tactic in an elimination heat.
Oh, didn't think about it. That one possibly had the face to do it.
As a kid does a cannonball behind us, just be careful, mate. You could electrocute the commentary team right here.
Here we go.
Okay, so Parko's back into first. 6.93. Here goes Oni Anwar, currently sitting in second. Throws another big air reverse, can't ride out of that one, and it looks like this heat is done and dusted. So the judges will be looking at the tape of Jackson Baker's last wave to see if he did enough to progress. Joel Parkinson's in first, so you'd think he's safe. And just while the judges get out the abacus and try to figure out just who gets through from that last heat, we're going to throw down to a quick commercial break. Back here at Karamas for plenty more action from the Komune Bali Pro in just a second. to Karamas as James Wood ducks out for a little breather. This is the Komune Bali Pro. Waves are on the cook down here at Karamas, the east coast of Bali. It's early season up here, but the swell has well and truly arrived. We've seen pumping conditions all morning. We are down to heat number 2 of the round of 16. By the looks of things, as Joel Parkinson first and Oni Anwar in the last heat getting through. Up now we have Sheldon Simkus, Teal Vanna, Shane Holmes and Manuel Selman. We're still on hold in this next heat as we're waiting to see whether it was Oni or Jackson Baker getting the nod. Jacko needs a 6.23 and he was not going to die wondering. He smashed out a series of big turns across the inside of the Karamas Reef. And the judges are having a good, long, hard think about this one. We are getting down to the business end of the contest, so they're not going to throw these scores around lightly. And especially when it's a question of who progresses out of Oni Anwar or Jackson Baker. Sadly, John Mark Takong's wild little run is over. The kid from the Philippines has been getting shacked off his face all week long here at Karamas. And when he's not getting tubed, he's doing these massive laid-back turns with hair and arms flying everywhere. But it looks like he's ducked out at the round of 16. We do know that Joel Parkinson is through to the quarters. No real surprises there. Who's going to join him in the quarters? Well, that's being decided right now. So in the water, Sheldon Simkus, Teal Vanna, Shane Holmes and Manuel Selman still on hold. So they're going to be fighting all sorts of frustration right now. There's plenty of waves pouring in and they just have to sit there and let them go through to the catcher. And no worries for these guys. They've all been surfing plenty over the course of the week. It's been a non-stop froth fest at Karamas. We even had the lights on last night. People were surfing at 9 o'clock at night. So, yeah, no shortage of surfing done this week at Komune. Wow, so the last wave for Jackson Baker was a 6.5. It does squeak him into second place. He's through to the quarters. So Oni Anwar gets beaten on the buzzer by Jackson Baker, and Jacko will join Joel Parkinson in the quarterfinals. And straight off the bat, that was Shane Holmes. He's been ripping all week and he's not letting up in this heat. This is heat 2 of the round of 16. Now we're seeing Sheldon Simkus. He's tucking into a nice barrel as well. Storms through that, comes flying out. Big floater, rock and roll, puts the landing down and gets swallowed in that very turbulent end section. So no dramas there. And he'll pop up, paddle out the back, knowing he's got a pretty decent score to his name already. And just as the dust settles on that last heat and we wait for some scores to drop in to kick off this next one, we're going to go to a quick ad break. When we come back, we're going to have a chat with 2012 World Champ and former winner here at Karamas when it was a WCT, Joel Parkinson. to Karamas, the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Hueys. We just saw Joel Parkinson, no surprises, winning his way through to the quarterfinals. We're just waiting for him to tail off, and we're going to have a quick chat with the 2012 World Champ. In the water right now, we've got Sheldon Simkus, Teal Vanna, Shane Holmes and Manuel Selman. And it's Sheldon Simkus who has the better of the opening exchanges. His first wave was a 5. Shane Holmes kicked things off with a 4.23 and not hanging around looking for another wave. Sheldon Simkus, well, he was going to go on that one, decided against it, and not a bad call because the thing just tapered off and ran pretty quickly. Teal Vanna, his opener was just a 1, and Manuel Selman yet to put any runs on the board. And here goes Teal Vanna yet again. He's a long way back. And what's he got for us? Well, that wave raced off. It looked like there was a possibility of a barrel off the takeoff. And once that shut down, there wasn't a whole lot remaining for Teal to work with. So he ditches. Now we're looking at Manuel Selman on his backhand. He's looking to pull in, grabs his rail and goes over the handlebars. And that's a pretty shallow section of reef right there. He'll pop up unscathed, I'm sure. And that is the first wave for the surfer from Chile. Okay, we can see Joel Parkinson making his way over right now. He's just being stopped for plenty of selfies and autographs and all the rest. And why not? Surfing Royalty competing this week at Karamas. And now here goes Shane Holmes. He has been the surprise packet this week, dropping massive scores throughout the course of the event, and he is on fire. His rail work top notch, bashing out a few big turns, and he blasts that one all the way through to the inside. And now here goes Sheldon Simkus. He's a long way back. He's racing. He tucks in for the barrel. He's from Snapper Rocks board riders. He knows his way around the tube and comes flying out of the end of that one. So big wide set pouring through. It's not necessarily the biggest waves have been the best ones. Often they kind of break out the back and steamroll the lineup. It's sort of the 80%ers that have been the pick today that really hit the reef and throw out. And when we saw Taj earlier dropping a perfect 10 for a very deep stand-up barrel. And Joel Parkinson has done that a couple of times himself. He's just toweling off and grabbing a hat, and he's going to be over here for a chat very shortly. Are we on or what? Yeah, just grab that one. All right, I'm joined by 2012 World Champ, winner of the last heat, Joel Parkinson. Parko, how are you, mate?
Good. How are you?
Mate, big talking point out of that last heat. Talk us through your straight-hander.
Mate, I was watching a couple in the heat, and it was a bit chandelier in the heat before, and I thought maybe I had a chance at put myself real deep, but I just didn't do it. So.
Oh, you were deep?
No, I'm good. Yeah. So just put myself a bit deep, and I just watched it run off, and I was like, I can't believe I blew it.
And tell us about this comp, because do they get much better?
Mate, they really don't. I was so excited to come to the event. I know it's only a 1-star, but it's more about this wave and how much. I love it. We all love it. It's such an amazing wave to surf, and it's got a barrel. You get so much speed from it, good turns, and it's like an excitement machine. So I was just so excited to get here for this wave.
And Woody was joking earlier, but maybe he wasn't joking. He said you've signed up for the next 10 years of this.
Yeah, I don't know. You never know. We've all been barreling this event. We've had some fun turns, and it is a really it's pretty relaxed. You know, one star for us it's not a big deal, but it's a great vibe around this place and great vibe around the event. You know, really cool atmosphere.
Tell us about the rest of your year, because it looks like you got a little bit of fire back.
I have, yeah, definitely. I have at the moment. I'm nursing a little bit of a knee at the moment, which feels all right. I kind of nursing through it, but we'll see how it goes. I really am. I'm just excited to surf heats, you know, regardless of all talks of titles and all that. I think I'm just stoked to be surfing heats, and I want to surf good.
And this kid in the red jersey, Sheldon Simkus, you'd have seen a fair bit of him surfing.
Mate, little Shelley, he's a really great little surfer. Kid from home and one of my snapper compatriots, and mate, watching him surf and watching him blossom. We're so lucky at home. We got pretty barreled, and he's become so good in the tube. You know, some of that greenmount stuff at the start of the year and snapper, and he is just so good in the barrel, and he's got some amazing turns too. So hopefully he has a big year on the QS this year.
And you and Taj are on opposite sides of the draw. Any trash talk? You looking to final?
It hasn't started, man. We've still got a few more heats to go, but we're staying together, and we've been. We just charge everything to the room, you know, food and drinks and all that kind of stuff. So I think if we ever get there, it'll just be the winner or the loser will have to pay. Yeah, so I was thinking about that, just going, all right, well, you know, it might be a $1,000 bill, one of us has to pay.
And did you ever think you'd see the day where you're at an event without kids and Taj is here with a baby?
Yeah, no, my kids are at home, which I miss a lot, and I'm not sure if they're watching, but I love you guys. And you know, usually for the last 10 years I've travelled, or 12 years I've travelled with my kids, and my wife and I are lucky enough to come away for 5 or 6 days without them, and Taj is here with a baby.
Changing nappies.
Yeah, changing nappies. Yeah, it's good to see.
And mate, yellow jersey looks kind of good.
Oh, it does, hey. I know. I was asking Mick if I could borrow his at the start of the year because he won't need his, but yeah, I know. Yellow jersey. It doesn't mean I'm winning, though.
Well, you're the top seed, and we're all loving seeing you surfing here this week, mate. So
cheers, Binzy.
Thanks for coming along.
What about you, Binzy? You been having a good time too?
Oh, it's been all right.
It's all right.
Just building a house, you know, easing into the competition.
Yeah.
Don't want to go too early, just timing my run for the end.
Yeah, nice. I got my cousin Mitchell here too, which I've been trying to help along, and he's had a couple of really good heats. He had a really good heat before. It was really great to see.
Well, you got that 9.1 yesterday. That was a crazy wave.
Yeah, he had a shocking start to the heat, like broke the board, and he was just...
Yeah, what'd you say to him when he came in?
Oh, I just said, mate, build a bungalow, you know, come on, couple of scores, and he paddled straight out into a 9 and backed it up pretty good. There's Shane Holmes.
Yeah, well, he's been the surprise packet this week. Where's Shane Holmes come from?
Mate, he's a Central Coast boy, and he's not a surprise to me. I saw him at the start of the year at the Australian Board Riders Battle, and he was amazing. He was like singularly handling, probably putting North Shelley up the top end, and he's such a good surfer, and he shapes some of his boards look amazing. A good friend of mine shapes his board, Brucey Kay, so it's pretty cool to see.
Yep, and a perfect 10 yesterday. You're no stranger to perfect 10s out here. You remember, talk us through the heat where you got 2 of them out here.
It was a heat with John, and I put a couple of pretty good heats together, for like a 15 and a 16 total, and John had a 10 and doing an huge alley-oop, if you remember, and I was like, all right, I got a lift for this one, and didn't expect that I'd ever lift like to 2 10s. He ended up with a 19.8. He had a 10 and a 9.8, and I had 2 10s, and that was probably one of the best heat for waves at Cronulla. It was just the right direction, south swell, incoming push, and offshore, amazing.
He also came really close to sticking a backflip. Where would they have gone with that on the scale?
Yeah, well, I would have had 20, and he probably got 22 or something.
That's not the only perfect 20 of your career. You did it in Hawaii once, a pipe?
I did, yeah. I did a heat against Dusty in the Triple Crown at a pipe comp a while ago, and it was a pretty amazing heat for me. It was a bit of a sad heat too because I've been travelling with Dusty, and he needed to make that heat to qualify. And
so you dropped 2 10s.
I was like, I'm just going to sit, give him the inside, and he kind of was. I just sat wide and just one of those ones where when you just kissed by Huey, and everything just fell into place. All of a sudden, I was just on 2 really nice waves, and that was it. I kind of came in with a smile, but I felt so sad. Dusty walked up the beach, pretty upset about it. All right, well, I might leave you to it, Binty, and go and grab some lunch and
No worries. Well, thanks
ready.
for the chat, Joel.
No worries.
Good luck in the rest of the event.
No worries. Thanks, mate. I
Hopefully
appreciate
have
it.
a couple more of these.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully.
All right. Cheers, mate. All right, we got some scores to figure out. We've just seen another flurry of waves. Always good to have a chat with 2012 World Champ Joel Parkinson. And once my dial-up gets back online, I'll be able to bring you the updated situation. Just while we have a lull, we got some scores for the judges to work out. We're going to take a little break and we'll cut to a commercial. We'll be right back here at Komune Beach Club at Karamas in Bali in a very short second. See you soon. Welcome back to Karamas. This is the Komune Beach Club. This is the Komune Bali Pro presented by the Mad Hueys. Plenty of action in the pool behind us. We've got a DJ playing ringside, and in case that's not enough, some of the best surfers in the world are putting on a show for us right out the front. Karamas is 6 foot and firing. We just had a chat with 2012 World Champ Joel Parkinson. He's through to the quarterfinals. We are now in Heat 2. Sheldon Simkus, who's a fellow Snapper Rock board rider mate of Joel's, is out in front with a 5.4 and an 8.3. Shane Holmes, who I thought was a surprise packet, but Joel said he's had his eye on throughout this event, is currently sitting second. He's got a 7 and a 5.5. Manuel Selman, the Chilean surfer, he's sitting third. He's got one score, a 5.73. He's hunting a 6.78 to try and move up into second. And Teal Vanna, a bit of a slow start to his campaign. Just the one wave of any note, a 4.5. He's currently looking for an 8. As Shane Holmes drops in a 7 for his last wave, and he's not done yet. Shane Holmes a long way back, hammers a big turn there, and comes unglued at the base of that wave, so that's not going to go into Shane's top 2. Manuel Selman now looking for a 6.78 to move into second, and Teal Vanna chasing an 8-point ride. It is Sheldon Simkus with an 8.3 and a 5.4 out in front from Shane Holmes. Manuel Selman and Teal Vanna with, we're a third of the way through this heat, 10 minutes down and 20 to go. This is the second heat of the round of 16. Up next in Heat 3, Taj Burrow and Ethan Ewing. So that's a rematch of last year's final. They're coming up against Reef Doig and Taylor Clark. And then to conclude the round, Elliot Parada-Reed, Mitchell Parkinson, Zeke Lau and Dharmaputra Tonjo. right, just while there's a lull in the action, we're going to cross to a quick commercial break. We'll be back here with more action from Karamas in just a second. I have the great pleasure of being joined by, I don't know what you'd call Matt George, failed male model, former military man.
Yes.
Was once a strongman performer in the circus.
Yes, true.
And just a general rascal and debonair man about town. Matt George, how are you?
I'm doing great, Chris, and it's really fantastic to be here. You know, I just got back from the WQS contest in the Mentawai, so I got to know some of these young surfers. And I tell you what, I was so impressed with the surfing in the Mentawai, and it's great to see it continuing here. After watching the WCT contest mostly on television, to actually be live and be able to watch this in person, you realize how deep the WQS talent really goes. I'm impressed with Chris Zaffis from Angalri. I'm very impressed with Jacob Wilcox. We just saw Baker. He just, saved that heat with that Hail Mary at the last second. I find these WQS contests as exciting as the WCTs because these guys have a hell of a lot on the line.
And they get better waves.
They get far better waves. The Mentawai pumped for 6 days, and now we're here at Karamas, and it's pumped for 4 days. I tell you what, I'd rather be here than in a cold wetsuit in Venezuela, I'll tell you that much.
I actually heard you say that when you were commentating at the Mentawai event, and I googled the average water temperature in Venezuela is 27 degrees. So what are you doing wearing a wetsuit there?
Oh wow! You gotta.
It's on the equator.
We are journalists.
You know which country is next door to Venezuela? Ecuador.
Which means the equator, actually, in the native language. And by the way, here comes a big set, Chris. Why don't you make a call here? Hey, you know what? I don't even know who's in this heat.
Well, I can tell you. It's Sheldon Simkus. He's out in front. Teal Vanner is the surfer in blue.
Teal Vanner's our WQS leader, yes? I believe he's our points leader, isn't he? For the WQS?
I think that's Leonardo Fioravent.
Oh, okay. Going into the Mentawai, I thought that was him.
This is
here we got a backside.
He's from Chile. You might want to wear a wetsuit in Chile more than Venezuela.
Well, particularly when you think about what the name sounds like. So I think backsiders are at a big disadvantage here, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt at all that Karamas has a lot of bends and warps. It comes back at you. There's all this crazy sidewash. We've seen people throwing all kinds of wild chop-ups off the backwash all week long. And yeah, definitely a wave that plays very much into the hands of the natural footers.
Did you see what Baker did on the inside there? That nuclear explosion?
Yeah.
Could you see it from here? It was pretty spectacular. I thought that last wave of Baker's was overscored, only because I like him. But that explosion on the inside that he survived really impressed the judges. And, I guess you can judge recoveries. If you're good enough to recover, I suppose that you should get some points for that. But he was in a lot of peril in there. So
Matt, tell us what else you've been up to lately. I'm sure this is going to be a great.
Well, yeah, I've been, running Surf Time magazine, Southeast Asia's premier surfing magazine, actually the best surfing magazine in the world. I've also been.
I believe I have an outstanding payment with you, by the way.
Well, we still owe you. Yes, thank you very much for that article, by the way. Here we go. Here's some action. Take it away, Chris.
All right, this is the surfer in white. This is Shane Holmes, who's been ripping all week on the strength of surfing like that. Goes really hard, throws a bucket of spray, and he's not done yet. He's going to keep lacerating this one through to the inside. A string of powerful turns, and now we're looking at Teal Vanner on the wave behind, and he answers straight back with a couple of big burly blasts of his own. This doesn't have quite the shape of Shane Holmes's wave, but Teal's going to make the most of it. Drops the wallet there as well, and what's he got for us on the end? He's eyeing off that last section and squeezes out one last turn. So pretty good combination of waves there from Shane Holmes and Teal Vanner, and they need them with Sheldon Simkus and Manuel Selman currently sitting first and second.
Well, that's the talent depth that I've been talking about. I mean, to see these guys surf, perfect Lance's rights, and then to see them surf here like that, I mean, that's WCT level surfing. There's no doubt about it. I really like Teal Vanner's style too, and he seems like a guy that's on the right board. A lot of these WQS guys travel to these very obscure breaks usually, and they have a lot of, I was talking to Kelly Norris, and he's saying, we have a lot of board problems because, we have to adapt to all these different, strange places, and we have to guess the boards because, there's these places are so remote that their shapers aren't traveling with them, and these guys are real WQS warriors. But the thing about Teal, who was in the WQS lead going into the Mentawai, I really like the way he keeps his board under his feet. He always seems glued to his board, sort of like Joel Parkinson. Do you know what area where he's from, Teal?
He's from South Australia. Originally lives in Bondi these days.
I'm wondering who one of his influences are because he surfs a lot like Joel Parkinson. He's got a little bit of Mick in there, so I thought maybe he was spending a lot of time in the Gold Coast. But I think he's a real surfer to watch.
Oh yeah, he's got an incredible style. He's grown up surfing all sorts of wild reef breaks around the far-flung reaches of South Australia, and then he's moved to Bondi, which is famed for it's a very tricky place to get waves.
Oh mate, Bondi Rescue. I strangely enough, I'm one of the only American surfers that know quite a bit about South Australia. South Australia is real Australia. I mean, it's coastal outback, if there's such a thing.
Oh, there's such a thing, absolutely.
Yeah, coastal
Great Australian
outback.
bite.
And there's, big waves and wilderness surfing, and all the South Australians are great outdoorsmen, because they camp to surf, and they all have the cool camping cars, and to them surfing is not so much of a sport as it is an adventure. And it's great to see a South Australian surfer, what is he, from York Peninsula or something, up here competing in Bali in front of the whole world on this live broadcast.
All right, so we got some scores in. Last wave for the surfer in red, Sheldon Simkus, was a 7.23. He is our heat leader. Shane Holmes is sitting second with a 7 and a 7.6. Teal is chasing an 8.1. His last wave was a 6.5. And Manuel Selman, the lone South American, all the way from Chile, has a 5.73 and a 2.33. He's looking for an 8.87.
All right, here we go. Chris, what do you reckon?
Well, this is Sheldon Simkus. He's been a standout this week, one to watch. Beautiful floater there, and puts it down with these, goes vertical. So a bit of variety from Sheldon. Another nice big fan as he works this one through to the inside. Couple more hits, and it's the lone goofy Manuel Selman on the way behind trying a bucket. And he goes up hard and he goes down harder. That's not going to go into his top two. And now it's Teal Vanner and Shane Holmes sitting out in front. They're sitting out the back.
I reckon that might have been the highest score of the heat, that first wave. What do you think? That was so well ridden, and just what a professional performance on that wave. You know, keeping the combinations going. The board wasn't sticky, clean rails, power, and you know what? I'm big on a nice finish. You know, to finish your wave. You know, whether you have to kick out with a little style or do a little off the lip or maybe a smaller air on the inside. There's just something about finishing that last move like a tango or a ballet dance. You know, you want to finish it with grace, and that's exactly what that surfer did. And I think that's going to be the highest score of the heat so far.
And speaking of grace and tangos and ballet and all that sort of stuff, you rocked up on crutches today. What's going on there?
Oh, let me tell you something.
You trip over your own words?
I have advice. I have advice for the entire world. Stop skateboarding when you reach the age of 50, okay? It's time to stop skateboarding. I broke my ankle horribly trying to pretend I was 25 again, and I'm making the official announcement now that Matt George has retired from his amateur skateboarding career. We'll have a big party later, you know, celebrating my retirement. Yeah.
Oh, we've known it's been coming for a long time, so there it is. Big news from Karamas.
You heard it first.
Old-age pensioner Matt George declares no more skateboarding. You could just do a Neil Wilkinson and get around the place in a mobility scooter.
Well, I've been thinking about that. I was actually talking to Joel Parkinson about that, but the problem with Joel Parkinson is that he still surfs like a 19-year-old, so that's a little tricky, especially for a father of 10 or however many children he has. You know, I was thinking of the surfer from Chile. Could you tell me his name again?
Manuel Selman.
Manuel. I've been to Chile, and I've surfed that beautiful country, and I've surfed Easter Island. The one thing about it that's really tricky is that for 350 days of the year, Chile is overcast. It's a high, overcast sky, so you live under a gray sky for most of your life. So I would imagine that Manuel, here in Bali, with this beautiful, beautiful sunshine, must just be really celebrating being able to be loose, and the sun is out and the music is on. I would say that surfing in Chile is very, very desolate. It's almost like surfing on the moon. There's no, it's a very desert type atmosphere. There's no foliage, no big trees. It very much is like surfing on Mars. And so I imagine that once...
I'd imagine the gravity plays out slightly differently though.
Well, actually the equator does have different gravity than the South and North Pole, but you know, I reckon that his surfing here would be celebratory. But the backside's got to be tough here, Chris. As perfect as people think this wave is, it is a very, very technical tube ride. You got to do a lot of work once you get behind the curtain to get out of one of these things. And backside, that's a long haul.
All right, we've got a few more scores in. The last wave for Sheldon Simkus was a 7, so it doesn't go into his top 2. Shane Holmes' last wave was a 7.6. That does go into his top 2. Teal Vanna is now chasing an 8.1. Manuel Selman, the man who's grown up surfing on the moon, apparently, he is chasing an 8.87. As we see Reef Doig making his way down for his heat with... some guy in a red jersey. I don't
recognize that. I don't reckon he's Western Australian, isn't he? I don't recognize him.
It looks like the one and only Taj Burrow, and they'll be taking on Ethan Ewing and Taylor Clark. Taylor Clark's from your part of the world. He's the only American remaining. What do you know about Taylor?
Not a damn thing, to be honest with you. I'm looking forward to seeing his surfing. I think one of the things about the American surfing that I've noticed is that the elder surfers are not influencing the younger surfers anymore. So a lot of the Americans have exactly the same style and are doing exactly the same things on a wave, and I'm finding it, quite frankly, a little tedious. It's, you take off the lip, little cutback, little whirly bird on the inside, and it's like, you know, a champion that does not make. And I would like to see another individual emerge from America like Kelly Slater or Tom Curran, someone unique and powerful. So let's see what this American has. But quite frankly, I'm not that impressed with the state of American surfing right now.
As we see Manuel Selman going over the handlebars on that one. We've seen a few spectacular top rope efforts this week. I think Sean Harrington might have had the best of it. Just a mammoth over the hangers effort in his earlier heat. And here goes Teal Vanner. He's looking for a decent score to get back into it.
Ooh.
He throws up some flair, and that's not going to contribute to his tally as we count this heat out in a few minutes' time. So we've got 3 minutes and change remaining in this one. Teal Vanner's looking for an 8.1. That was heat leader Sheldon Simkus quickly in and out.
And I'll tell you what, Chris, another thing that doesn't impress me is surfers that go up for these big spectacular air moves with absolutely no intention of making them. This is not the arena for that. That's for free surfing. You're supposed to have your act together once you get to this level. And you do not throw your board up into some chaotic off the lip that you know you're not going to make. You push it, yes, but you make it. Let's see what he's got for us on this one, Chris.
All right, here goes Teal Vanner. He's still looking for a big score. Throws his lip up his board into the lip with the intent of making that one, which will keep Matt George happy.
Yep.
And then hammers the end section. That was nicely done from Teal. Not sure if it's going to be the 8.1.
That's no 8.1.
But he's only looking to get rid of a 6.5 to get himself a little bit closer to the 14.6 two-wave tally he requires to get up into second. And there's still 2 minutes and change remaining. So Teal's edging that little bit closer to second spot.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a bit astonished that he's not in first because it's the best surfing I've seen sitting here.
Well, 2 minutes to go. I think Teal has pulled the pin on that one. He's on the beach. He's just ripped his leg off in disgust, so he doesn't seem overly impressed with how that heat panned out. He had one of the better performances yesterday, had a high 9 on one of his waves, but looks to be the end of Teal Vanner's campaign. Looks like also Manuel Selman's in a bit of trouble, quickly kicking in and out of that wave. There's a minute to go, and Manuel is chasing an 8.87, so an excellent score required. And the conditions are slowing slightly. Looking like we're only going to have 2 more heats today. Heat 3 up next in just over a minute's time. Taj Burrow, last year's winner, up against Ethan Ewing, who came second. They're taking on Reef Doig and Taylor Clark. And the final heat of the day, Elliot Parada-Reed, Mitchell Parkinson, Zeke Lau, and Dharmaputra Tonjo. Tell us about Dharmaputra, Matt.
Well, what's fascinating about him is the Mad Hueys who run this contest are Sean and Dean Dorrington, right? And they're identical twins. Well, Tonjo has an identical twin. So they're the Mad Harrington. They're the Mad Hueys of Bali. Tonjo Dharmaputra and his brother Blerong Dharmayasa. And the only way you can tell them apart is looking at their t-shirts, because one is sponsored by Oakley and the other one's sponsored by Rip Curl. Who do we have here?
Well, this looks like Taylor Clark signing off at the end of his last heat. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Taylor Clark is opening his account quickly. We've moved into the next heat, so first blood for the American. And unofficially, it's looking like Sheldon Simkus and Shane Holmes through to the quarters.
That second off the lip was beautiful. Really committed. Taylor looks like a really tall fella. Here's a nice peak. And nobody wants it. Wow. Wow. Now, the conditions are going to be changing because this tide is dropping. And having lived here as long as I have, the conditions will get a little smaller, but we're going to start seeing some tubes, Chris. Even with this wind on it, we're going to start seeing some barrels, and that's going to be exciting. I'd be interested to know how tall Taylor is. He looks like Owen Wright out there. unnecessary. He could have really taken a lead had he been a little smarter on that wave. That was not a wave to do a big floater on.
Scathing talk from the American Supercoach.
Well, these are grown men,
All right,
and
Matt,
they're
I've got some bad
competitors.
news. We might be kicking you out so we can talk to Sheldon Simkes.
Let me put a jersey on me. I'll get out there. I'll surf in the senior division. Hey, I expect a lot from these guys. The WQS, professional contest, live broadcast. Get your act together, man.
No, I'm serious though. We want the surfer to have a chat. So
Sorry.
you're gonna have to come
Wow.
off the headset.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know how to break it to you
Is there
gently, but
a big hook where I get taken off?
I think
All right.
I think
Well,
we're
thank
done
everybody.
for the day.
I thank everybody and welcome to Karamas.
Well, Matt, that was an experience. Sheldon, step on in. Hang on 1 second. Matt, can we get the talent in, please? I'll call you. Don't call us. All right. Well, I'm joined by the winner of the last heat, Sheldon Simkes. Mate, tell us about it. What's it like out there?
It's really fun. It kind of, it's really good for turns, but I managed to get that one nice barrel and I linked another one up, so yeah, it's really fun.
And tell us about this event on the whole. Pretty epic to be here at Karamas.
Yeah, it's good to, do a 1,000, try and get some points to get into the bigger, high-rated events, but also, getting surf Karamas, obviously, is top of the list. It's awesome.
And mate, you've been surfing non-stop out here for the last week. Word is you've turned into a bit of a heavy and you've started torching guys. What's going on there?
I'm just trying to get my waves.
No, I mean, growing up at Snapper, you're obviously well trained in the art of picking waves out of a crowd.
We've learned a little bit of an act, but, you gotta, it's all about respect when you come to other places, obviously, and, Snapper being my home break, it's, you don't want to take too many waves, but you want to get your own waves too.
Parko surfed the heat in front of you. Little high five to your fellow Snapper Rock board rider on the way through.
That was sick. I saw he got through. Probably be nice to have a heat with him when it's barreling because, we surf at Snapper all the time and get a couple barrels behind the rocks there, but
I think
see when we get drawn up, I guess.
You might want to get through to the semis.
The semis,
I
yeah.
don't think quarters, you'll be up against Jacko.
Oh, sick.
I think. Hang on. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah.
I think you're Jacko.
Yeah, yep.
And what are some of the other highlights been? You went to the HT's event?
I really wish I went, but I didn't. I put it on the calendar to do, and I didn't get there, and I saw the waves were pumping, I was kind of kicking myself, and, this time was 100% on the list, so I'm really happy to be here.
And what's your plan for the rest of the year?
I think I'm going to Japan at the end of May for the 6,000 event there, and then just see all the high rate events I can get into.
Where are you coming on the QS at the moment?
I think in about the 100th category. I finished 220 last year, and it gets me in a few events, but I guess if I finished in the under 200, I would have been in a lot more. But
yep,
taking it heat by heat, I guess.
So it's around about the top 100 you want to be into, and then you can start really having a crack at the primes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And do you have a time frame on like top 100 this year, CT next year, world champ the year after, or?
Definitely set goals.
Obviously, Komune Bali Pro champ would be.
Yeah, I think that's the next step. I'd love to be in the primes next year, and then obviously try and qualify for the CT soon after. I guess I'll be like 20 by then, which I think's a good age. A lot of people get on there when they're pretty young, and I wouldn't say they don't look like they're right on there, but you can see they still got like going to do. And
so you want to wait till you're a bit older, a bit more mature, a bit more of a veteran, and try to qualify when you're 20.
Yeah, if you time it right. If you time it right and you're at your full peak and you're actually making a dent on the tour, and then you're going for the world tour, I think that's a great time.
20, peaking at 20. All right.
Yeah.
I was still hoping I was peaking, but guess not. Talk to us about these guys in the water. What's it like being in a contest with Tahaj?
It's pretty sick to be able to surf against CT guys, ex-CT guys now. That's weird, but yeah. Taj, I surfed against him last year. We had a really good heat actually. It's like similar conditions to this. This is actually a pretty good heat. Him and Ethan were in the final last year.
Yep.
So I guess they got a bit of a
reef's pretty handy. Taylor Clark's, is he the only remaining goofy footer? Getting close.
Yeah, at this stage, I think. But I guess, you know, Ethan and Reef and Taylor all on the QS, trying to get points. Taj is he's retired, but he's surfing as good as ever, I think. Here he goes now.
And here he is, talk us through this one, mate.
Yeah, so he's coming around it. Little jam. Another cutty. Oh. Adding a bit of flair there. Oh, one more. Oh. It's so shallow in there right now, but he did well. Looks like Ethan up.
And your good mate Ethan's up and away on this one, and little bobble off the bottom decides to pull the pin there. So TB with the better of that exchange pretty comfortably.
Yep.
And mate, you were just down in Margaret River for the Drugaware Pro. You were staying in the Oakley House, and Seabass got his first win.
Yeah.
Is that pretty inspirational to be around a guy who wins his first CT?
Yeah, it was really cool to see because he obviously most of the CT guys have goals to win an event, and but last year he was kind of wanting to make it out of round 3 to re-qualify, and kind of since he's been off tour, he's a different mindset almost, and he's looking to kind of keep getting the wild cards, which he has now after that win. And just here's Ethan.
Here goes Ethan again, driving hard. Beautiful turn. Wow, he crunched that right in front of Taj's face, roosted him. Probably got a little bit overexcited on that, and he's gone down.
Huge turn.
Yeah, can you tell us more about Seabass? Because it's pretty.
I didn't re-qualify last year. I feel like a kook. Yeah. For someone of his capabilities, I think, to be calling himself a kook is just, no one can question that, like, it's just stupid. But, obviously he's coming into comps with a different mindset, and it paid off in Margot's. He got a 5th at Snapper. He won Margot's, and if he keeps thinking like that, he might have a couple more good comps, and looking likely to be on tour in 2017. The year of the underdog. Yeah, exactly. I want to talk to you more about your goals. Are you a chance to surf in the World Juniors? Last year? Or this year? This year. I'm not sure. Because of the age group now, I think I'm too old. So they brought it down and clipped it. So fair enough. But that's alright. Hopefully just get on the primes and see what happens there. But I think last year was my last chance after the under 18 age bracket. Okay. Yeah. And what's it like being a competition run by the Mad Hueys? Yeah, it's classic. It's so funny how they they started off as a fishing. They entered a fishing tournament, and now they're running surf events. It's classic. And sponsoring surfers, they got Breno and Harry Bryant both doing the QS. Yeah, they got Vassar and a few local boys from home, and they're all doing really well, like Harry and Breno on the QS, and everyone kind of knows them, which is pretty cool. Like, they're not just that other company, they're that company that targets, different areas of fishing, surfing, drinking beer, I don't know. Yep, they are presenting this event as well as Komune. So thanks a lot to Tony and the guys who've put us up this week, as there's really no better place for a surf event, is there? It's seriously one of the best spots to come to. You got the pool right here, you got Komune, you stay right there, and you got Kramis all in walking. Well, I'm more than happy to let you go jump in the pool if you want to. Yeah, I'd love to. Well, thanks for the chat, Shelby. Thank you. And good luck in your quarterfinal tomorrow. Yeah, cheers. Alright, here goes Ethan Ewing again. He's flying down the line, and he gets chopped off at the knees on that first wave. First turn, sorry. You want to get up here? You've been up here so much, you bugger. You been talking or? Well, that was 40
announcing
working out the roster
to the commentary box.
Just doing a bit of roster work with Brenner. He's actually on he's on absent. He's on maternity leave or whatever it's called. So won't be making it.
You've been fantastic every day, pretty much consistently turning up in the last heat. And here we are again with about 35 minutes of surfing left for the day. Woody, welcome back to the microphone.
I'm back and I'm recharged.
Reef Doig throwing some fins around the place. Big bucket on that one. And we've got some scores to drop in. Finally reset my modem. Here goes Taylor Clark quickly. He's currently sitting fourth. And he's hammering out a few big backhand blasts across the line. So TB Taj Barrow is sitting in first with a 6.5 and a 6.37. Ethan Ewing is sitting in second with a 5.1 and a 4.93. Reef Doig, who we just saw teeing off on that little insider, he wants that to be a 6.03 or above to get up from third to second. And Taylor Clark, he's hunting a 5.53 with 17 minutes remaining in this heat. This is heat 3, round 4. Everyone is booking themselves tickets through to the quarterfinals. Currently it's Taj Barrow and Ethan Ewing, last year's finalists, sitting in first and second. Last heat of the day will be heat 4. Elliot Parada-Reid, Mitchell Parkinson, Zeke Lau and Dharmaputra Tonjo.
I think Taj should have gone that last one then. That was a fantastic looking wave. How's it been holding it down here so far? Midgy, all under control, mate? You got it sorted?
Everything under control, mate. Yep, no worries at all. And Matt,
how are we going with the internet connection? Any better?
Oh, we're ripping. Almost too much internet.
Okay. Well, we should maybe turn your phone off and then we'll just try and guess the scores.
Well, let's have a look at the scores. We're pretty much guessing most of the time. Had Matt George come in and keep us company for a while. I think he was watching a different contest. Not really sure what he was on about, but it's always lovely to hear from the Oracle from America. He lives in Bali these days, and never short of a word.
A lot of energy probably in the booth at that time, was there?
Yeah, a lot of energy.
How was the, I really want to hear your feedback on the interview with Joel, on his strategy to go straight on the first one. What was he?
Yeah, he said he was pretty rattled by it. He'd seen a few guys take off deep and get those big pits, and he was just a little bit hungry and maybe underestimated the fact that the onshore had come in and took off nice and deep and realised pretty quickly that that thing was chandeliering, had nothing for him. Here goes Ethan Ewing, and he'll be looking for a score to try and overtake Taj Barrow, maybe seek a little revenge after last year's final, but he's not going to do it on the strength of that wave.
Looks like a few bumps out the back here. We might have some opportunity. I think what I like most about the commentary booth at the moment is that they've turned the music up. So the music's a little louder and a bit more difficult probably for us to
Well, it was a little bit
talk
busy before.
to hear.
So now that we have all these tunes humping in our ear, it's nice to actually have a bit of a challenge for once.
Yeah. And throwing the internet connection and the fact that it's 1,000,000 degrees, but we're doing pretty good.
It's a tough life we're living here, isn't it?
We're fighting an uphill battle, Vince, but I think we're getting through it.
Well, one heat to go, I think, and then we're done. So we've sorted out quarterfinals 1 and 2. Joel Parkinson is taking on Shane Holmes, and Sheldon Simkes is taking on Jackson Baker in the second quarter. So they're both going to be doozies tomorrow morning.
Who was the second quarter, sorry?
Sheldon Simkes and Jackson Baker.
Okay. So Jacko did get the score on that last one.
Got the score
on Emma. Okay,
6.5 to dislodge Johnny from the...
Wow, what a fantastic finish.
Alright, here goes Ethan Ewing, currently sitting in second. And he is flying, beautiful floater to get things going there. customers a second turn, and that's going to be all that wave lets him do. There's plenty of opportunity presenting this morning at Komune, and we just saw Ethan Ewing. He's looking for a two-turn combo in front of Taj Barrow.
That looks like we can... Looks like the boys are behind us here. They're doing a bit of... They got the... this is the do-it-yourself swimming lesson. They're just about to start. If we could get a camera on the pool immediately, it'd be fantastic. You'd be able to see about 8 or 9 people that have been swimming in the pool for a week. Big shout out to Breno Dorrington for being on the commentary team all day today.
Really been the glue.
I want to thank
I don't know if we could have done this without him.
Thank you, Brent.
Here goes Taylor Clark, the lone googie footer. He's flying. What's he got for us? Big floater. Pumps across that. That was nice, but just the one manoeuvre there. So you took a quick little break then. What did you do? You get into the health centre, swim a few laps?
Yeah, I went back before this heat and actually did a pre-heat capoeira session with Taj. We did that out.
Seems to have worked wonders.
Yeah, we did that out on his villa lawn, and then after that we just did a bit of a sort of a psych up thing I like to do when I'm prepping people for heats, and that's just to throw like the smooth rocks you put on your back when you're massaging. I just throw them at the surfer, and they've either got to catch it or let it hit them.
Wear it.
Yeah. So I think it's done wonders because he's in the lead. I'm sure he's still in the lead. He's looking at this one now with first priority.
Okay, well, CB with a 4-foot light on shore, Carabas will.
What's he got for us?
It's hammer time. What's he got for us? Big floater to get things going. Backs it up straight away with another little skate across the roof. Dislodges, plenty of spray, and the pool goes crazy for that little string of moves from Taj Barrow. Here goes Ethan Ewing. He's just moved down to 3rd place, so he's looking for a 5.34 to get back up into 2nd. Taylor Clark dropped a 5.93 for that big floater we saw a second ago. So yeah, it's currently Taj Barrow 1st, Taylor Clark 2nd. Ethan Ewing now down in 3rd. He's chasing a 5.34 for that last wave. And Reef Doig is sitting in 4th. He needs a 5.96.
Just talking to Breno and Nick Vasicek earlier, they went and did some speech therapy for tomorrow. They're going to come on board tomorrow, do a couple of heats, sit in with you, Benzie.
They say that. It's quite an early start.
Yeah, they went and did a day at the Bahasa Indonesia School for Indonesians, so they'll probably rattle off, a few different calls and situations in Bahasa, which will be good.
It's great to see from Breno and Vasso.
Just good preparation for the...
They're two guys, they've always taken a keen interest in the local culture. They go out of their way, spend a lot of time in Ubud.
Yeah, a lot of time up there.
I think they both hiked Mount Agung, Mount Batur.
Yeah.
And
I think that before the event, the Mad Hueys actually did a preparation camp for the contest, and Sean Harrington actually got them all to do a climb to the top of the volcano. They camped halfway up, and obviously with all the Mad Hueys guys being knocked out, it was probably a little fatiguing. Didn't really go to plan, but nevertheless, good.
Alright, we have some scores in for that last exchange. Let's get in touch with our friends at Telkomsel again and see if we can pick up some Wi-Fi. TV's still got a number to drop in. There's just insane levels of Instagramming being done behind us. The Wi-Fi's just had all its juice sucked out. But sooner or later we'll get some scores through. All right, last wave for Taj Burrow was an 8, so he's extended his lead. Last wave of Taylor Clark was a 3.13. He is sitting second. Ethan Ewing's last wave was a 4.4. He needs a 5.34, so he just needs that last wave with a couple more turns. And Reef Doig is chasing a 5.96. And there's about 8 minutes to go before we kick off the last heat of the day. Elliot Parada-Reid, Mitchell Parkinson, Zeke Lau and Dharma Putra Tonjo. DJ Adam Bennett spinning a little bit of Hall & Oates behind us. We like this.
It's a very 80s feel tune. I don't know if I actually like it at all, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm not sure about this George Michael remix that he's got going on.
But people are enjoying it. It's pretty cruisy.
There is no shortage of boogieing going on in the pool behind us. And why wouldn't you? It's Friday afternoon. Roll on down.
Yeah. Yeah, boss.
Thank you.
All right, here goes Taylor Clark, currently sitting second, looking to consolidate that. Lightning fast off the top, goes hard, Bert on that second turn, and he's going to work this one all the way through to the inside. Couple of last blasts.
Good finish.
On the inside. Well, he's not done yet. Little windscreen wiper floater to sign off. So whether that'll go into his top 2, he's looking to upgrade a second score of a 4.5. Yeah, that'll go close. So the task may have just got that little bit trickier for Ethan Ewing with 6.5 minutes to go.
Just
All right, just while we wait for that last score to drop in for Taylor Clark, we're going to throw to a quick ad break. We'll be back with more of the Komune Bali Pro coming right up. Welcome back to the Komune Beach Club Beach Resort. We're down here on the black sand beaches of Karamis. We're at the Komune Bali Pro. The surf's pumping, the pool's pumping, commentary's ruling. How are you, Woody?
I'm fantastic, mate. Could not be better. It's another day in paradise, really, isn't it? Groundhog Day. We've got our swim team straight behind us.
The Mad Huey synchronised swim team.
Yeah.
Just when you thought fishing and surfing was the only things they were good at.
They can do everything in water.
Swimming as well. They've already launched their campaign for Rio 2016. If they don't qualify this time around, you can be sure you'll see them in Tokyo 2020.
2020.
Speaking of ruling, here goes Ethan Ewing. Nope, he does not. Taj Burrow's ruling this heat. There's a surprise. He's out in front with an 8 and a 6.5. Taylor Clark has a 5.93 and a 4.5 to currently sit second. Pretty sure he's got another score still to drop in. Ethan Ewing is looking for a 5.34 and Reef Doig is looking for a 5.96. 4.5 minutes remaining. And what did I just miss?
Big fall from Ethan Ewing. Really committed floater onto the flats and sort of projected him into the reef. So hopefully he's okay. Bit slow to get back on his board, but he's heading back out towards the top of the peak, so should be okay. Just wondering, Binzi, if they could get a speaker for the music and just put it in the middle of the table so it could could get a bit louder.
Really struggling to hear Mr. Bennett's pumping out the Michael Jackson right now.
So what time are you hosting the Mad Huey's beach cleanup? Lindsay, when's that starting?
Right, well that'll be that's on at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so we encourage everyone to get down here and keep the pristine beaches of Bali's east coast in the immaculate condition in which we found them. And then I believe you're also going to be hosting a yoga class tomorrow morning before the morning show gets underway.
Yeah, before we get to the desk, I'll be doing a mixture of yoga and capoeira.
So not only fishing and surfing, surfing, synchronised swimming, and your own mixed martial arts variety of Pilates and capoeira.
It's like a jazz fusion movement class.
All right.
A seminar for just moving your limbs, really.
Just have a look around, mate. How good is this?
It's beautiful.
What's your name with this, mate?
Come up. We've got Breno here.
Get some action in the background.
Breno, come up into the background, Harry and Breno.
We
two of the key team riders for the Mad Hueys.
The two Mad Hueys main men, and you can see they're on the sports drinks. I don't know. We can hear you plenty as it is right now.
Young Joey Trapels.
He's feeling good.
That voice cut through glass.
Do you want to do a quick surf report for the World Wide Web, or a weather report? Here it is.
All right, this is Brent Dorrington risking electrocution. Whoa, Reef Doig just throws up a massive straight air. Unfortunately, can't ride out of that one. So let's get a quick check on the updates from Brent Dorrington.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're at the Komune Bali Pro. We're going live, and we've got Adam Bennett's on the wheels of steel, mixing it up there. Adam and Eve going ham as always, and it's a beautiful day down here.
Breno, the web director's telling you to stand up.
You're kidding me.
The camera's over there, mate. You're hidden behind the table.
Here we go. Here we go. It's all happening.
All right, you're on. That's the camera over there, mate.
Hey guys, how are you? Bit wet here.
You're about to get electrocuted?
Yeah, I'm about to get electrocuted. It's all good.
And run us through this event. What happened? You sprained your ankle, mate?
Yeah, I one of my first surfs, so I just done a carve and come back, went to go hit the wash, and yeah, just got kind of clipped and compressed, and hopefully it's a sprain. It's just all bruised up and that still, but yeah, hopefully a week or two.
And the bintang prescribed by the doctor?
Yeah, it takes the swelling down, they reckon. So I've just been having a few like every morning, just keeping hydrated. So they definitely help.
All right, looks like this heat has just been counted down, so unofficially it is Taj Burrow and Taylor Clark through. So last year's finalist, Ethan Ewing, looks like he's bowing out and he's signing off with a left.
Ethan just got a really nice left hand
coming up.
Doesn't use many of them, but when they do, they're pretty special.
That Ethan Ewing just lit that left up. Too little, too late. Yeah, Breno, tell us about the conditions out there. What are we looking at?
We've got a strong easterly going on right now. It's 2 to 3. Mitch Parkinson taking off right now. There's some super ramps going on right now. Big alley-oop. Wow! But it's just tide's going out and it's looking pretty fun out there. It's definitely some nice little ramps.
We got one more heat to go. You're obviously not surfing, but the boys will rip straight in.
Yeah, the boys have been ripping in.
It's not about the bintang, it's about the pool tang.
You heard it first hand, Dean Harrington. He just said it. Woody?
Just describe yourself as a person, mate.
Mate, it's been a rush. Here we go, here goes Yellow.
All right, here goes Taumaputra Tonjo flying down the line. Hammers that first turn, and this is first blood for the surfer in yellow, opening his account.
We're coming in hot.
And it looks like Breno is making it official. He's kicked Woody out of his chair.
It's official.
And put that microphone a little bit closer to your mouth. Just so
are we on there?
There we go. So Brent Dorrington joining us, and this is Zeke Lau. What do you know about this guy, Breno?
Oh, mate, the Hawaiian. So much power, he's fucked. Excuse me, but that was a nice little wave there for Zeke. Milking it through the inside. Oh, one last one little there, yeah, very nice.
And if Parko and TB don't win this thing, what do you reckon Zeke's chances are?
I reckon Zeke's chances are pretty strong. He's been looking good all week. Had a few free surfs with him before I done my ankle, and yeah, he's just so powerful, eh? And he's looking the goods. Mitch is looking pretty good too. I don't know. It's gonna be an all-out. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
And what's your plan? How long are you in town for?
I'm just heading out on Sunday, so yeah, just another day.
And the Mad Huey's got a big party in town tomorrow. Is that the word on the street?
Yeah, all the boys are getting ready for another big one tomorrow night, and little club down there at Padma. So all the boys will be flaring up.
So Mad Huey's party in Kuta.
Wow,
Lord help us.
God help us.
And what's you celebrity bartender? Are you going to be DJing?
Yeah, I think I'll be doing a bit of DJing, little bit of bar mixing, and yeah, just see how it comes
juggling.
Out. Yeah, why not?
Maybe the midget walking around in the sombrero, get out a few shots.
We need to get them guys down there, them little midgets, there all the time.
And what else has been going on, mate? This little ankle injury aside, are you chasing the QS full time this year?
Yeah, I just been chasing the QS. Just done a few at the start of the year, done pipe, and then the 2 ones in Oz, and yeah, there's been a few that have been cancelled this year, so it's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, just gonna go to Japan hopefully at the end of the month and try to do that event, and hopefully the ankle's good by then. But yeah, just
how'd you go at pipe? The wave's absolutely fired for the Vulcan Pipe Pro.
Mate, it was like the best waves I've ever seen. It was so sick. I made a few rounds and then had a heat with Bruce, and then yeah, he just got the score at the end there. But yeah, it was a sick event. Love doing that. I pretty much want to do that for the rest of my life. That comp, it's the best comp there is. So after this one, of course.
All right, here goes Mitty. Keeps himself a little restrained. He's got a ramp now. Throws his big air. Can he ride back out of this one? He's standing back up, but too little, too late. So all the points are going to be for that first turn from Mitchell. We got some points in. Zeke Lau's opener was a 5.33. Dharmaputra Tonjo opened with a 2.33. Mitty Parkinson, his first wave was a 1.27. And the Kiwi, Elliot Parada-Reed, is yet to put any runs on the board. And we've got just over half an hour remaining. This is the last heat of the day. Good call, you reckon, to call it a day after this one?
Yeah, definitely. It just, as soon as that tide starts running out, it gets a little bit gnarly, and yeah, it's just the winds come up pretty strong, so hopefully tomorrow morning it'll be pumping again. I think it's dropping a little bit, but I'm sure it'll be firing for the boys. Wish I was out there myself. I'm a bit bummed, but it's all gravy.
Yeah, it looked a little unruly, a bit wild this morning, so maybe it'll just drop back a touch.
Yeah, I think it likes that, when it's a little bit
pristine.
smaller, yeah. Beautiful conditions.
Bit of sax from Mr. Bennett.
Yeah,
dropping in the.
Bennett loves a bit of saxophone, mate. He goes mad on the decks, old Bennett's. Bit of a lull going on right now. Here we go. Dharma's having a look.
All right, here goes Dharmaputra Tonjo. Laying a bit of rail, and yeah, you can see conditions have really tapered off from where we started a few hours ago. God, he's lightning quick across the sections, and he's probably got another squirt or two left in him down the end.
Looking good through
Milking
there,
it
through
for all it was worth.
Here we go. Here's a set approaching here for the lads. Who's into it? No one. No takers. Sets approaching here, Binzy. What's going on here?
we got here?
Well, this is Elliot Parada-Reid, the Kiwi, flying down the line. He's a long way back.
The young Kiwi lad.
We've got another set behind him. This is Zeke Lau.
Zeke Lau just went to town on that thing.
All right, so word just filtering through that there's possibly going to be a night surf session webcast tonight as well. If the waves clean up after we get through the low tide and we see a little bit of a largo, there's every chance that the lights will be turned on here at the Karamas Super Surfing Stadium. And we'll be seeing a Red Bull sponsored night surf session complete with jet ski assist and all that sort of good stuff. And Breno, you might be jumping out of the show. We might be getting Taj Burrow in to have a quick word.
Let's get Teebs on the mic. Get up here.
All right, we're just going to throw to a quick ad. We'll be back to Taj Burrow in a quick second.
How's it going, mate?
Welcome back to Komune. This is Karamas, the Komune Bali Pro, and I'm joined by the recently retired Taj Burrow. Mate, you announced your retirement. Did you regret it? You're in the next QS 1000. Trying to build your seat back up for next year.
No, retirement life's pretty good, but you're not quite there yet. This contest and then Fiji and then it's a wrap, and it's hard to let go of, but I figured cutting all ties is the only way to do it. But this is a great way to go out. This is so much fun.
Tell us about your 10 this morning in the open.
That wave was so sick. It just had so much more water behind it. It was like one of those really thick ones, and I think I had even second or third priority, and I was just in a bit where the guys with priority kind of couldn't get over the hump, and they just didn't see it early enough, and I was just in the perfect spot at the perfect time, and it's just a thick, nuggety kind of stand-up one. It was one of the best ones I've had out here, like so round, and it spat pretty hard, and I couldn't help but throw my arms in the air. I was pretty chuffed, but it was sick. There was so many fun waves this morning. In the morning heats are incredible, as you know. The wind's clean and the tide's good, and there was so many pits.
When was the last time you got a 10?
Oh my God, it's so hard to get a 10 these days. I can't remember. I don't know. It's been a while. Long time between drinks, so it felt good.
Did you know that one was a 10?
It felt like a 10. It felt pretty good.
We called it a 10 straight away. And
that little massage in the back the Spit gave me felt like I had to have 10 points.
It was pretty good. And, mate, we just saw Ethan Ewing go down. Tell us a bit about his surfing, because he kind of pushed you in the final last year.
Oh, my God. He absolutely pushed me the whole event. He's one of the best up-and-coming kids that I've seen. He's incredible. He's like a lot of people's favourite surfer at the moment. He's just got a cool style, and he's just really smart and strong in heats, and he's been winning everything he's been going in. So I didn't have much sympathy for losing him that heat. I was like, it's not bad having Ethan out of the draw because he's really deadly. But I've been surfing a lot with him and also Griffin lately with all the Billabong guys, and those two have just been absolutely tearing. They're both the same age, both just going hard at each other, and they've been sick to surf with. So Ethan's going to win a lot of comps in the future.
Well, what about Taylor Clark, who just snuck through with you as well? He's a Billabong kid.
Yeah, he is. I haven't surfed much with Taylor, but he got a couple. It was really hard to ride, especially backhand, so he did well. But he managed to find a couple where he could get to the face, and he got a couple scores and got it done. So it's going to be fun tomorrow.
What about the guy who's winning this heat at the moment, Zeke Lau? He's looked pretty bloody impressive.
Zeke Lau surfs every wave like he's furious. He just comes in that hot and angry, and he just hammers it. Like he's just, obviously everyone knows he's big dude and he's powerful, and he looks like he's on a mission over here. I've just seen him free surfing and stuff, and he's just angry. Every turn he does is just like so aggressive, and I've seen him have a couple of free surfs that have been like career sessions, like really good surfs. So he's going to be a contender.
And he's the nicest guy in dry land.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way to do it. Let it out in the water.
And mate, tell us about retired life. You enjoying it so far?
Oh,
You're going to have to start working for Billabong? Are they going to start sending you on trips all over the place?
Is that work?
More signings and catalogue shoots than you've done before?
I don't think so, mate. Yeah, I'm going to be doing lots of surf trips. That's what I'm doing. That's what I retired for, basically. It's just to not miss any swells anywhere and kind of go where and when I want instead of where the schedule tells me to.
And you just did a Billabong shoot right before this event. How'd you go? A few waves?
We did. We had fun. We surfed Changgu for a week and had a couple sessions here, and we were shooting lifestyle as well as surfing, which everyone's kind of a bit against. So the team's like, oh no, we got to shoot lifestyle, but it ended up being really fun and easy. I kind of just shot our days, surfing, hanging out, eating, getting massage, drinking a couple tangs, just having the best days ever, and they were shooting it. So yeah, I like the way Billabong did that last lifestyle shoot.
And what do you think about this Mad Huey's lifestyle going down behind us?
How filthy is that pool behind me, you think? It's no. Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. Look how much fun everyone's having. It's such a fun event just for that reason. Everyone drinks beers and goes surfing, and just it's such a relaxed vibe. And yeah, look at it. This is what dreams are made of. Perfect waves right in front of a pool party. Pretty happy.
So is this just a pretty good warm-up for the pool in Namotu in a couple of weeks' time?
Oh my God. Yeah, Namotu is probably the best place on earth, so this is the perfect warm-up, 100%.
And in case things couldn't get better, they've just announced the free hour of beer.
No way, I gotta go.
All right, TV, well, thanks for the chat.
With pleasure, mate.
Always
Cheers.
a pleasure.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we got some scores.
Good work, doggy. Thanks.
We got some scores for the heat in the water. Last wave of Zeke Lau was a 7.17. Pair that with a 5.33. He is our heat leader. Dharmaputra Tonjo has a 4.83 and a 2.33. Mitch Parkinson a 2.6 and a 1.43. He needs a 4.57 to move up into second. And Elliot Parada Reid just a one wave, a 2.8. He needs a 4.37 to move up into second. Bit of a lull in the water right now. So after having a great chat with Taj Burrow, we might take a quick break from down here at Karamas. This is the Komune Bali Pro. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to Karamas. This is the Komune Bali Pro. We are into the last heat of the day, heat 4 of the round of 16. We've all but decided quarter finalists. It is Joel Parkinson and Shane Holmes will be meeting in quarter final number 1. Sheldon Simkus and Jackson Baker will be meeting in quarter final number 2. Taj Burrow will be meeting whoever comes second in this heat, and Taylor Clark will be taking on the winner of this heat, and we'll know all of that in about 20 minutes time. The onshores come in, so contest director Dean Morrison's decided that this is going to be it. That leaves us, sets up a big finish tomorrow. 7 heats to go, the quarters, the semis and the finals, and as we've seen every morning, it's going to be offshore, surf's going to be pumping, and we're going to have pristine conditions to round out one of the funnest and greatest events in the world, the best QS 1000 event you could ever hope to see. And at the moment it is Zeke Lau out in front of the local Indonesian surfer Dharmaputra Tonjo. Mitch Parkinson is coming third. Very keen spectator in Joel Parkinson behind is asking for an update on the scores, see how his little cousin's going. And Elliot Parada Reid, the Kiwi, is sitting in fourth, chasing a 4.96. Just over 19 minutes remaining in this one.
you want to add? Are you on an ad?
All right, so with about 10 minutes of day to go, my pleasure to welcome Will Hayden-Smith from the WSL back to the mic. How are you,
Christopher?
William?
Thanks for having me on. I've been up doing beach commentary all day and I finally found someone to take over so I could come and keep you some company. Although, by the looks of things, it looks like there's plenty of company here behind you.
Yeah, there's no shortage of crew getting around the place.
What are your thoughts on today? You're a world-renowned surfing journalist. What would give us your thoughts on wrapping up today?
Well, God, could you ask for more than this? We started the day with pumping 6 to 8 foot barrels, and yeah, sure, it's dropped off a little bit with the low tide and the arrival of the onshore, but still some fantastic battles going down. And this is the last heat of the day. Here goes Dharmaputra Tonjo. He's currently sitting second to Zeke Lau, and he's going to see if he can't consolidate that second place.
And with the elimination of Oni Amwa, he would be the last Indonesian left in the draw.
Yep, absolutely. And
the weight of a nation on his shoulders, you might be able to say.
You just know that there's tens of millions of Indonesians tuning in, and yeah, they will be rooting for Dharmaputra Tonjo.
What do you think about Mitch Parkinson's strategy in this heat? He only needs a minor score, and he's like, he needs a 4 or something, and he's going for 10s. Why isn't he surfing conservatively? Does he not have it in him, or is he just wanting to put on a show? What is it?
Well, there's only 20 minutes to go. So, no, there's 20 minutes to go, so why wouldn't you have a roll at putting a really big score? I mean, a 4 gets you into second, but the way these scores are at the moment, that's not going to keep you there for very long.
Yeah. He is pretty good at the jumps too.
He is pretty good at the jumps.
Kid can jump and barrel. Yeah, I think he would have seen this onshore wind and been rubbing his hands together, and then now I think he's a bit rattled that he's fallen off about 4 or 5 times.
All right, what do we got here? This is Zeke Lau, just ducked up in through that. It was a little bit of a wide one.
How great is it to see top seeds like Zeke Lau and Joel Parkinson coming up against like young Aussies and young Indos? These kids are going to be telling stories about this their whole lives.
Oh yeah, well, they keep you honest. Parko's got Shane Holmes tomorrow, and Shane has been just a real surprise packet this week. Although talking to Joel earlier, he was like, I'm not surprised. I've seen the guy surf for years and he rips. Lays it all on the line for, I think, North Shelley Board Riders.
Yeah, at the Australian Board Riders Battle, he won like Best Performer Award. He was just that good. The amount of spray he throws on his rail is it's really impressive. Kind of like an Australian version of Zeke Lau, and here he goes.
Yeah, here goes Zeke. That was beautiful. Will, he's flying down the line. He's a long way back, and sooner or later he's going to pull the pin on this one. If it was points for distance.
If he couldn't make that section, no one could. And here goes Elliot Pereira-Reid.
Elliot Pereira-Reid. He's moved up into second. His last wave was a 5.5. So now Mitch Parkinson's job just got that little bit harder. He needs a 5.08. Dharmaputra Tonjo needs a 3.48. And Elliot signs off in some style on the end of that one.
Elliot's probably been my surprise performer of the day. I've seen him surfing for quite a few years now, and I know that he rips, but he's had really hard heats. He's stayed composed. He's just picked really good waves and surfed them really solid, and he's really impressed me today.
And the tide is dropping out. You can see James Wood's urchin-infested keyhole is beckoning. It's calling his name right there. It's starting to stick out of the water.
I heard the stories from more than one people about him getting flogged there yesterday. So
well, it seems like at this Mad Huey's event in the swimming pool, every story has 10 different ways of being told.
And plenty of witnesses. Look at all these people here. You get folded on the reef. Plenty of people are going to see it happen.
Plenty of witnesses and not one of them credible.
So there might be night surfing on tonight, apparently.
Apparently. So, yep. The crew from FreshAir Broadcast, they have night vision cameras as well as all this daytime stuff that they're bringing this broadcast out with.
Is Sam Nord going to be swimming at night with the water angle or something? That would be good to see.
Sam Norwood's actually going to be hanging off a drone and filming it from the drone.
Nice.
Which is a world first.
Well, stay tuned to social media on WSL, the QS page, and the Mad Hueys and Commune. We'll keep you posted. We got to monitor conditions throughout the afternoon, see if the onshore calms down a little bit, and hopefully conditions line up like they did last night, and we can have a great night surfing session later. But all eyes will be on tomorrow morning for the quarterfinals.
Yep, Shane Holmes, Joel Parkinson in the first heat, Jackson Baker and Sheldon Timkus in the second one. Taj Burrow, well, it's looking like he could come up against whoever comes second in this heat, and Taylor Clark will be taking on the winner of this heat. So they're all fantastic battles. And we were just talking about the drones earlier. The Mad Hueys, of course, are a famous fishing club. Will, have you seen the drone fishing videos on the internet? Jade McLean from Yallingup in West Oz?
I haven't seen it. I've heard some people talking about it in the past week, but I've been in Indo with like patchy internet, so I haven't got on and watched it. As soon as I get back to Oz, I'm right onto it.
It's game-changing stuff. They fly their drone out, find themselves a school of tuna, and then they just drop the line remotely. It's hanging off the bottom of the drone, and they drop the line in straight in the middle of the school, and it's like stealing candy from a baby, really.
One of my friends was telling me about it the other night, and he was trying to tell me that the drone actually caught the fish, and I said there's no way a drone could pull up a 60-kilo tuna.
No, I think they use a quick release clip that as soon as the fish takes a bite, the clip drops it, and then you just wind it in from the beach. You know, there's contention as to whether it's cheating, whether that's legitimate fishing, but I think if you've got the nous to pull off an operation like that, more power to you. Because if the clip doesn't let go, you've just sunk your homemade helicopter. And we're about to get electrocuted because Parko's throwing water on us. Someone get that man a drink. He hasn't had one yet this event.
No, he's been... it's all good. It's all fun and games in the pool behind us. I'm sure that we'll be in and amongst it pretty soon.
Electrocuted.
And here's second place, Elliot.
Sitting in second, looking to consolidate. Throws the big finner and rides out of that one face first. So that's not going to go into his top two.
How much time have we got about?
We've got about 12 minutes.
About 12 minutes left on the clock.
It's a crowded lineup in the pool behind us.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's going to be too many people left to paddle out for the free surf after this heat. Everyone, it's offshore in the pool and it's onshore in the lineup. So
if you're a keen surfer, you want to be getting into it in a couple of minutes' time. And who's spinning and having a look?
Here we go with Mitch Parkinson.
He needs a score. You know he's going to get plenty of support from the pool. Big first turn comes out of that one. That was committed surfing. And, well, the pool told the story there. Plenty of arms.
Cousin Joel behind us let out a big because he was on his way to a score. That first turn was super sharp. And you can't let opportunities like that go. Yeah,
he needed a 5.08, and I reckon if he'd made that second turn, he had it all but guaranteed. But as you said, Will, you've got to finish them to count them.
So what's Ezekiel Lau's goal at this event? Just get to surf as much uncrowded Karamas as possible, or is he just a die-hard competitor? I don't know him too well. What do you think?
I haven't actually had much of a chance to talk to him because he's been surfing the whole time. I know he was one of the most impressive surfers yesterday. On his debut, he was the last heat of round 3, and it took till the last heat of the third day before we finally got to see him in action. And it was worth the wait because he came out all guns blazing. As we see Mitch Parkinson, he wants to finish this one. He's got a huge ramp. You know he's going to punt. Put it down, Mitty. And he just doesn't quite.
He makes them so regularly. I've seen him make a million of those.
Off the back of the wave. And well,
he just needs to get it out of his head.
He needs to stomp one of them and make his way through to the next round.
Yeah, I've barely had a chance to say a word to Zeke. He's just been in the lineup. As soon as we call the competition off, he's in there from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until dark. but he's been
We're
so
looking
impressive.
at a replay now of Mitch's air, and you can see he just eyed off this section from the start, and there it is. He's got the lip in his sight. As Ross Williams might say, he clicked it perfectly off the top, got the rotation, and you can see he just came down on the back of the wave and couldn't quite complete that one as the pool moans in anguish. There's no doubting who the pool wants to see get through this heat. If he can ride out of one of those, then he'll be well and truly on his way through to the quarterfinals.
The hard part with four-man priority is now he's got to go back out and wait his turn. Whereas if there was no priority, Mitch can scrap. He could get waves. He goes.
This is Dharmaputra Tonjo. He's flying, and he floats, whereas Mitty might have punted off that section. And he's putting together a smart heat, Dharmaputra.
Yeah, he wants that quarterfinal finish. He wants the points, he wants the prize money, he wants the bragging rights of the only Indo in the quarterfinals.
Big shout out to our mate Katut, who just rolled through the shot with some more bintangs for the pool brigade.
Yep, we've got the pool view. We've got Joel and Monica Parkinson right behind us, watching cousin Mitch, cheering him on, along with a lot of the Mad Hueys are from Cooley, Mitch's hometown. I just want to see Zeke get another wave. I love the way he surfs this place. This place is so much water. He seems so firm on his board. It never looks like falling off. Is that Adam Bennett's on the decks?
Yep, you can tell by the Bee Gees that's being played that this is Mr. Bennett's himself.
Here comes our mate Katut walking through the frame again. But where would you rather be on a Friday arvo?
All right, here goes Elliot Parada-Reid. He's using his priority to keep Mitch Parkinson off that wave.
And Elliot's moving lightning fast. Nothing super critical on that one, but that's what he's doing that Mitch isn't. He's surfing for 5s and 6s. He's not going for 8s or 9s, which is what Mitch is trying to do.
Would approve.
But at least he's finishing his waves. That's what you got to do to win heats sometimes. But I think Mitch has still got one in him.
Yeah, we got a few scores in. Zeke Lau still holding steady with a 7.17 and a 7. Dharmaputra, his last two waves have been his keepers, a 5.47 and a 5.93. He's now up into second. Will's favourite safe surfer, Elliot Parada-Reid, is sitting second with a pair of 5s. He needs a 5.61 to jump up into second and surf his way through to the quarters. And Mitch Parkinson, who's thrown caution and logic to the wind, is still chasing an 8.17. So he does need a big score.
Mitch has got a decent wave.
Perfect ramp in front of him now. Here goes Mitch Parkinson. You know the pool's going to shut up for a second to watch him go. He needs a big one. He's setting it up. Just the check turn so far. Willa liked that because it was safe. Now he throws some flare. Gets
that was a Parkinson special, and, that turn.
Well, he's only looking to get rid of a pair of 3s. And if he just upgrades one of those 3s, he'll put himself a lot closer to the 8 that he needs. Here goes Elliot, taken to the sky. Well, he almost rode out of that aerial. Things got a little bit shallow on the end section. So 4 minutes remaining for the day.
What does Mitch need?
And, well, Mitch is still chasing an 8.17.
An 8.17. Yeah, I don't think that's an 8.17, but it could be in the 6 range, I'm thinking.
And apparently we're showing a replay. I'm not sure whether we're seeing a replay of Mitch's or Elliot's wave. So how about you call Mitch's wave, Will, and I'll call Elliot's, and one of us will be right. So here's Elliot safely off the
Well,
bottom.
Mitch races through the first couple of sections, goes vertical.
Elliot falls off to open air reverse. So
it's been a long day.
Right there.
Yeah,
it has been a long day. We've powered through 12 heats. And 35-minute heats as that. You'd imagine tomorrow, if it's cooking, we might go back down to half an hour again.
Yeah, that would be, with 2 guys in the water, half an hour should be plenty of time. We've also powered through the draw. We went from 96 surfers. We've only got 8 left in the next 4 minutes' time. And the field is well above the event level would suggest. This is like a 6,000 quality field, so whoever's in the quarterfinals definitely deserves their spot. And I'm excited for tomorrow. Taj's 10-point ride today was one of the best waves I've ever seen ridden at Karamas. Here we have
Zeke is kicking, he's thrashing his way into this, and he's a long way back. He's got speed to burn. What's he going to do when he gets to the lip? Wow, throws a big powerful finner reverse. That was beautifully done by the Hawaiian surfer, and tags it one last time down the end. And is he going to stand back up out of that? Of course he is. So very clinical performance from heat leader Zeke Lau right there. That was kind of the wave that Mitch Parkinson needed to get himself back in the mix. I think we've still got a score to come in for Mitch. Zeke looking to upgrade his 7-point ride. Dharmaputra, he's looking to get rid of a 5.47. That's his backup score. Elliot Parada-Reid currently chasing a 5.61. Mitch Parkinson looking for an 8.17.
One minute, 10 seconds, I just heard from the beach announcer. Zeke Lau just parted the crowd, left the 3 grommets to battle for second. He's easily out in front.
I don't even know if he had priority. He just sort of gave them all a glare and they backed off. Here goes Mitch. Can he get the score? Big air reverse. Can he ride out of it? He put the landing gear down. It looked like he'd done the hard yards, but again, incomplete for the younger Parko.
I wonder if anyone can hear what we're saying over the sound of Buddha and Dingo wrestling in the pool.
And the sea level in the pool's just gone up significantly as Ty Graham makes his way into the water. The tides come in.
Here goes Mitch. He's got to be the last roll of dice.
Well, he's got another ramp. You know he's going to take this guy. Big air reverse, left his board behind. That's not going to make much of a difference to Mitty's heat score. And time's got to be getting very short. The internet's crashed just for something different. So we're going in blind.
2-1.
Oh, well, that's the Hooter. So the scores with the judges. Currently it's Zeke Lau. Well, he's comfortably out in the lead. It's all eyes on that battle for second.
You know, this isn't the first QS that I've seen Mitch blowing up in the free surfs and just not quite able to put it together in his heats. He's got all the talent in the world, but he's just a bit unlucky in some heats this year. Hopefully he can turn things around at the next one.
Well,
I don't think he got the 8.
That was quite a day of surfing. It's looking like Dharmaputra Tonjo, the Indonesian, is through to the quarterfinals as well. And that is it for the action here at the event. Mitch Parkinson, his body language would suggest that he hasn't done enough. I don't think Elliot Parada-Reid has done enough either. So we're going to wrap things up for the competitive side of things for today. Tune back in later, because if we do end up, if the conditions clean up later on, we're going to run a night surfing session. They got the big floodlights behind us and we're going to be webcasting that one as well. If not, we'll be back here bright and early, 6:30 Indonesian time. First thing tomorrow morning, we've got 7 heats to go. Quarterfinals are Joel Parkinson and Shane Holmes, Sheldon Simkus and Jackson Baker, Taj Burrow and Dharmaputra Tonjo, and Taylor Clark and the guy we just saw win the last heat, Zeke Lau. There's a whole lot of mayhem going on behind us. It's almost a pity they don't webcast that, but it's probably best that they don't, as we see Dharmaputra Tonjo signing off. My name's Chris Binns. This is Will Hayden-Smith. We've had a hell of a day here at Karamas. This is the Komune Bali Pro, presented by the Mad Huey. See you tomorrow. That says it all. We'll see you again soon.
Oh, butter! Oh, butter!
Rider!